They said I didn't deserve the family farm, so I let them watch me buy it back at auction. I, 32, am the only child of my late father, who died when I was 19. My mom is in her mid-50s now, but back then she was just a grieving widow who couldn't think straight. My dad had two brothers, Uncle Rick, the older one who always acted like he was the smartest person in every room, and Uncle Tom, who just went along with whatever Rick said. The farm had been in our family since the 1890s, 150 acres of land that my great-great-grandfather cleared with his own hands. My dad was the fourth generation to work it, and I was supposed to be the fifth. Dad died of a heart attack in the fields on a Tuesday morning in March. I was away at college, 3 hours from home, when I got the call. I remember my mom's voice on the phone, how it didn't even sound like her. I drove home in a blur and walked into a house full of people I barely recognized. Everyone was crying or bringing casseroles or saying meaningless things like, "He's in a better place." My uncles were there, of course. They'd shown up within hours of Dad dying, which should have been my first clue. Rick kept putting his hand on my mom's shoulder and saying things like, "We'll get through this," and "Don't worry about anything." Tom was going through Dad's office, claiming he was just looking for the insurance papers to help out. The funeral was a nightmare. I don't remember most of it. What I do remember is standing at the graveside and watching Rick and Tom huddle with my mom, showing her papers, pointing at things. She was nodding, but her eyes were completely blank. I was too deep in my own grief to pay attention. I thought they were helping. 2 weeks after we buried my dad, the uncles sat us down at our kitchen table. Rick did most of the talking, the way he always did. He had this whole presentation prepared about estate taxes and property values and how the farm needed immediate decisions. He said the bank was going to come after the property if we didn't act fast, that there were debts I didn't know about, that Mom couldn't possibly run the place alone. He made it sound like we were about to lose everything. Then he offered the solution. He and Tom would buy the farm from us. They'd keep it in the family, preserve Dad's legacy, make sure the land stayed productive. Mom would get enough money to be comfortable, and I could finish school without worrying. They made it sound like they were doing us this massive favor, like we should be grateful. The number was $85,000. I didn't know enough back then to understand that was insane. The property was worth over $650,000 at minimum. But I was a 19-year-old kid who'd just lost his dad. I didn't know how land values worked. Mom signed the papers within a week. She trusted them completely. They were family. They'd promised to take care of us and honor Dad's memory. I had this bad feeling in my gut, but I couldn't explain why. When I tried to talk to Mom about it, she just said, "They're being so helpful," and "Your father would want his brothers to have it." I was outvoted and out of my depth. The deed transferred, and just like that, the farm that should have been mine someday belonged to my uncles. They took possession fast. Within 3 weeks, they had changed the locks and started making improvements. They told Mom she could visit any time she wanted, that the door was always open. I went back to school and tried to focus on graduating. Every few months, I'd get updates. They were fixing up the old barn, renovating the house, really making the place shine. Something felt wrong about it, but I pushed the feeling down. The first time I drove past the farm after graduating was exactly 1 year after Dad died. I'd come home to visit Mom, and I took the long way that went past the property. What I saw made me pull over and just stare. The old farmhouse was gone, completely demolished. In its place was this massive modern building going up, all glass and steel, and nothing like what had been there. I drove straight to Uncle Rick's place and asked him what the hell was going on. He had the nerve to smile at me and say they were maximizing the property's potential. When I brought up preserving Dad's legacy like they'd promised, he shrugged and said, "Times change. that Dad would have wanted the land to be profitable. I left feeling sick to my stomach, but still didn't understand the full scope of what they'd done. 5 years went by. I was 25 and working in finance by then, specifically in real estate acquisitions. I'd built a decent career and was starting to understand how property and money actually worked. One night, I was scrolling through social media and saw a post from my cousin's account. It was a professional photo spread of something called Meadowbrook Luxury Estates, with a caption about weekend getaways and luxury accommodations. It took me a minute to realize I was looking at my family's farm. The place was now a high-end Airbnb, charging $800 a night. The photos showed a completely transformed property: heated pool, gourmet kitchen, home theater. There wasn't a single trace of the farm I'd grown up on. The place booked up months in advance. I started digging. Property records are public, and with my job I knew exactly where to look. What I found made my blood pressure spike. 6 months after buying the farm from us for $85,000, my uncles had listed it for sale. They sold it to an LLC for $200,000. That LLC was owned by them. They'd used that sale to secure a commercial construction loan of $800,000. The current property value was listed at $1.2 million, and based on their booking rates, they were clearing over $300,000 a year in profit. Then I found the article. Some local business magazine had done a feature on successful family entrepreneurs in hospitality. There was Uncle Rick's smug face, talking about their vision and business acumen. The quote that made me see red was when he said they'd rescued this land from going to waste, and that the previous owners didn't understand its potential. He used the word incompetence 3 times in the interview. He was talking about my father, about my mother, about me. I showed everything to Mom. She broke down crying at the kitchen table, saying over and over, "They told me they were helping us." We went to a lawyer. He looked over all the paperwork and said there was nothing we could do legally. The sale had been legitimate. We couldn't prove fraud. Mom had signed willingly, even if she'd been manipulated and lied to. We were screwed. Mom wanted to just move on and forget about it. She said fighting them would tear the family apart, and we couldn't win anyway. But I couldn't let it go. I kept thinking about Dad working that land his whole life, about how he'd wanted to pass it to me, about my uncles literally profiting off his death while calling him incompetent in magazines. I decided right then that I was going to get that farm back. I had no idea how, but I'd figure it out. I started watching the property records like a hawk, monitoring every filing, every tax payment, every business license renewal. I saved every penny I could and built my credit score. I learned everything there was to know about property acquisitions and foreclosures. 3 years later, when I was 28, the opportunity finally came. The economy tanked hard, and luxury travel dropped off a cliff. I watched as my uncles missed their first property tax payment, then their second. I saw the liens start piling up. I never said a word to anyone. I just waited and watched as their little empire started crumbling. When the public auction notice was posted for unpaid taxes and liens, my hands were shaking so hard I could barely read it. This was it. This was my chance to take back what they'd stolen from us. I didn't know yet if I could pull it off, but I was damn sure going to try. The recession hit about 18 months before the auction, and I watched it destroy my uncle's business in slow motion. Their luxury Airbnb model depended entirely on people having disposable income for $800 a night weekend getaways. When the economy crashed, those bookings evaporated. I'd check their listing every week and see the calendar go from fully booked to maybe 1 weekend a month. They dropped their prices to $500, then $400. But it didn't matter. People weren't traveling. I kept monitoring the public records like I had been for years. The first missed property tax payment showed up in the system on a Tuesday morning. I was at my desk at work when I saw it, and I had to close my office door because I couldn't stop smiling. I didn't tell anyone. Not my mom, not my friends. Nobody. This was my secret. 3 months later, they missed the second payment. Then I saw them take out a second mortgage on the property. They were drowning and trying to bail water with a teaspoon. The online reviews for the Airbnb started turning sour too. Guests were complaining about broken fixtures and deferred maintenance. My uncles had clearly stopped putting money into upkeep because they didn't have any money left to put in. Uncle Tom posted something on Facebook around that time about how you find out who your real friends are when times get tough. I almost commented but didn't. I just screenshot it and saved it to a folder on my computer labeled Karma. Turns out my uncles had overextended themselves in other investments too. They'd bought into some strip mall development that went belly up, and they had rental properties that were sitting vacant. All of it was leveraged to the hilt. When one domino fell, they all started falling. The county records showed lien after lien being filed against the farm property. Contractors they hadn't paid, vendors, even their cleaning service for the Airbnb. 18 months after that first missed tax payment, the notice went up. Public auction for unpaid taxes and liens. Date set for 6 weeks out. When I saw it, I had to read it 3 times to make sure it was real. My heart was pounding so hard I thought I might pass out right there at my desk. I went to my mom's house that night and told her what was happening. She went pale. She asked me what I was planning to do, and when I told her I was going to buy it back, she started shaking her head. She was terrified they'd figure out it was me, that it would cause some massive family explosion, that I couldn't afford it anyway. I told her I'd been preparing for this for 3 years. I had the money saved, I had financing lined up, and I was going to do it whether she supported me or not. She cried a lot that night. Eventually, she said she wouldn't stop me, but she couldn't be part of it. She didn't want to know the details. I understood. She'd already been through enough because of those men. I spent the next 6 weeks preparing like I was planning a military operation. I formed an LLC with the most generic name I could think of, something like Summit Property Holdings. I studied the auction rules until I could recite them in my sleep. I calculated exactly how high I could bid based on my available capital. I ran the numbers 100 different ways. I even practiced keeping my face neutral in the mirror because I knew I couldn't give anything away at the auction. The night before, I barely slept. I kept running through scenarios in my head. What if someone bid higher than I could go? What if my uncles somehow scraped together enough money? What if they recognized me? I'd changed a lot in the years since Dad died. Filled out, grew a beard, dressed differently, but they'd still know my face if they looked close enough. I showed up at the courthouse an hour early, wearing jeans, a plain jacket, sunglasses, and a baseball cap. I looked like every other random investor there. The auction was being held in this bland government conference room with folding chairs and fluorescent lights. People were milling around looking at the list of properties. I pretended to study a completely different listing while keeping my eye on the door. Then they walked in. Uncle Rick and Uncle Tom, both looking like they'd aged a decade since I'd last seen them. Rick's hair had gone completely gray, and Tom had this defeated slump to his shoulders. They were arguing with each other in harsh whispers in the corner. I stayed on the opposite side of the room with my back partially turned. The auctioneer started going through the properties. Mine was 4th on the list. I sat there through 3 other auctions, barely hearing a word, just watching the clock. Then he announced the farm. Opening bid was $400,000 to cover the tax debt and liens. A local developer I recognized started the bidding. Then my uncles jumped in at $425,000. I could hear the desperation in Rick's voice when he called out the number. Another investor went to $450,000. The developer countered with $475,000. This went back and forth while I sat there motionless. The developer dropped out at $500,000. Now it was just my uncles and two other investors. Rick bid $525,000, and I could see him sweating from across the room. One of the investors went to $550,000. My uncles put their heads together, and then Tom just shook his head. They were tapped out. They couldn't go higher. Rick looked like someone had punched him in the stomach. The auctioneer started his countdown. Going once at $550,000. I raised my paddle and said $600,000. My voice came out steadier than I expected. My uncles' heads whipped around trying to see who the new bidder was, but I was in the middle of a cluster of people and they couldn't get a good look. The investor, who'd been at $550,000, countered with $625,000. I didn't even hesitate. $675,000. The room got quiet. The investor looked at his papers, did some mental math, and shook his head. He was out. Going once. Going twice. I watched my uncles desperately scanning the room, trying to figure out who was about to take their property. Sold to bidder 847 for $675,000. That was me. Bidder 847. I walked up to the registration table with my LLC paperwork and my financing documents. My hands were steady, even though my heart was trying to beat out of my chest. I completed everything, got my temporary deed, and walked out of that courthouse without looking at my uncles once. I heard Rick's voice behind me, trying to ask the clerk who had bought it, but they don't give out that information on the spot. I sat in my car in the parking lot for 20 minutes before I could drive. I just kept staring at the paperwork in my hands. I'd done it. The farm was mine. Well, technically it belonged to Summit Property Holdings LLC, but that was me. After almost 10 years, I'd gotten it back. That evening my phone rang. Uncle Rick. I let it ring 4 times before I answered, nice and casual. He asked if I'd heard about the farm going to auction. I said yeah, I'd heard something about that. Then he said he needed my help contacting the new owner, that maybe they'd be willing to resell, that he and Tom needed to work out some kind of arrangement. I asked him why I would help with that. He actually said family, and after everything we did for you and your mother. I almost laughed out loud. Instead, I just hung up. The next day I filed the deed officially. Once it hit the public records, my name was there for anyone to see. That afternoon Uncle Rick called 6 times. I ignored every call. Then around dinner time, Uncle Tom showed up at my apartment building, banging on my door. I let him bang for a minute before I opened it. He was red in the face, practically vibrating with anger. He started yelling about how I couldn't do this, how that was their business, how they had invested everything. I just stood there and looked at him until he ran out of steam. Then I told him he had 30 days. That was what the law gave him to vacate. He tried to tell me they'd built that place, that they'd made it worth something, that I was stealing from them. I reminded him about that magazine article, the one where they said they'd rescued the land from incompetence. I asked him if he remembered that word. Incompetence. That's what they'd called my dead father's legacy. He left, still yelling threats about lawyers and family loyalty, and how I'd regret this. I closed the door and locked it, and sat down on my couch. I'd expected to feel triumphant. Instead, I just felt tired and oddly hollow. But I didn't regret it. Not for a second. The first week after the auction, my phone never stopped. Calls, texts, emails from both uncles at all hours. Uncle Rick tried the charm approach first, saying we should work together on this, that we could be business partners. He offered to manage the property for me and split the profits 50-50. Like I was supposed to forget the past decade and just hand him back control. I let him talk himself in circles and never committed to anything. Just kept saying I'd think about it. Uncle Tom went the opposite direction and tried to intimidate me. He sent these vaguely threatening texts about how I'd regret this and how they had lawyers looking into it. I forwarded everything to my attorney, who sent them a cease and desist letter. The texts stopped after that. Then the extended family got involved, which is when things got really messy. Uncle Rick's wife called my mom, crying about how cruel I was being, how I was destroying their lives. How could she have raised such a vindictive child? My mom called me after that conversation, and she sounded exhausted. She said she supported me, but that this was tearing the family apart. I reminded her the family got torn apart 10 years ago when her husband's brothers scammed her out of her inheritance. My cousins started posting stuff on social media. Nothing direct, just vague posts about snakes in the grass and people showing their true colors. Some of the extended family took my side, though. My dad's cousin sent me a message saying it was about damn time someone stood up to Rick and Tom. A few other relatives reached out quietly to say they'd always thought the original sale was shady. But the family was definitely split down the middle. Some people thought I was justified. Others thought I was taking revenge too far. There were a couple of family members who tried to play mediator, suggesting we all sit down and work something out. I shut that down immediately. There was nothing to work out. The property was mine, legally purchased at a public auction. End of story. The 30-day eviction clock was ticking down. Around day 25, my uncles were still in the property, claiming they needed more time to figure out where to move their stuff. They were stalling, hoping I'd cave or negotiate. Instead, I drove out there and posted the eviction notice myself. I wanted to see the property anyway, to see what they'd done to it up close. Walking onto that land for the first time in years felt surreal. They'd paved over my mom's garden for a parking area. The old tool shed where Dad kept his equipment had been converted into some kind of game room with a pool table and vintage arcade machines. Everything was designed for Instagram photos and rich tourists. It was like they'd tried to erase every trace of what the place had been. I walked around to the back 40, to the small family cemetery where my great-grandparents were buried. Dad was there too. The area was completely overgrown with weeds, the headstones barely visible. They couldn't be bothered to maintain the graves of the people who'd built this place. That's when whatever tiny bit of doubt I'd been carrying disappeared completely. These men didn't deserve this land. Uncle Rick was waiting by the house when I walked back. He looked old and beaten down. He asked if we could talk, and I didn't say no. So he started in on this speech about how my father would be ashamed of me. I told him my father would be ashamed of what he'd done to his widow and daughter. Rick tried to argue that they'd given Mom money, that they'd helped us out. I reminded him they'd given her $85,000 for land worth over $500,000. They'd scammed a grieving woman and her teenage kid. He actually tried to justify it by saying they'd taken a risk and invested their own money into improvements. Like that made it okay, that they'd built their fortune on my father's grave. He switched tactics and asked what happened to keeping it in the family. I told him it was in the family now. The right part of the family. The part that actually loved my father, instead of seeing his death as a business opportunity. He didn't have an answer for that. Day 30 arrived. I showed up with the sheriff to oversee the eviction. There was a small crowd of family members there, some to support my uncles, and some just to watch the drama. My uncles loaded their stuff into a U-Haul, while everyone stood around in awkward silence. Uncle Tom wouldn't even look at me. Uncle Rick tried one more time, saying they'd never forgive me for this. I told him good. Then we were even. The week after they left, I brought Mom out to see the property. She hadn't been back since they'd bought it from her. She cried when we pulled up, and then she cried more when she saw what they'd done to the place. We walked the land together, not saying much. Out by the old oak tree near the north fence line, we found Dad's initials carved into the bark. He'd done that when he was a teenager. It was one of the only original things my uncles hadn't destroyed or paved over. I told Mom my plan. I was going to restore the original farmhouse. Not as an Airbnb or a business, but as a family home. Maybe run a small organic farm operation the way Dad used to. Honor what the place had been, instead of trying to turn it into something else. She squeezed my hand and said Dad would be proud, but also sad that it had come to this. That was 3 months ago. The demolition of all the commercial additions started a few weeks after the eviction. The foundation of the original house is being rebuilt right now. It's slow work and expensive, but I'm not in a hurry. I want to do it right. The family situation hasn't gotten better. About half of them still won't speak to me. The other half thinks my uncles got what they deserved. Holiday gatherings are going to be awkward for the foreseeable future, but honestly, I'm okay with that. My uncles filed some kind of nuisance lawsuit claiming I defrauded them or something equally ridiculous. My lawyer says it'll get thrown out, that they're just lashing out. I posted a photo on social media a few weeks ago, just a simple shot of the property with the caption, "Bringing it home." The comments were split pretty evenly between people supporting me and people calling me petty and vengeful. I don't really care either way. The people who matter know the truth. Some nights I don't feel as triumphant as I thought I would. There's this weird emptiness sometimes, like I've been working toward this goal for so long that now I don't know what comes next. Mom told me that's normal, that revenge doesn't feel as good as you think it will. But she also said this wasn't really about revenge. It was about justice, about making something right that had been wrong for too long. I still have nightmares sometimes about Dad's funeral, about being 19 years old and watching my uncles manipulate my mom while I was too grief-stricken to understand what was happening. But then I wake up and remember that the land is back where it belongs, that my dad's grave is being tended again, that the people who used his death for profit lost everything they built on that foundation. Sitting out here now, at 32 years old, on the land that's been in my family for over a century, I can still hear Uncle Rick's voice in my head, saying they'd rescued it from incompetence. I think about what generational land means, about legacy and family, and the price of grief. This was never just about revenge. Not really. It was about proving they were wrong, about reclaiming what was stolen from us when we were too broken to fight back. Last week, I found an unmarked envelope in my mailbox. Inside was an old photograph of my dad as a young man, maybe 20 years old, standing in front of the barn with a huge smile on his face. On the back, written in Uncle Tom's handwriting, it said, "He would have wanted us to share it." I've been staring at that photo for days now. Part of me wants to tear it up. Part of me wants to frame it. Mostly I'm just angry that after everything, the lies, the manipulation, the years of profiting off my father's death, they still think they deserved a piece of this. They still don't understand what they took from us. The land is my answer. The restored farm is my answer. And I think that's enough. Betrayal runs deep, but so does payback. I, 18, just received a letter that made me realize my Aunt Linda, 45, had been lying to me for the past 6 years. The whole thing started on a Tuesday afternoon when I was checking the mail. I wasn't expecting anything important, just the usual junk and bills that came to the house. But there it was, a thick envelope from Meridian Life Insurance Company with my name on it. Not Linda's name, mine. I need to back up a bit so this makes sense. My mom died when I was 12. Cancer, It happened fast, like 6 months from diagnosis to gone. My dad was never in the picture, just some guy whose name I know but have never met. So, when Mom passed, Linda swooped in and took me. She was Mom's older sister, already had 2 kids of her own, Ryan and Sophia, who were 8 and 10 at the time. Linda sat me down at the funeral and told me I'd be living with her now, that she'd treat me like her own. I remember being so grateful. I had nowhere else to go, and she seemed like she actually wanted me there. That was 6 years ago. 6 years of cooking every meal for a family of 5. 6 years of cleaning the entire house because Linda said she worked hard at her job and needed help. 6 years of babysitting Ryan and Sophia whenever Linda wanted to go out with friends or take weekend trips. She'd always tell me we were tight on money when I asked for anything. New shoes? We can't afford it right now. Money for a school trip? Maybe next time. College fund? She'd laugh and say we'd figure it out later. Meanwhile, I watched her renovate the kitchen, buy a new car, and eventually move us all into a bigger house 2 years ago. I worked part-time at a grocery store just to have money for basic stuff. Shampoo, clothes that actually fit, anything that wasn't a necessity for the household. Every dollar I made went into a savings account that I was terrified to touch because it was all I had. By the time I turned 18, I had about $1,200 in there. That was it. 6 years of work. So back to the letter. I opened it in my room because something felt weird about it. The first page was formal, talking about a life insurance policy disbursement and asking me to confirm some information for their records. I read it 3 times before it clicked. The policy was my mom's. The disbursement date was 6 years ago, like 2 months after she died. The amount was $150,000. My hands started shaking. I called the number on the letter right then, closed my door so Linda wouldn't hear. The woman who answered was nice, walked me through the account details. Yes, the policy was issued to me as the sole beneficiary. Yes, it was cashed out using guardianship documents that Linda had submitted. Yes, the full amount had been sent to her 6 years ago. No, there was nothing left. It was all gone. I sat on my bed for probably an hour, just staring at the wall. Everything suddenly made sense. The bigger house, the renovations, Linda's shopping trips, the way she'd tell me we were broke while she was planning a vacation. She'd been living off my money this whole time and I didn't even know it existed. All those times she'd said I should be grateful. All those times she'd reminded me that she took me in when nobody else wanted me. The way she'd wave her hand and say I owed her for putting a roof over my head. I thought about every meal I'd cooked, every floor I'd scrubbed, every weekend I'd spent watching her kids so she could go out. She'd been spending my inheritance while treating me like live-in help. The worst part was realizing she'd planned this from the start. She didn't take me in because she cared. She took me in because I came with a paycheck. And when I turned 18, and the insurance company sent verification to the address on file, my address, where I actually lived, her little scheme started to crack. I don't know how long I sat there, but eventually the anger kicked in. Not the hot kind where you yell and throw things, the cold kind where you get really, really clear about what needs to happen next. I read through every page of that letter again, took pictures of all of it with my phone, and put the originals in my backpack. Then I went downstairs. Linda was in the kitchen drinking wine and scrolling through her phone. She looked up when I walked in, and I just put the letter on the counter in front of her. Didn't say anything at first, just watched her face. She went pale for a second, and I knew she understood exactly what I'd found. She recovered fast, though, picked up the letter, skimmed it, and then looked at me like I was being dramatic. She asked what I was so upset about, like this was all some misunderstanding. So I told her. I told her I knew about the money, about the forged guardianship papers, about all of it. And you know what she did? She got mad at me, started listing everything she'd done for me over the years. The food, the room, the clothes, like I should be thanking her for the bare minimum while she spent $150,000 that belonged to me. Then she said it, the thing I'll never forget. She looked me dead in the eye and said, "You owe me for raising you." And she laughed, actually laughed, like the whole thing was funny, like I was being ridiculous for thinking that money was mine. That was the last time she laughed at me. I grabbed the letter off the counter and went back upstairs. I didn't pack everything, just the important stuff. Documents, photos of Mom, my laptop, some clothes. I texted my coworker Josh and asked if I could crash at his place. He said yes, didn't even ask why. By midnight, I was gone. Linda didn't even notice I'd left until the next morning. She sent a bunch of texts asking where I was, saying I was being dramatic, that we needed to talk like adults. I didn't respond to any of them. I spent that whole next day researching. Fraud, forgery, guardianship laws, statute of limitations. By the time the sun went down, I knew exactly what I was going to do. I took my $1,200 in savings and made an appointment with a lawyer. We met 2 days later, and when I showed him everything, he actually looked angry on my behalf. He told me this wasn't just civil fraud, this was criminal. Linda had forged legal documents and stolen from a minor. We filed a police report that same afternoon. The police report got assigned to a detective within a week, Detective Martinez. She was in her 40s, no-nonsense type, and she didn't waste time. She called me in for an interview first, had me walk through everything. The timeline, the letter, how Linda had treated me, all of it. She took notes the whole time and kept nodding like she'd seen this kind of thing before. When I finished, she told me she'd need to talk to Linda next, and that I should prepare for things to get messy. She wasn't wrong. Martinez showed up at Linda's house 2 days later. I wasn't there, obviously, but Linda called me 17 times that day. I didn't pick up. She left voicemails that started off angry, then confused, then panicked. The last one was her crying, saying I was ruining everything and that I needed to call off the investigation before it was too late. I saved all of them and forwarded them to Martinez. My lawyer told me Linda tried to play it off during the interview, said there was a misunderstanding about the guardianship documents, that she'd been authorized to access the funds for my care, that everything was legal. But Martinez wasn't buying it. She subpoenaed Linda's financial records, and that's when things really started to fall apart for her. Turns out the life insurance money wasn't the only thing Linda had been doing. Martinez called me about 3 weeks into the investigation and said they'd found more. Linda had been filing taxes using my identity. She'd claimed me as a dependent every year, which was fine, I guess, but she'd also been claiming my part-time income on her returns and pocketing the difference. There were fake receipts for care expenses that never happened, medical bills under my name that were actually for Linda's cosmetic procedures. She'd even opened a credit card using my social security number. The balance wasn't huge, maybe $800, but it was still fraud. The tax stuff was what really got her, though. Martinez said once the IRS got involved, it became a whole different situation. Federal charges were on the table now, not just state fraud. My lawyer explained that Linda was looking at serious time if she got convicted on everything. Around week 4, Linda's calls stopped. I thought maybe she'd finally accepted what was happening. Then I started getting messages from family members, her friends, people I barely knew. All of them saying basically the same thing, that I was being vindictive, that Linda made a mistake but she'd raised me, that I was going to destroy her life over money. A few of them tried the whole family loyalty angle. One of Mom's cousins told me Mom would be ashamed of me. That one hurt. But my grandmother, Mom's mom, called me too. She was the only one who got it. She told me she'd always wondered where Mom's life insurance had gone, that Linda had told everyone there wasn't any. Grandma said she should have pushed harder, asked more questions. She apologized for not protecting me. I told her it wasn't her fault. How was she supposed to know? Linda tried a different approach after the family pressure didn't work. She showed up at the grocery store where I worked, just walked right in and cornered me by the produce section. Started begging, saying she was sorry, that she'd pay me back, that we could work something out without the courts. She looked terrible, like she hadn't slept in days. Part of me almost felt bad. Almost. Then she said if I didn't drop the charges, she'd tell everyone I'd been stealing from her for years, that I was a troubled kid who'd made her life hell. The threats killed whatever sympathy I might have had. My manager had to ask her to leave. I filed a restraining order the next day. 2 months after I'd filed the initial report, Linda got arrested. They charged her with felony fraud, identity theft, and forgery. The tax stuff was being handled separately by the IRS, but Martinez said that was coming too. Linda's lawyer tried to get her a deal, plead guilty to lesser charges, agree to restitution, avoid jail time. The prosecutor wasn't interested. They wanted to make an example out of her, I think. Cases like this don't happen every day. The court hearings were brutal. I had to sit there and listen to Linda's lawyer paint me as this ungrateful kid who'd turned on his caretaker over a misunderstanding. He tried to argue that Linda had used the money for my benefit, that the house and the food and everything counted as care expenses. The prosecutor tore that apart pretty fast, showed the receipts for Linda's shopping sprees, her vacations, the cosmetic work, showed that I'd been working part-time and buying my own necessities, showed my bank statements, proving I'd spent 6 years scraping by while Linda lived large. Linda cried on the stand. Talked about how hard it had been to raise 3 kids on her own, how much she'd sacrificed, how she'd only wanted to give me a good home. The prosecutor asked her why she'd forged guardianship documents if everything was legitimate, asked her why she'd filed fake tax receipts, asked her why she'd opened a credit card in my name. Linda didn't have good answers for any of it. The jury took 4 hours to come back. Guilty on all counts. Sentencing came 2 weeks later. The judge wasn't sympathetic. He said Linda had violated a sacred trust, that she'd exploited a grieving child for financial gain, and that her actions were calculated and deliberate. He ordered full restitution, the $150,000 plus 6 years of interest, which brought it to almost $190,000. Probation for 5 years, community service, and a felony record that meant she lost her job. Linda had to sell the house to pay the restitution, the one she'd bought with my money. Her ex-husband, the father of Ryan and Sophia, took the kids. They moved 2 hours away. I heard through family that Linda had to move into a tiny apartment and was working retail to make ends meet. People kept telling me I should feel good about that. Justice served and all. But mostly I just felt tired. The money hit my account 3 months after sentencing. All of it, including the interest. I stared at the balance for probably 20 minutes. It should have felt like winning. It just felt like the end of something I never wanted to be part of in the first place. That was 8 months ago. I'm in college now, studying business at a state school about an hour from where I grew up. Got a small apartment near campus. Nothing fancy, but it's mine. I still work part-time, mostly because I want to, not because I have to anymore. The money from the restitution is in a mix of savings and investments. My lawyer helped me set it up so I wouldn't blow through it. I'm trying to be smart about it, make it last. Therapy has been helping. I started going about a month after everything was finalized because I wasn't sleeping, and I kept having these angry episodes over nothing. My therapist says I have trust issues now, which feels obvious but apparently needs to be said out loud. I don't let people get close. I assume everyone wants something from me. We're working on it. Linda never stopped, though. She spent the first few months after sentencing posting on Facebook about me. Long rants about how her ungrateful nephew had destroyed her family over a misunderstanding. She painted herself as the victim, said she'd sacrificed everything to raise me, and I'd repaid her by having her arrested. A lot of people believed her. Extended family mostly. People who didn't know the full story or didn't want to know it. My mom's side of the family split pretty much down the middle. Grandma cut Linda off completely, told her she was ashamed to call her a daughter. My other aunt, Mom's younger sister Karen, won't talk to me anymore. She thinks I went too far, that I should have handled it privately instead of getting the law involved. She sent me a long email about forgiveness and family loyalty. I never responded. A few cousins reached out to say they supported me, but most of them just stayed quiet. I don't blame them. It's awkward. The house sold at auction 4 months ago. Linda couldn't keep up with the mortgage once she lost her job, and the restitution order meant she had to liquidate assets anyway. I got a notification about it from my lawyer, asking if I wanted to put in a bid. I had the money. I could have bought it outright and probably had cash left over. But I couldn't imagine living there. Too many bad memories of scrubbing floors and cooking meals while Linda spent my inheritance. So I let it go. A young couple bought it. They have 2 little kids. I drove by one day, not really sure why. Just curious, I guess. The kids were playing in the front yard on one of those plastic jungle gyms. The mom was gardening. It looked happy. Normal. It was weird seeing the place like that. Like Linda and all the bad stuff had never happened there. I haven't gone back since. Linda tried reaching out directly a few times. She's blocked on everything, but she'd make new social media accounts just to message me. Always the same thing. I ruined her life. I took everything from her. I destroyed her family. After the 5th or 6th account, I just stopped responding entirely. My lawyer said to keep screenshots of everything in case she violated the restraining order, but she's been careful to stay just on the legal side of harassment. Ryan and Sophia are doing okay from what I hear. They're with their dad now, and apparently, he's actually been a decent parent. He'd been paying child support the whole time they were with Linda, which I didn't know. Grandma keeps in touch with them and gives me updates sometimes. Part of me wants to reach out, explain my side of things, but my therapist says to give it time. They lost their home and had to switch schools because of what happened. Even if Linda was the one who caused it, I'm the one they're going to associate with the fallout. 3 weeks ago, something new happened. I got a letter from Linda's lawyer. Not about criminal stuff, that's all done. This was about the restitution. Linda is claiming financial hardship and asking the court to reduce the monthly payments. She's paid back maybe $20,000 so far, which means she still owes me around $170,000. Her lawyer is arguing that the current payment plan is unsustainable and that she'll never be able to pay it all back at this rate. My lawyer says we can fight it, that financial hardship isn't a valid reason to reduce court-ordered restitution, especially for a felony. But he also said if we push back hard, this could drag out for years. More court dates, more legal fees, more of my life spent dealing with Linda's mess. He asked me what I wanted to do. Honestly, I don't know. Part of me wants every single dollar she owes me. It's not about the money anymore. It's about her facing consequences for what she did. But another part of me is just exhausted. I'm 19 years old and I've spent the last year of my life in police stations and courtrooms. I'm supposed to be figuring out who I am and what I want to do with my life. Not fighting with my aunt over restitution payments. People have a lot of opinions about what I should do. Grandma thinks I should let some of it go, that holding on to anger is only hurting me. My roommate thinks I should squeeze her for every penny. My therapist won't tell me what to do, just asks me questions about how each option makes me feel. Everyone wants to weigh in on whether I was right or wrong, whether I went too far or not far enough. The truth is, I don't regret reporting her. What she did was illegal and wrong, and she needed to face that. But I also can't pretend that other people didn't get hurt in the process. Ryan and Sophia lost their home. They lost their mom, basically, since she's barely functioning now. Yeah, that's on Linda for what she did, but they're still kids dealing with the aftermath. Linda's lawyer included a note with the motion. He says Linda is willing to apologize publicly and admit what she did was wrong if I agree to a reduced payment plan. My first instinct was to laugh. She's had 8 months to apologize and hasn't. Now suddenly she's sorry because it might save her money. But then again, maybe an apology is worth something. Maybe it's worth more than dragging this out for another 5 years. I haven't decided yet. The hearing is in 3 weeks. My lawyer needs an answer before then about how we want to proceed. Some days I think I should fight it, make her pay back every cent even if it takes decades. Other days, I think about just being done with it, taking whatever she can reasonably pay and moving on with my life. I'm 19. I've got my whole life ahead of me, and I don't want to spend it stuck in the past with Linda. So that's where things stand now. Linda tells everyone I ruined her life. Maybe I did. But I didn't steal anything. I just took back what was always mine. Guess who controlled Grandma's will? Not the Golden children anymore. I, 32, have been dealing with my Aunt Carol, 58, and Uncle Richard, 55, for the past 2 years. They're my dad's siblings, and they've always been the type to show up only when there's something in it for them. My dad passed away when I was 19, and after that, I became really close with my grandma. She practically raised me after we lost him. About 2 years ago, Grandma started showing signs of dementia. Nothing major at first. She'd forget where she put her keys or repeat the same story twice in one conversation. But it was enough that we all noticed. My mom, my younger brother Jake, who's 28, and I started taking turns checking on her more often. We'd bring groceries, help with bills, just making sure she was okay. That's when Carol and Richard suddenly remembered they had a mother. They showed up at Grandma's house one weekend unannounced. I was there helping her organize her medications when they walked in like they owned the place. Carol immediately started commenting on how overwhelmed Grandma looked, how she shouldn't have to deal with so much stress. Richard chimed in about how we were probably pressuring her about finances. I was stunned. These two hadn't visited Grandma in over a year, and now they were acting like concerned children. But Grandma seemed happy to see them, so I didn't say anything. I should have. Within 2 weeks, they'd moved her into a facility without consulting anyone else in the family. They claimed it was closer to them so they could provide proper care. When I tried to visit, the staff said I wasn't on the approved visitors list. Carol had made sure of that. I called Grandma's phone and Carol answered. She told me Grandma was resting and that I was causing unnecessary stress by trying to force visits. She actually said the family had been poisoning Grandma's mind against them for years, making her think they only came around for money. Then she said they were protecting her from people like me who just saw dollar signs. The irony wasn't lost on me. My brother and I tried everything. We called the facility. We reached out to Grandma's friends from church. We even contacted her longtime attorney, Mr. Harrison. He seemed uncomfortable when we spoke, said he couldn't discuss his client's affairs, but he did mention that Grandma had been in to update some documents recently. That's when I knew something was wrong. 3 months went by, 3 months of being blocked from seeing my own grandmother. Then one night, I got a call from Mrs. Patterson, one of Grandma's neighbors. She'd managed to visit Grandma at the facility because apparently Carol hadn't thought to block the church ladies. Mrs. Patterson whispered into the phone like she was afraid of being overheard. She said Grandma had mentioned changing her will, that Carol and Richard had been talking to her about how the rest of us only wanted her money and that she should protect her assets from greedy family members. I felt sick. 2 weeks later, Grandma passed away. Pneumonia, they said. Carol called to inform us, her voice dripping with fake sadness. The funeral was small. Carol and Richard sat in the front row like grieving saints. I sat in the back with my brother and mom, feeling like strangers at our own grandmother's funeral. The will reading was scheduled for the following week. Carol kept smiling at me during the funeral reception, this knowing, smug smile that made my blood boil. Richard posted on Facebook about losing the family matriarch and how they'd been blessed to care for her in her final days. I wanted to punch him. That smile Carol had, though, it stuck with me. She thought she'd won. They both did. The day of the will reading, Carol and Richard showed up dressed like they were attending a business meeting. Carol had already started wearing some of Grandma's jewelry. I recognized the pearl necklace Grandma wore every Sunday to church. Richard carried a leather folder, probably to take notes on all the assets they thought they were about to inherit. Mr. Harrison looked tired. He'd been Grandma's attorney for over 30 years, and I could tell this whole situation had worn on him. He asked us all to sit down, and then he dropped the bomb. The will Carol and Richard had convinced Grandma to sign, the one that left everything to them, had been superseded. 3 weeks before Grandma died, she'd filed a final amendment. Alone, without Carol or Richard present. Carol's face went white. Richard actually stood up from his chair. Mr. Harrison continued reading. Grandma had appointed me as the executor of her estate and granted me full discretionary power to divide assets as I saw fit among the family. Not equally. Not according to any formula. However I decided was fair. The room erupted. Carol started screaming about how this was illegal, how I must have manipulated Grandma, how she was going to contest this obvious fraud. Richard was on his phone, presumably calling a lawyer. My brother looked shocked. My mom started crying. Mr. Harrison calmly explained that he had detailed documentation of his final meeting with Grandma, including a video recording where she explicitly stated she was of sound mind and was making this decision without any coercion. She'd apparently told him that Carol and Richard had shown their true colors, and that she trusted me to do what was right with her legacy. Carol and Richard did contest the will. They hired an expensive lawyer and dragged the process out for 8 months. During that time, they threw a party at Grandma's house, which they'd been staying in, claiming they had a right to be there as caretakers. They posted photos all over social media, wearing Grandma's jewelry, posing with her antique furniture like they'd won some kind of prize. Carol posted a photo of herself in Grandma's vintage fur coat with the caption about how Grandma's treasures were with the family who actually cared. That post got screenshot and saved real quick. The court finally ruled in my favor. The judge wasn't gentle about it either. She said the evidence clearly showed Grandma had been isolated and manipulated, but that her final amendment demonstrated she'd recognized what was happening and taken steps to correct it. The judge ordered that all legal fees, and they were substantial after 8 months of litigation, be deducted from whatever inheritance Carol and Richard were entitled to receive. That's when I got to work. I spent 2 months going through Grandma's belongings and reading through old letters and journals I found in her bedroom. She'd written a lot about the women's shelter she volunteered at for 20 years, how important it was to her, how she wished she could do more for the women there who were rebuilding their lives. She'd also written about her church, how the community had supported her after Grandpa died, how she wished the old building could be restored to its former glory. I knew exactly what to do. The jewelry, every piece Carol had been flaunting online, went to the women's shelter. They held a fundraising auction, and those pieces raised over $40,000. The antique furniture, the collectibles, the vintage items Richard had been photographing like trophies, sold. Every penny went into a fund for the church restoration project. They put a plaque in the new community room with Grandma's name on it. I made sure my brother and mom were taken care of. The house went to my mom, who'd always loved it. Grandma's savings were split between Jake and me for our kids' education funds. Her photo albums, personal letters, and the handmade quilt from her mother went to us. The things that actually mattered. As for Carol and Richard, after the legal fees were deducted from their portion, there wasn't much left. I gave them exactly what I found that Grandma had specifically labeled for them in her basement. A dusty cardboard box filled with old newspapers from the 1970s that she'd apparently been saving for some reason. No note, no explanation. Just newspapers. Carol called me the day she opened the box. She was screaming so loud I had to hold the phone away from my ear. She called me every name in the book, threatened to sue me again, said I'd stolen her inheritance and destroyed her mother's legacy. When she finally stopped to breathe, I said that Grandma always believed you should get exactly what you give. Then I hung up. Richard sent a few threatening emails that my lawyer advised me to keep for documentation but not respond to. Eventually, they both went quiet. I heard through the family grapevine that they're trying to salvage their reputations, telling anyone who'll listen that I manipulated Grandma and stole their inheritance. The funny thing is, most of Grandma's friends were at the church restoration dedication. They saw the plaque. They knew where the money came from. And they remembered who visited Grandma every week before Carol and Richard showed up, and who isolated her afterward. Sometimes I wonder if I should have given them more, maybe some of the smaller items, photos, something with sentimental value. Then I remember Carol wearing Grandma's pearls at the funeral reception, smiling that smug smile. And I don't feel bad anymore. My mom asked me last week if I thought Grandma would be proud of how I handled everything. Honestly, I think she knew exactly what she was doing when she made me executor. She could have left detailed instructions, but she didn't. She trusted me to figure out what mattered. The women's shelter sent me a letter last month. One of the residents bought a necklace from the auction, said it made her feel beautiful for the first time in years. The church youth group now has a space for after-school programs because of the renovations. Carol and Richard have a box of old newspapers. My brother called me yesterday. He said Carol showed up at his work trying to convince him to help her sue me again. She told him I'd manipulated the whole situation, and that if he testified on her behalf, she'd split whatever she recovered with him. Jake told her to leave or he'd call security. She left, but not before telling him he was making a huge mistake, and that family should stick together. The audacity of that woman never ceases to amaze me. I've been sleeping better lately. For a while after Grandma died, I kept having these dreams where she was trying to tell me something, but I couldn't hear her. Now those dreams have stopped. Maybe that means I did the right thing. Or maybe I'm just finally at peace with my decisions. Richard blocked me on all social media last week. Carol had already blocked me months ago. Fine by me. I don't need to see their pity party posts about how their ungrateful nephew destroyed their lives. The people who matter know the truth. The church is planning a dedication ceremony next month for the completed renovations. They invited me to say a few words about Grandma. I'm not great at public speaking, but I think I'll do it. She deserves to be remembered for who she really was, not the confused old woman Carol and Richard tried to manipulate, but the strong, generous person who spent her life helping others. I wonder if Carol and Richard will show up. Part of me hopes they do. I want them to see exactly where Grandma's legacy ended up. I want them to see the faces of the people she actually cared about benefiting from her generosity. But honestly, they probably won't come. They never cared about the things that mattered to Grandma anyway. Guess who owns the family business now? I, 32, have spent the last 15 years working in my family's manufacturing business alongside my father, 64, and my older brother Derek, 35. Mom passed away 2 years ago, and that's when everything completely fell apart. Growing up, Derek was always the golden child. He got the new car at 16 while I got his hand-me-down. He went to a private university while I went to community college because the business needed me. Mom and Dad always made it clear that Derek was being groomed to take over, and I was just there. Support staff. The spare. But here's the thing, I didn't mind at first. I actually loved the work. I started on the factory floor at 17, learned every machine, every process. By 20, I was managing production schedules. By 25, I was handling supplier relationships and logistics. Derek got his business degree, traveled for a year, then waltzed into a VP title at 28 doing half the work I did. I made $45,000 a year. Derek made $120,000 plus bonuses. When Mom died, I thought maybe things would change. Maybe Dad would finally see how much I contributed. Instead, 3 months after the funeral, Dad and Derek called me into the office for a family meeting. They had reorganized the company structure. Derek was now president. Dad remained CEO. And me? My title didn't change, but my salary got cut to $35,000 because the company needed to tighten its belt during this difficult transition. The difficult transition apparently didn't affect Derek's salary, or the new Audi he bought 2 weeks later. I asked about ownership shares. Mom's will had left everything to Dad, but I thought maybe he'd divide future ownership between us. Dad actually laughed. He said Derek had the education and business acumen to run things, and I should be grateful to have a job at all. He said I could stay on as a valued employee or leave if I wasn't happy with the arrangement. That's when Derek told me to be honest, that I was replaceable. Anyone could do what I did. I went home that night and didn't sleep. I kept thinking about every weekend I'd worked, every vacation I'd skipped, every time I'd covered for Derek when he'd disappeared for 3-hour lunches or left early for golf. The next morning, I started documenting everything. Every email, every invoice, every record I could access. See, I'd been handling a lot of the bookkeeping and financial documentation for years. Another job they'd loaded onto me. And I'd noticed things that didn't add up. 2 weeks later, they cut my responsibilities in half and hired Derek's college buddy to assist me, which basically meant to take over my job at twice my salary. The message was clear: leave or be pushed out. So I gave my 2 weeks' notice. Derek actually looked relieved. Dad just nodded and said it was probably for the best. They had no idea what I'd been copying to an external hard drive every night for the past month. Our family business had 2 sets of books. The real ones, which I'd been maintaining, showed actual revenue. The ones submitted to the IRS significantly underreported income. We're talking about $3 to $4 million in unreported revenue over the past 7 years. There were also payroll issues. Derek was listed as a consultant through a separate LLC to avoid certain taxes. They'd been paying personal expenses through the business. Dad's boat, Derek's Audi, even Mom's medical bills that insurance should have covered. All written off as business expenses. I'd caught them discussing it once, about a year before Mom died. They noticed me nearby and changed the subject fast. That's when I started being more careful about what I documented. On my last day, Derek made a joke about how I'd finally have time to find my real calling, since I clearly wasn't cut out for business. Dad didn't even say goodbye. He was on a golf trip. I walked out at 5 p.m. on a Friday. The following Monday, I overnighted a complete package to the IRS. The IRS doesn't mess around when you hand them everything gift-wrapped. I'd included a detailed letter explaining the documentation, the timeline, and my role in the company. I made it clear I'd been an employee following orders, not a partner in the decisions. I'd organized 7 years of bank statements, emails where they discussed the reporting strategies, and invoices that didn't match deposits. Everything was meticulously labeled and cross-referenced. 3 weeks later, federal agents showed up at the business. They froze the accounts that same day. Dad called me for the first time since I'd left, screaming that I was trying to destroy the family. I hung up on him. Derek tried a different approach. He showed up at my apartment trying to convince me that this would hurt everyone, that we could work something out. He actually offered me $50,000 to recant my statement. I recorded that conversation too and sent it to my IRS contact. The investigation moved fast because I'd done their work for them. Within 2 months, they had frozen assets, revoked business licenses, and filed formal charges. Dad's lawyer tried to argue that I had been involved in the fraud, but every document showed Derek and Dad making the decisions while I just processed what I was told to process. My paper trail was clean. The company couldn't operate without its licenses. They couldn't make payroll without access to accounts. Suppliers started demanding cash up front. Everything collapsed in about 4 months. Dad had to liquidate assets to pay the initial penalties and legal fees. The business went up for auction to cover the tax debt and fines. They owed close to $8 million after penalties and interest. Here's what they didn't know. I'd been living on $35,000 a year, but I'd been saving and investing carefully since I was 20. Mom had also left me $50,000 in a separate account that Dad didn't know about. She'd set it up years ago and told me about it a month before she died. She said she was sorry for how they'd treated me. It was the only time she'd ever acknowledged it. I had $180,000 saved. I got a business loan for the rest. Banks were happy to lend when I showed them my knowledge of operations and the fact that the business itself was profitable. It was just the ownership that was corrupt. I bought the company for $2.1 million at auction. Fair market value would have been around $5 million, but distressed sale prices are lower. I was also the only bidder who knew the business well enough to see its value. Everyone else saw a company destroyed by fraud. I saw the company I'd been running behind the scenes for 15 years. The look on Derek's face when he found out was worth everything. He'd assumed some corporate buyer would snap it up, and he could maybe get rehired eventually. He never thought I had the money or the guts to do it. Dad didn't even show up to the auction. I heard later that he was meeting with bankruptcy attorneys. I took over officially 6 months after I'd sent that package to the IRS. The first thing I did was clean house. I fired Derek's college buddy who'd taken my job. I gave raises to the employees who'd been underpaid for years. I promoted the floor supervisors who actually knew how to run operations. I renegotiated supplier contracts. I set up proper accounting systems. I made everything transparent and legal. Turns out, when you're not siphoning millions out of a company for personal expenses, you can actually run a profitable business. Dad's living off Social Security now. His boat got seized. His house got refinanced. He's 74 and won't talk to me. Derek was unemployed for 6 months after everything fell apart. His wife left him when the money dried up. Then he called me, desperate, and I offered him a job. I offered Derek minimum wage on the factory floor, the same place I started at 17, the same machines I learned on while he was partying at his private university. He tried to negotiate. He said he had management experience, that he could be valuable in a leadership role. I told him the offer stood for 24 hours and hung up. He showed up on day 1. That was 8 months ago now. He clocks in every morning at 7 a.m. He operates the same machines I used to operate. He takes orders from supervisors who used to report to him. Some of them are people he treated like garbage when he had power. They haven't forgotten. I pay him exactly minimum wage, $15.75 an hour in our state. He works 40 hours a week, sometimes 42 if we need overtime, which I approve at time and a half because I actually follow labor laws. Every Sunday, I review the time cards and I see his name there. Derek Martinez, production floor. It never gets old. The company's doing better than it ever did under Dad and Derek. We're more profitable now because we're not bleeding money through fraud and personal expenses. I've invested in new equipment. I've hired more staff. We landed 2 major contracts last quarter that Dad had been trying to get for years. Turns out clients like working with companies that aren't under federal investigation. I gave bonuses at the end of last year. real bonuses, based on performance and tenure. Some of the guys who'd been there since I was a kid got 5-figure checks. They cried. One of them told me it was the first time in 30 years anyone had appreciated his work. Derek got his bonus too. It was proportional to his wage and tenure. $240. Last week he asked to speak with me privately. We went into my office, the same office Dad used to call me into to tell me I wasn't good enough. Derek sat in the chair I used to sit in while they lectured me. He said he's been thinking about everything, about how he treated me. He said working on the floor has given him perspective, that he understands now what I went through. He said he wants to apologize, and maybe we could talk about a path forward for him at the company. I didn't say anything for a minute. I just looked at him. He's lost weight. His hands have calluses now. He looks tired in a way he never did before. He told me he knows he doesn't deserve anything, but he's family. He said Mom would have wanted us to reconcile. That last part almost made me laugh. Mom watched them treat me like dirt for 30 years and said nothing until she was dying. One deathbed apology and a secret $50,000 doesn't erase 3 decades. I told Derek I'd think about it. Honestly, I don't know what to do. Part of me wants to believe people can change. Maybe 8 months of hard work has actually taught him something. Maybe he finally understands what he put me through. But the other part of me remembers everything. Every dismissive comment, every time he took credit for my work. The way he laughed when Dad cut my salary. The way he called me replaceable. I have all the power now. I decide if he stays on the floor or gets a chance at something more. I decide if he makes minimum wage forever or eventually earns his way back to a real position. I decide everything about his future at this company. The spare won. And now I'm the one who gets to decide what happens next. I just don't know if revenge is supposed to feel this hollow, or if I'm supposed to be the bigger person now that I've already won. How I turned my narcissistic mother's birthday party into her public downfall. 1. 34. Have spent my entire life watching my mother, Linda, 62, destroy everything she touches while smiling for the cameras. To everyone else, she's this amazing woman who volunteers at the food bank and organizes charity drives. To me, my sister Maya, 29, and my brother Chris, 26. She's the reason we all needed therapy. Growing up, nothing was ever good enough unless she could take credit for it. When I got a full scholarship to college, she told everyone at church that it only happened because she pushed me so hard. When Maya's marriage fell apart 2 years ago, Mom told our relatives that she failed because I didn't raise her to know how to keep a man happy. Maya hasn't spoken to her since. Chris still lives at home, and I can see how beaten down he is every time I visit. 2 months ago, I got the invitation to her grand 62nd birthday celebration at the country club. It wasn't really an invitation, more like a summons. The card literally said it was time for the family to come together and put aside childish grudges. She made sure to mention Maya specifically, like she was doing her some kind of favor by allowing her to attend. I almost said no. Then Maya called me crying. She said Mom had been texting her constantly, guilt-tripping her about the party, and she knew Mom was planning to humiliate her in front of everyone. That's when something clicked. I'd been saving screenshots and recordings for years without really knowing why. Text messages where Mom called me a disappointment. Voice memos where she laughed about how all her kids were failures. Messages to aunts and uncles where she made up complete lies about Maya having addiction problems just to explain the divorce. I told Maya I'd go to the party. Then I told Mom I wanted to make a tribute video for her. She absolutely loved that idea. Of course she did. More attention on her. The next 6 weeks, I worked on 2 versions. The decoy was full of happy family photos and generic messages about what a wonderful mother she was. The real one started the same way, then gradually showed who she actually is. Screenshots of her cruelest texts, recordings of the things she said when she thought no one was listening. Maya sent me everything she had. Even Chris, who's terrified of Mom, secretly gave me access to recent recordings from the house. I kept telling myself I could back out. Right up until the week before the party when Mom called me every single day with new demands, each call reminding me exactly why I was doing this. The party was exactly what you'd expect. Expensive country club, at least 80 people, decorations everywhere. Mom was in her element, playing the perfect hostess. I watched her hug Maya at the door while whispering something that made my sister's face go pale. Later, Maya told me it was, "Try not to embarrass me tonight." I set up the laptop myself, told the venue staff I'd handle the AV equipment. I had the decoy slideshow pulled up on screen, but the real file ready to go. Mom spent the whole night working the room, telling everyone how blessed she was to have such a loving family. Several people came up to me saying how inspiring she was. I just smiled and nodded. Then came her speech about family being everything and unconditional love. I looked over at Maya, standing alone in the corner looking miserable, and Chris already 3 drinks deep. Mom finished by announcing that her wonderful eldest child had prepared a special tribute. Before I hit play, I caught Maya's eye. She gave me the smallest nod. The first 90 seconds were normal. Family photos, some vacations, people were smiling. Then came my college graduation photo with text overlay of Mom's actual message. She only got in because I pushed her. She's always been lazy. You could feel the confusion spreading. Next was Maya's wedding photo, followed by Mom's voice recording saying she gave the marriage 2 years because Maya was too selfish to make it work. The room went completely silent. Then the screenshots started coming faster. Mom calling me a disappointment who would never amount to anything. Messages to relatives making up stories about Maya's fake addiction problems. Texts about Chris being too embarrassing to be seen with because of his weight. Then the worst one, a recording of Mom laughing with a friend. My children are my biggest failures, but at least I look good trying to fix them. Mom's face went from shock to pure rage. She tried to grab the laptop, but I'd already closed it. She started stammering about context and cruel jokes, but Maya stood up and said loud enough for everyone to hear, "Every word is real. We all know it." People started leaving in waves. Some confronted Mom on their way out. Others just avoided eye contact. Her best friend from church, who'd been mentioned in some of those messages, walked right past her without a word. My dad, who'd only come for us kids, stopped to tell me he was sorry he never protected us from her. Then Mom completely lost it. Started screaming that I was an ungrateful bitch, all the pretense gone. The country club manager had to ask us to leave. As I walked out, she yelled that we were all dead to her. The next morning I had 47 missed calls from Mom. The texts went from threats to playing victim and back again. But I also had messages from my siblings and a few relatives saying they always suspected something was off. Maya texted me that she could breathe for the first time in years. Chris asked if he could stay with me because Mom kicked him out that morning. He said he didn't even care, that he was done. Mom immediately launched into damage control on social media, posted about how her mentally ill child orchestrated a vicious attack on a loving mother. Some relatives believed her, but most just went silent. The interesting part was her church friends and volunteer organizations. They started distancing themselves, especially the ones who'd seen their own names in those messages. 2 organizations quietly asked her to step down. In our family group chat without Mom, we talked about going no contact. Maya said Mom was begging to talk and would explain everything. I told her not to fall for it, that Mom would apologize just enough to get her back, then use the forgiveness as proof she was the victim. We've seen that pattern too many times. I won't lie, I've had moments of doubt. There were good times with Mom, rare but real, and sometimes I wonder if public humiliation was too far. My therapist keeps asking if I feel guilty, and honestly, it depends on the day. But then I remember that nothing else ever worked. Being kind didn't work. Setting boundaries didn't work. She never faced real consequences before. Chris started therapy and told me he'd been afraid of her his whole life, that he didn't know you could just stop being afraid. It's been 2 weeks now. Mom sent a lawyer letter yesterday threatening to sue me for defamation. But it's an empty threat, since everything I showed was documented truth. The extended family is split down the middle, half supporting me and half saying family business should stay private. 2 of my cousins reached out saying they'd experienced similar things with Mom and felt validated. Maya got a job interview after years of Mom destroying her confidence. I still haven't blocked Mom's number, and I'm not sure why. There's a voicemail from her that I haven't listened to yet. The preview shows it starts with, "I'm your mother. You owe me." Some days I think I went too far. Other days I think it was the only language she'd ever understand. My siblings call me a hero, but heroes don't usually feel this hollow. Mom started a blog about being a victim of elder abuse, and it's actually gaining traction. A reporter called yesterday, wanting both sides of the story. I guess we'll see where this goes. My mother sold my late father's car without asking, so I made her regret ever touching it. I'm 22, and I lost my dad 2 years ago to a sudden heart attack. My mom, Linda, is 48, and we've been living in the same house since it happened, but things between us have been tense ever since the funeral. There's also my cousin Derek, who's 26 and has always been the golden child of our extended family. Everyone thinks he's so successful and responsible, but I've always seen through that act. The car in question is a 1969 Mustang. Dad bought it as a project car when I was 12 years old. It was in rough shape back then, but he had this vision for it. Every single weekend, without fail, we'd be out in the garage working on it together. It became our thing. While other kids were at soccer practice or hanging out at the mall, I was learning how to rebuild an engine and sand down rust spots. Dad taught me everything: how to handle tools, how to be patient with restoration work, how to appreciate the craftsmanship of classic cars. We spent years on that Mustang. We chose the paint color together, this deep blue that Dad said reminded him of the ocean. We restored the interior piece by piece, tracking down original parts on forums and at swap meets. The engine work alone took us almost a year. Dad had specific ideas about modifications, and he'd explain every decision to me. It wasn't just about making the car run. It was about doing it right, honoring what the car was meant to be. On my 18th birthday, Dad surprised me by putting the title in my name. He said it was an early present, that all those years of work together meant I'd earned it. I remember him telling me the car was mine now, that we'd finish it together and it would be my responsibility to take care of it. The title was legally transferred to me, all official and everything. That was 4 years ago. After Dad died, the car became even more important to me. It was the only thing I had left that felt like him. I could sit in the driver's seat and remember every conversation we'd had while working on it. The problem was, the car still wasn't completely finished. There were some electrical issues we'd been troubleshooting, and a few cosmetic touches left to do, but I wasn't in any rush. Working on it kept me connected to him. Mom never understood that. From the moment Dad died, she started calling the Mustang an eyesore. She complained it was taking up garage space, that it was just sitting there, collecting dust. She'd make comments about how I was away at college most of the time anyway, so what was the point of keeping it? I told her repeatedly that I wasn't getting rid of it, that it meant everything to me. She'd roll her eyes and drop it, but I could tell she resented having it there. This whole thing went down when I came home for winter break. It was a Friday afternoon, and I'd driven 3 hours from campus, excited to finally have some time to work on the Mustang. I had a whole list of things I wanted to get done over the break. I walked into the garage, and my stomach just dropped. The spot where the Mustang always sat was empty, completely empty. My first thought was that someone had broken in and stolen it. I felt this wave of panic hit me. I ran back into the house and found Mom in the kitchen making dinner like nothing was wrong. I asked her where the car was, if she'd seen anything suspicious, if we needed to call the police. She didn't even look up from chopping vegetables. She just said she sold it to Derek 3 days ago. I couldn't process what she was saying at first. Sold it? To Derek? She explained it so casually, like she'd gotten rid of an old couch. She said Derek had always loved the car, and that he'd give her $3,000 for it. $3,000. That car was worth at least $25,000, probably more, given all the work Dad and I had put into it. She basically gave it away. I asked her how she could possibly think that was okay. She said it was staying in the family, so what was the big deal? Derek actually appreciated cars, she told me. Then she said I was never going to finish it anyway, that I was too busy with school and it was just wasting space. She acted like she'd done me a favor by getting it out of the garage. I completely lost it. I told her the car wasn't hers to sell. She said it was her house and her garage, so she could do what she wanted. I reminded her the title was in my name, that Dad had given it to me. She waved that off and said it was just paperwork, that family was more important than paperwork. She thought I was being dramatic and selfish. I immediately called Derek. He answered on the third ring, and I could hear how smug he was the second he said hello. He already knew why I was calling. I told him he needed to bring the car back right now. He laughed, actually laughed. He said Mom had told him it was fine, that it was a family sale. He said he'd already put money into it, and that I should have been taking care of it if I wanted to keep it. Then he hit me with the whole possession is 9/10 of the law thing, called me kid, and hung up. I went straight to social media to see if he'd posted anything. Sure enough, there it was. Multiple photos of my Mustang in his driveway. The caption said something about finally getting his dream car and completing a restoration project. The comments were filled with family members congratulating him. Aunts and uncles I hadn't heard from in months were all praising him for the beautiful car. Nobody had thought to ask me about it. Nobody had questioned whether this was okay. They all just assumed Derek had bought some random Mustang. That night I sat in the empty garage for hours. I went through old photos on my phone of Dad and me working on the car. There were dozens of them, us covered in grease, holding up parts, smiling next to the Mustang in various stages of restoration. I remembered every single one of those days. Then I remembered the folder. Dad had kept all the paperwork for the car in a filing cabinet in his old office. I went and pulled it out. Everything was there. The original bill of sale from when Dad bought the car. The title transfer papers from 4 years ago when he'd put it in my name. Insurance documents. Every receipt from parts we'd bought. All of it. The title was crystal clear. My name, not Mom's. She'd never been on any of the paperwork. She had absolutely no legal right to sell that car. It wasn't a family decision or a judgment call about garage space. It was theft. She'd stolen my property and sold it. I spread all the documents out on the kitchen table. Mom walked by and asked what I was doing. I told her I was getting my car back. She said I was being ridiculous and that I needed to let it go. I didn't argue with her. I didn't yell. I just started taking photos of every single document. Looking at those papers, something shifted in me. I realized I wasn't going to beg Derek to do the right thing. I wasn't going to try to reason with Mom about sentimentality or what Dad would have wanted. I was going to handle this the only way that mattered. The legal way. Saturday morning, I woke up with a clear head and a plan. I spent the first hour photographing every single document in that folder. The title showing my name as the sole owner. The bill of sale from when Dad originally bought the car, listing him as the purchaser. The transfer papers from my 18th birthday, with both our signatures and a notary stamp. I even photographed the insurance documents and every receipt we'd saved over the years. I wanted a complete paper trail that proved this car had been legally mine for 4 years. The key document was obviously the title. It had my name on it, clear as day. There was no co-owner listed. Mom's name didn't appear anywhere on any of the paperwork. The car was mine, period. And here's the thing that really mattered. There was no bill of sale between me and Derek, no signed agreement, no transfer of ownership, nothing. Because I'd never agreed to sell the car in the first place. I drove over to Derek's apartment around 10 that morning. I brought the folder with all the original documents. I figured I'd give him one chance to do the right thing before I escalated. His apartment complex was about 20 minutes away, and the whole drive over I was rehearsing what I'd say. I wanted to stay calm and just present the facts. When I got there, I could see the Mustang parked in his assigned spot. Seeing it there made my blood boil, but I kept it together. I went up to his second-floor apartment and knocked. Derek yelled through the door asking who it was. I told him it was me and that we needed to talk. He said we had nothing to talk about. I told him I had the title and all the paperwork and that he needed to return stolen property. He refused to open the door. He just stood on the other side and told me to go away. I explained through the door that Mom had no legal authority to sell the car because it wasn't hers. He said Mom had accepted his payment, so the deal was done. I raised my voice a bit and told him he'd bought stolen property and that the title was still in my name. He told me that was between me and my mom, not his problem. That's when his girlfriend started yelling from somewhere inside the apartment. She said if I didn't leave, they were calling the cops. I actually laughed at that. I told them to go ahead and call the cops, because that would save me a trip. Derek told me to get lost and threatened to get a restraining order if I showed up again. I left, but I wasn't backing down. That evening, Mom called me. She was furious. Apparently, Derek had called her crying about how I'd shown up at his apartment and threatened him. She asked me how I dared to harass Derek when he'd done nothing wrong. I told her he was in possession of stolen property. She said I was being dramatic and that this whole thing was embarrassing her in front of the family. We got into it pretty bad. She kept saying I was selfish and ungrateful, that she'd been trying to help Derek out because he'd always wanted a classic car. I reminded her that Dad had put the car in my name for a reason. She said Dad would be ashamed of me for causing all this family drama over a stupid car. That one hit me hard. I told her Dad put that car in my name because he trusted me with it, and that she'd stolen from me. She hung up on me. Monday morning, I went to the police station. I brought all the documentation with me in the folder. I explained the situation to the officer at the desk, that my car had been sold without my permission by someone who wasn't on the title, and that the person who bought it was refusing to return it. The officer had me fill out a stolen property report and looked over all my documents. He confirmed what I already knew. The title was in my name, which meant I was the legal owner. Mom had no authority to sell my property. Even though Derek had paid for the car, he'd technically purchased stolen property. The officer said it was actually pretty cut and dry. They'd recover the vehicle, and Derek would have to work out getting his money back from Mom. He mentioned Derek could potentially face charges for receiving stolen property, though it would depend on whether the DA wanted to pursue it. Within a few hours of filing that report, my phone exploded. The family group chat went absolutely insane. Derek had posted a message saying I was pressing charges against him over a car. He was painting himself as the victim, saying he'd bought the car in good faith, and now I was trying to get him arrested. My aunts and uncles started chiming in immediately. I got accused of tearing the family apart. Multiple people said it was just a car and not worth destroying relationships over. Some said Derek didn't know it was stolen, so I should just let it go. My phone was buzzing constantly with individual texts, too. Cousins, aunts, uncles, even my grandmother got involved. Everyone had an opinion about how I was handling this wrong. The general consensus seemed to be that I was being vindictive and petty. A few people pointed out that I'd gotten police involved over a family matter, which apparently made me the bad guy. Mom created a separate group chat without me in it. I only found out because my dad's brother Mike texted me privately to tell me about it. She was organizing an intervention, trying to get everyone on the same page about how to handle me. Mike said he'd refused to participate and told her she was in the wrong, but he was apparently the only one who said that. Wednesday afternoon, I got a call from the police. They were at Derek's apartment and ready to recover the vehicle. I met them there with a tow truck I'd arranged. When I pulled up, Derek was standing outside his building, absolutely losing it. His face was red, and he was yelling at the officers. His girlfriend was there too, filming everything on her phone and screaming about how this was harassment. The police had already verified everything. They'd checked the VIN number on the Mustang against my title and confirmed it was my vehicle. Derek was arguing that he'd bought it legally, but the officers explained that purchasing stolen property wasn't a valid defense. They told him he needed to take up the financial issue with my mom, since she's the one who'd sold him property that wasn't hers. Watching the car get loaded onto the tow truck felt surreal. Derek was shouting about family betrayal and how I'd destroyed his trust. His girlfriend kept yelling that I was a terrible person over a stupid car. Other residents of the apartment complex were watching from their windows and balconies. The whole thing was a scene. Then Mom showed up. Derek had obviously called her the second the police arrived. She pulled into the parking lot right as they were securing the Mustang on the tow truck. She got out of her car and immediately started sobbing. She was yelling about how I was humiliating the family, how everyone in the apartment complex was watching this happen. She kept saying she couldn't believe I'd involved the police over this. I stayed calm. I told her she'd humiliated me when she sold Dad's car behind my back. She screamed that she was my mother and she'd been trying to help Derek out, that he needed a car and I was away at school anyway. I looked her right in the eye and said that I was Dad's child, the one he trusted with his most prized possession, the one whose name was actually on the title, not hers. She slapped me. Right there in front of the police and Derek and his girlfriend and whoever else was watching. My face stung, and I just stood there shocked. The officers immediately stepped between us and separated us. One of them asked if I wanted to press charges for assault. I said no, but I wanted everything documented. Mom was crying and saying she didn't mean to, that I'd pushed her too far. The police told Mom she needed to leave. They told Derek the car was being returned to its legal owner and that he could potentially face misdemeanor charges for receiving stolen property. They said he'd be notified if the DA decided to pursue charges. Derek and his girlfriend went back inside, and Mom drove off after the officers made it clear she needed to go. I followed the tow truck to a storage facility I'd already rented. There was no way I was taking the Mustang back to Mom's house. I didn't trust her not to do something else to it out of spite. That night, after getting the Mustang secured in the storage facility, I went back to Mom's house to grab some of my stuff. I wasn't planning on staying there anymore. The whole situation had made it clear that living under the same roof wasn't going to work. Mom had locked herself in her bedroom and wouldn't come out. I packed a bag with clothes and essentials and crashed at my friend's place near campus. The family fallout was immediate and brutal. My extended family completely split over what happened. Most of them sided with Mom and Derek. The general opinion seemed to be that sure, maybe Mom shouldn't have sold the car, but I'd gotten it back. So why did I have to involve the police and make everything so public? They thought I was vindictive for taking it that far. I got messages calling me petty, saying I'd humiliated Derek and Mom for no reason, asking why I couldn't have just handled it privately. But Dad's brother Mike called me a few days after everything went down. He said Dad would have been proud of me for standing up for myself. He said that car was Dad's legacy to me specifically, and that I had every right to protect it. He was pretty much the only person from that side of the family who supported my decision. My grandmother left me a voicemail saying she was very disappointed in how I'd handled the situation. She didn't mention being disappointed in Mom for stealing from me, just disappointed in me for making a scene. A couple of my cousins from Dad's side reached out privately. They said they understood why I did what I did, even if they couldn't say it publicly in the family chat. They'd seen how much that car meant to me and Dad, but they also admitted they were staying out of it because they didn't want to deal with the drama from everyone else. Derek's situation got worse. He received a citation for receiving stolen property about a week after the car was recovered. It was a misdemeanor charge, and he had to appear in court. He was absolutely furious about it. He started demanding his $3,000 back from Mom. Mom told him she'd already spent the money on bills and didn't have it to give back. Derek threatened to sue her in small claims court to get his money back. The irony of watching them turn on each other wasn't lost on me. Derek went from being Mom's golden boy to screaming at her over the phone about how she'd screwed him over. He blocked me on every social media platform and told all our mutual friends that I'd destroyed his life over a car. Some of those friends actually believed him and unfollowed or blocked me too. Derek's social media presence changed completely after that. He deleted all the posts bragging about the Mustang. Then he started posting vague things about family betrayal and people showing their true colors. He was clearly trying to paint himself as the victim in all of this. A few mutual acquaintances who didn't know the full story felt bad for him and started treating me differently. The financial side of things got messy too. Derek had apparently spent $1,500 on parts and labor for the Mustang while he had it. He demanded I reimburse him for the work he'd done. I told him absolutely not. He'd been driving and modifying stolen property. That was on him, not me. He tried to argue that he'd improved the value of the car, so I owed him for the improvements. I pointed out that I never asked him to do any work on it, and that he'd had no right to touch it in the first place. I stayed with my friend for about 2 weeks before Mom finally reached out. She sent a text saying we needed to talk. I agreed to meet her at a coffee shop, somewhere neutral where we wouldn't be at each other's throats. When I got there, she was already sitting at a table, looking exhausted. Her apology was basically non-existent. She said she was sorry I felt hurt by what happened, but that I'd completely overreacted. Not once did she actually apologize for selling my car without permission. She kept trying to justify it by saying she just wanted Derek to have something nice. She said I was away at college and not even using the Mustang, so it seemed like a waste for it to just sit there. I reminded her again that it wasn't hers to give away, that what she did was legally theft. She got defensive and said I was being technical and cold about the whole thing. The conversation went nowhere. She wanted me to apologize to Derek and try to smooth things over with the family. I refused. She said I'd destroyed the family peace over a material possession. I told her she'd stolen from me and was facing zero consequences while Derek was the one dealing with legal issues. We left that coffee shop with nothing resolved. I ended up moving out permanently. I found a cheap apartment near campus with a garage. It took most of my savings, but it was worth it to have my own space and a safe place for the Mustang. I had the car towed from the storage facility to my new place. That's when I discovered the extent of what Derek had done to it. He'd tried to modify the exhaust system, and he'd done it completely wrong. Some of Dad's original work had been damaged in the process. There were other small things too, modifications that didn't match what Dad and I had planned. It made me furious all over again, but at least I had the car back and could fix it properly. I spent the next 6 months restoring everything Derek had messed up and finishing the work Dad and I had started. I was using money from my part-time job, so it went slowly. Every weekend I was out in that garage working on the Mustang. It was bittersweet doing it alone. I'd put on music Dad used to listen to while we worked, and I'd remember all his advice about patience and doing things right. That was about a year ago now. The Mustang is fully restored and runs perfectly. I drive it regularly, and every time I start it up, I feel connected to Dad in a way that nothing else gives me. The sound of that engine, the way the steering wheel feels in my hands, all of it brings back memories of those weekend afternoons in the garage with him. Mom and I still barely talk. We text on holidays, usually just surface-level stuff. We haven't seen each other in person since that coffee shop meeting. Extended family gatherings happen without me now. I stopped going after the first few where everyone either ignored me or made passive-aggressive comments. It's easier to just not be there. Derek is still bitter about the whole thing. He posts occasional vague things on social media that are clearly about me. Stuff about snakes in the family and people who value things over relationships. His court case for the misdemeanor was eventually dropped to just a fine since he could prove he'd paid for the car in good faith. He still hasn't gotten his $3,000 back from Mom as far as I know. Uncle Mike has suggested family therapy a few times. He thinks Mom and I should try to work through this with a professional mediator. I've considered it, but I don't know if Mom would actually participate in good faith or if she'd just spend the whole time blaming me and playing the victim. Part of me thinks some relationships aren't worth salvaging, even family ones. I was sitting in the Mustang the other day, just sitting in my garage with the engine off, and I was thinking about what Dad said when he gave me the title. He told me some things are worth fighting for, and not to let anyone take what's mine. He was right about that. This car was worth fighting for. But I'd be lying if I said there wasn't a cost. I have the car, and I have my self-respect. I didn't let Mom and Derek walk all over me, but I also lost my relationship with my mom and half my extended family. Most days I think it was worth it. The Mustang represents everything Dad taught me about standing up for what matters. But there are days, usually when I'm alone in the garage working on some small repair, when I wonder what the alternative would have looked like. Mom texted me last week. My aunt is having surgery next month, and apparently, the family will be gathering at the hospital. Mom said I should come. I haven't responded to that text yet. I don't know if showing up would make things better or worse. Uncle Mike thinks it might be a chance to start mending things, but I'm not sure I'm ready for that. The message is still sitting there on my phone, unread notification and all. I've been thinking about it a lot. The car sits in my garage, perfect and complete, exactly the way Dad and I had envisioned it. Every time I look at it, I remember those weekends we spent together, and I know I made the right choice in fighting to keep it. But I can't help wondering sometimes what Dad would think about everything that happened after. Would he think the cost was worth it? Or would he have found some way to handle it differently that didn't blow up the whole family? I guess I'll never know. My uncle cut me out of the family business, so I took his clients and left him bankrupt. I'm 32 years old, and I've spent the last 16 years of my life dedicated to my grandfather's financial consulting firm. My Uncle Mark, who's 48, was supposed to be my partner in all of this. That's what my grandfather wanted. That's what the will said. But Mark had other plans. I need to back up a bit so this all makes sense. My grandfather started this firm back in the 80s, built it from nothing into a respected mid-sized operation, serving small businesses and individual investors throughout the tri-state area. When I was 16, he brought me in to help with filing and basic administrative work during summers. I loved it immediately. There was something about the way he talked to clients, the way he could look at someone's finances and just know what they needed. He taught me everything. By the time I graduated college, I was working there full-time. I handled client relationships, managed accounts, brought in new business. I knew every client by name, knew their kids' names, remembered their birthdays. That's how my grandfather had always done it, and that's what made the firm special. We weren't some corporate outfit where you're just a number. People trusted us with their life savings, their retirement plans, their kids' college funds. My Uncle Mark, on the other hand, barely showed up. He'd been named a partner years ago because he was family, but he treated it like a joke. He'd pop in for quarterly meetings, show up at the holiday party, maybe attend a big client dinner if my grandfather insisted. The rest of the time, he was off doing whatever he wanted, playing golf, taking vacations. He had the title and the paycheck without any of the work. It drove me crazy, but my grandfather always made excuses for him. Mark was his son, after all. When my grandfather got sick last year, I basically ran the entire company for 6 months while he was in and out of the hospital. Mark showed up to visit him, sure, but he didn't help with the business, didn't ask if I needed anything, didn't offer to step up. I was pulling 80-hour weeks, managing everything, and he was posting photos from his vacation in Aruba on Facebook. My grandfather died 3 weeks ago. The funeral was on a Tuesday. It was a beautiful service. Lots of clients showed up, former employees, people from the industry. Everyone had stories about how my grandfather had helped them, how he'd given them advice that changed their lives. I gave the eulogy. Mark cried during it, which actually surprised me. I thought maybe he'd finally realized what we'd lost, what he'd taken for granted all those years. The will reading was 2 days later. My grandfather had been clear about what he wanted. The business was to be split 50-50 between Mark and me. Equal partners. There were some specifics about decision-making processes and buyout clauses if one of us wanted out. But the bottom line was simple. We each owned half. Mark seemed fine with it. He actually hugged me after the lawyer finished reading everything, told me he was looking forward to working together, that we'd honor our grandfather's legacy, all that stuff. He seemed sincere. I wanted to believe him. The next morning I got a call at 7 a.m. It was Mark. He said he needed to hold an emergency board meeting at 10 and that I should be there. He wouldn't tell me what it was about, just said it was important and time-sensitive. Something about needing to make some immediate decisions about the business going forward. I showed up at 9:45. The main door was locked. We never locked that door during business hours. I tried my key and it didn't work. That's when I started getting a bad feeling in my stomach. I called Mark. He told me to go around to the side entrance. When I got there, he was waiting with 2 people I'd never seen before. Later I found out they were lawyers he'd hired. He also had Steve, our office manager, standing there looking uncomfortable as hell. Mark told me he'd done some restructuring overnight. He'd met with lawyers and accountants and reviewed my grandfather's will more carefully. According to him, there were some provisions I'd missed. Some language about operational control and decision-making authority that basically gave him the power to make executive decisions without my input. He said my grandfather had included these clauses because he'd wanted Mark, as the older and more experienced one, to have final say on major business decisions. I told him that was bullshit. I'd been at the will reading. I'd heard the lawyer explain everything. We were equal partners. That's when he hit me with it. He said he'd already filed paperwork to reorganize the corporate structure. He was now the CEO and majority decision-maker. I was being offered a position as a junior consultant, no equity, a salary that was less than half what I'd been making. I could take it or leave. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I asked him if this was a joke. He looked me right in the eye and said I was being too emotional to think clearly, that I was grieving and not in the right headspace to handle leadership responsibilities. He actually said I should find something easier, something with less pressure, because this kind of business required someone with a steady hand and years of real experience. I lost it. I told him he was a fraud, that he'd barely worked a day in his life at this company, that he was stealing from me and dishonoring everything our grandfather had built. He just shook his head like I was proving his point. He said this was exactly the kind of emotional outburst that showed I wasn't ready for a leadership role. Then he told me I had until end of business to clean out my personal items from my desk. Security would escort me. He'd already changed all the passwords and locks. I no longer had access to client files, company accounts, or any business systems. I asked about the will, about fighting this. He smiled and said I was welcome to hire a lawyer, but the legal fees would bankrupt me long before we got anywhere. He'd already consulted with 3 different attorneys, and they'd all confirmed he had the legal right to do this, based on the corporate structure and certain provisions in my grandfather's estate documents. He told me I'd never succeed without him, that I didn't have the experience or the connections or the business acumen to make it on my own. Then he actually said this. I'll never forget it. He said the company needed real leadership now, not someone who was playing business because their grandfather felt sorry for them. I walked out. I didn't clean out my desk. I didn't make a scene. I just left. Steve caught up with me in the parking lot and told me he was sorry. He said Mark had called him at midnight and told him to change all the locks first thing in the morning or he'd be fired. Steve gave me the names of a few clients who'd been asking about me that morning when they'd called and heard I was no longer with the company. I spent the next 3 days in shock. I called a lawyer who basically confirmed what Mark had said. There was language in the corporate documents that gave him more control than the will had implied. Fighting it would cost me tens of thousands of dollars with no guarantee of winning. My grandfather had trusted Mark to do the right thing, and Mark had exploited that trust. Some family members reached out. My aunt took Mark's side, said he was just doing what was necessary for the business. A couple of cousins told me privately they thought it was wrong, but they didn't want to get involved. My grandmother, my grandfather's widow, was too devastated to even understand what was happening. I was broke. I'd been living off my salary from the firm and hadn't saved as much as I should have because I thought I had a secure future there. I had maybe 3 months of expenses in my savings account. That Friday night, I was sitting in my apartment, staring at the wall, when I found something in my wallet. It was an old business card my grandfather had given me when I first started working for him at 16. He'd written on the back of it in his handwriting, "You've got the gift. Never forget that." That's when I made my decision. I wasn't going to beg Mark for my job back. I wasn't going to spend years in court fighting over what was rightfully mine. I was going to do something else entirely. I was going to destroy him. I spent that entire weekend making a plan. I couldn't access the client database, but I didn't need to. I'd been managing those relationships for years. I knew the major accounts by heart. I knew who was happy, who had complained, who my grandfather had personally promised would always be taken care of. I made a list of every single client I could remember, along with notes about their situations and needs. The problem was money. Starting a financial consulting firm requires licenses, insurance, office space, technology systems. I had about $15,000 in savings. It wasn't enough. I spent Monday morning at 3 different banks trying to get a small business loan. 2 of them turned me down flat. The third one, a smaller regional bank, had a loan officer who'd actually been one of our clients years ago. He remembered me. He remembered my grandfather. He approved me for $35,000 at a decent rate. I registered the business that same day. Had to come up with a name fast, so I went with Hartwell Financial Consulting. Hartwell was my grandfather's middle name. It felt right. For the first month, I worked out of my apartment. I couldn't afford office space yet. I set up a dedicated phone line, got a website thrown together using one of those cheap template services, printed business cards at a local shop. It looked professional enough, even if it wasn't fancy. Then came the hard part, actually reaching out to clients. I started with the ones I knew best, called them directly, told them I'd left the family firm and started my own practice. I was careful about how I worded things. I didn't badmouth Mark or the company. I just said I was taking a different direction and would love to continue working with them if they were interested. Most of them were polite but non-committal. A few said they'd think about it. One guy hung up on me. The first real win came 3 weeks in. A couple named the Richardsons, who I'd worked with for almost 5 years. They called me out of the blue and said they wanted to move their accounts to my firm. When I asked why, Mrs. Richardson told me they'd had a meeting with Mark the previous week, and he'd barely looked at their portfolio. He'd tried to push them into some high-risk investments that didn't match their goals at all. She said it felt like he didn't know them anymore, didn't care about what they actually needed. That's when something clicked for me. I asked her if she'd noticed any other changes at the firm since my grandfather passed. She hesitated, then admitted that yes, things had felt different. Less personal, more rushed. They'd been thinking about leaving anyway, and when they heard I'd started my own practice, it seemed like the obvious choice. I hung up that call and just sat there for a minute. Mark wasn't just a lazy partner. He was actively bad at this job. He didn't have the skills or the temperament for client management. He'd been coasting on my grandfather's reputation and my work for years. And now that we were both gone, the cracks were showing. Over the next 2 months, I signed 6 more clients. All of them had similar stories. Mark had missed meetings, given bad advice, or just seemed disinterested in their accounts. One client told me Mark had actually forgotten his name during a phone call. Another said Mark had tried to charge them a new fee that had never existed before. The service quality had tanked, and people were noticing. Around month 4, I got a call from Jennifer, who'd been my grandfather's secretary for almost 20 years. She'd stayed on after Mark took over because she needed the job. She called me on her personal cell during her lunch break and told me I needed to know what was happening at the firm. According to Jennifer, Mark had cut staff to reduce costs. He'd fired the 2 junior advisors and was trying to handle all the client work himself, despite having no idea what he was doing. He'd also switched to cheaper software systems that kept crashing. Client complaints were piling up. She said Mark spent most of his time in his office on personal calls while she tried to manage everything. She also told me something that made my blood boil. Mark had been telling clients who asked about me that I'd been let go due to performance issues, that I'd made some serious mistakes with client accounts, and they'd had no choice but to terminate me. Complete lies. I thanked Jennifer for the information and told her I'd remember her if things ever worked out. She said she was already looking for another job. By month 6, I'd signed 12 clients total. It wasn't massive, but it was sustainable. I was making enough to cover my expenses and pay myself a small salary. I finally rented a proper office space, just a small suite in a business park, but it felt legitimate, professional. That's when the floodgates opened. 3 major accounts left Mark's firm in the span of 2 weeks. All 3 came to me. We're talking high net worth clients with substantial portfolios, the kind of accounts that keep a firm afloat. When I asked what happened, the story was always the same. Mark had screwed something up, missed a rebalancing deadline, given terrible tax advice, or just been unavailable when they needed him. The third one, a guy named Tom Chen, who owned a successful restaurant chain, told me something interesting. He said Mark had actually called him in a panic after finding out Tom was thinking of leaving. Mark had offered him a discount on fees and promised better service, but Tom said he'd already made up his mind. The firm felt like it was falling apart, and he wasn't going to gamble his retirement savings on Mark figuring things out. Mark must have realized what was happening because he showed up at my office on a Thursday afternoon, about 8 months after I'd started the business. He didn't call ahead, just walked in while I was meeting with a client. My client stepped out to take a call, and Mark let himself into my office. He looked terrible, tired, stressed. He'd lost weight and his suit looked rumpled. He started in immediately, accusing me of stealing his clients. poaching, breaking non-compete agreements. He threatened to sue me for tortious interference and a bunch of other legal terms he'd clearly just learned. I stayed calm, told him I hadn't violated any agreements. I hadn't worked for his firm. I'd been forced out. I hadn't stolen anyone. His clients had chosen to leave because he was providing substandard service. Everything I was doing was completely legal. He got red in the face, said I was sabotaging him, that I was turning people against him with lies. I asked him what lies specifically I'd told. He couldn't answer that because I hadn't told any lies. I'd never badmouthed him to clients. I didn't need to. His own incompetence was doing all the work for me. Then he said something that almost made me laugh. He told me I was destroying our grandfather's legacy, that the firm our grandfather built was going to die because of my selfishness. I looked him right in the eye and told him he'd destroyed that legacy the day he cut me out, that he'd taken something beautiful my grandfather had built and turned it into a vehicle for his own greed. I wasn't the one running the firm into the ground. He was doing that all by himself. He threatened me again, said he'd make sure I never worked in this industry again, then stormed out. My client came back in a minute later and asked if everything was okay. I told him it was fine, just some family drama. The next day, Mark apparently started calling my clients directly, trying to convince them to come back, offering them deals. In some cases, from what I heard, actually talking badly about me and my qualifications. It was desperate and pathetic, and it completely backfired. 2 more clients left his firm that week specifically because of those calls. They found his behavior unprofessional and concerning. Around month 10, Jennifer called me again. She'd quit. She said half the remaining staff had left too. Mark couldn't keep people because he was impossible to work with, and the business was clearly sinking. She also told me Mark had started missing payments on the office lease and was trying to renegotiate with creditors. By the 1-year mark, I had 23 clients and had hired 2 people to help me. We'd moved to a bigger office. I was profitable and growing steadily. Meanwhile, Mark's firm had lost more than half its client base. The industry was talking. People knew what had happened, knew he'd pushed me out and then run the business into the ground. I heard through the grapevine that he'd had to sell his house. Then I heard he'd put the office building up for sale. The business my grandfather had spent 40 years building was being dismantled, piece by piece, and it was entirely Mark's fault. 14 months after Mark cut me out, I got a call from my cousin Sarah. She told me Mark had officially declared bankruptcy. The firm was done. He'd sold every asset he could, including the building my grandfather had purchased back in the 90s. Everything was gone. I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel a sense of satisfaction hearing that. But it was complicated. This was still my grandfather's legacy being destroyed, even if Mark was the one who'd destroyed it. Part of me wished things had gone differently, that Mark had been a better person, that we could have actually honored what our grandfather wanted. But mostly I just felt tired. The past year had been a war, and wars are exhausting even when you win them. My business was doing well. Really well, actually. I'd signed 31 clients by that point, had hired 3 full-time staff members, and was looking at office space in a better building downtown. The growth was steady and sustainable. I wasn't trying to be some massive firm. I just wanted to do what my grandfather had done. Take care of people, build relationships, do the work right. Some of Mark's former clients had reached out to me. Not all of them, but enough that it made a difference. They'd tell me horror stories about the final months of his firm. Calls going unreturned for weeks. Paperwork filed incorrectly. One guy told me Mark had literally forgotten to execute a trade order that cost the client thousands in losses. Mark had blamed it on a software glitch. Jennifer, my grandfather's old secretary, came to work for me about 3 months after she'd quit Mark's firm. She'd been working at an insurance office and hated it. When I told her I had an opening, she almost cried. She said it felt like coming home. She also told me things I hadn't known about those final months at Mark's firm. how he'd been drinking at work, how he'd scream at staff over minor issues, how he'd become paranoid that everyone was conspiring against him. The family situation was messy. My aunt still wouldn't talk to me. She blamed me entirely for Mark's downfall, said I'd been vindictive and cruel. A few cousins had quietly reached out to tell me they understood why I'd done what I did, but they couldn't say so publicly because it would cause family drama. My grandmother still didn't really understand what had happened. She just knew that both her son and grandson were in pain, and it broke her heart. I went to see her one Sunday afternoon, about 16 months after everything started. She was in her late 80s and living in an assisted care facility. We talked about my grandfather, about the business, about family. She asked me why Mark and I couldn't just work together anymore. I tried to explain, but she got confused and upset, so I changed the subject. Before I left, she squeezed my hand and told me my grandfather would be proud of me. I don't know if that was true, but it meant something to hear it. Then, about 18 months after Mark had changed those locks, my phone rang with a number I didn't recognize. I almost didn't answer, but something made me pick up. It was Mark. His voice sounded different, smaller somehow. He asked if we could talk. I told him we were talking. He said he meant in person, maybe grab coffee or lunch. I asked him what this was about. There was this long pause. Then he said he'd been doing a lot of thinking. About the business, about family, about our grandfather. He said he'd made some mistakes, and he wanted to discuss the possibility of working together again. Maybe merging our practices, combining resources. He used the phrase, reuniting the family business, like it was something noble. I actually laughed. I couldn't help it. I asked him if he was serious. He got defensive immediately, started talking about how we were blood, how family should stick together, how our grandfather would have wanted us to move past this. He said we both had valuable things to offer, and together we could build something great. He even had the nerve to say that he'd learned from his mistakes and become a better businessman because of everything that happened. I cut him off. Told him I wasn't interested in merging with someone who'd stolen from me, that I'd built my business from nothing while he'd run a successful firm into bankruptcy. That I didn't need him then, and I certainly didn't need him now. He got quiet again. Then his tone changed, got harder. He said I was being petty, that holding a grudge like this was childish and unprofessional. He actually said that maybe he'd been right about me being too emotional for leadership. That's when I told him I don't partner with thieves. Then I said it was funny how the man who'd once called me too emotional to run a business was now calling me, crying about loyalty and family. He started to say something else, his voice rising, but I hung up, blocked the number. I wasn't interested in whatever else he had to say. Jennifer told me a few days later that Mark had called the office trying to reach me. She'd told him I was unavailable and to please not call again. He'd apparently tried to get her to set up a meeting, offering her money to help convince me. She'd hung up on him. I heard through the grapevine that Mark was working for another firm now. Not as a partner, just as a regular advisor. Someone had taken pity on him, or he'd called in an old favor. From what I understood, he was barely making ends meet. Had to move into a small apartment. His wife had left him about 6 months after the bankruptcy. The life he'd known was completely gone. Some people in my family thought I should have helped him when he called. My cousin Sarah said that yes, what he did was wrong, but he was family and he was suffering. She thought I could have at least heard him out, given him a chance to make amends. But here's the thing. Mark never actually apologized. In that phone call, he never once said he was sorry for what he'd done to me. He just wanted to use me to fix his problems. Again. It was the same pattern it had always been. Mark taking what he needed and giving nothing back. My business just signed its 40th client last week. We're moving into a bigger office next month. I hired another advisor, and we're looking to bring on an intern from the local university. The growth is steady, and the clients are happy. This is what I always wanted to build. I still think about my grandfather a lot. Wonder what he'd think about all of this. Whether he'd be disappointed that Mark and I couldn't make it work. Whether he'd understand why I did what I did. I'd like to think he would. He was a businessman first, and he always said that you build a reputation one client at a time, one honest interaction at a time. That's what I've been doing. Jennifer told me something interesting a few months ago. She said that before my grandfather died, he'd confided in her that he was worried about leaving the business to Mark. That he knew Mark didn't have the work ethic or the character for it, but he'd felt obligated because Mark was his son. He'd hoped that having me there as a partner would keep Mark honest and motivated. My grandfather had known exactly who Mark was. He just hoped for better. I guess we both had. The strangest part about all of this is how quiet my life is now. For a year and a half, everything was about the fight, about proving Mark wrong, about building something that would succeed while his business failed. It consumed me. And now that it's over, now that I've won, there's just this weird emptiness sometimes. I'm successful. I'm financially stable. I'm doing work I love with clients who appreciate me. By any measure, I should be completely satisfied. And most days I am. But sometimes I think about what it cost. The family relationships that are broken. The stress and anger and obsession that defined that whole period of my life. The fact that my grandfather's original firm doesn't exist anymore. Mark sent me an email last week. I don't know how he got my personal email address. It was long and rambling. He blamed me for everything, said I'd sabotaged him, stolen his clients, ruined his life. Said I'd dishonored our grandfather's memory by refusing to help him. He called me vindictive and cruel, and said karma would catch up with me eventually. I deleted it without responding. There's nothing left to say to him. Next month there's a family wedding and we're both invited. I haven't decided if I'm going yet. The idea of being in the same room as Mark, of having to make small talk and pretend everything is fine, makes me tired. But it's family, and some relationships are still worth preserving. I drove past the old office building last week, the one my grandfather bought. There's a dental practice there now. They painted over the sign and redid the entrance. You'd never know it used to be Hartwell and Associates Financial Consulting. Never know that 3 generations of my family had walked through those doors. It's just gone, like it never existed. But I'm still here. My business is still growing, and every time I help a client reach their goals, every time someone tells me they trust me with their future, I think about my grandfather and that business card he gave me when I was 16. The one that said I had the gift. Maybe he was right after all. No inheritance for me, then no house for them. I, 24 female, lost both my parents in a car accident when I was 16. My Aunt Linda, 52, and Uncle Rick, 54, were my only living relatives, so they graciously took me in. They had 2 kids of their own, my cousin Blake, now 20, and cousin Ashley, now 18. They lived in this nice, suburban house, the kind with a 2-car garage and a finished basement. Comfortable lifestyle. Nothing fancy, but definitely comfortable. The first few weeks after I moved in were almost normal. They were sympathetic about my parents, gave me space to grieve, told me to take my time adjusting. I actually thought maybe things would be okay. Then about a month in, Aunt Linda sat me down at the kitchen table and said we needed to talk about expectations. "We'll take care of you, but everyone contributes in this house," she said. I figured she meant chores, like normal family stuff. I was so wrong. What started as helping out turned into full-time unpaid labor within weeks. My daily routine became wake up at 5 a.m., make breakfast for everyone, pack lunches, clean the entire house, do all the laundry, cook dinner, help the kids with homework. Meanwhile, Blake and Ashley did absolutely nothing. They had friends, hobbies, after-school activities. I barely got to finish high school because someone always needed to be home. College wasn't even a discussion. "Someone needs to be here during the day," Uncle Rick said, like it was obvious. This went on for 6 years. 6 years of cooking and cleaning and being treated like staff in someone else's house. But I held on, because they kept making promises. Multiple times over those years, they'd tell me I was family, that they'd take care of me. Uncle Rick specifically told me, "When we're gone, you'll get your share. You've earned it." Aunt Linda would say things like, "All this work you're doing, we see it. It won't be forgotten." I believed them. I held on to those words through every exhausting day, and every moment they treated me like I was invisible. Then Ashley turned 18 and graduated high school. I was 24 by then. Both cousins were adults now. Blake was finishing up college. I started noticing things changing. Aunt Linda and Uncle Rick would whisper more, stop talking when I walked into rooms. The promises about being family came up less and less. There was this coldness in the house that hadn't been there before. Or maybe I was just finally noticing it. One evening after dinner, which I'd cooked, obviously, they called me into the living room. They were sitting together on the couch with these serious expressions. Uncle Rick didn't waste time. "We need to talk about your living situation." My stomach dropped immediately. Aunt Linda jumped in. "The kids are grown now. We don't really need the extra help anymore." I asked what they meant, even though I already knew. Uncle Rick said I had 2 weeks to find a place and move out. I was stunned. I brought up everything they'd promised, the inheritance, being told I was family. Aunt Linda actually laughed. She looked at Uncle Rick and laughed, then turned back to me and said, "Why would we give anything to a burden? You should be grateful we even kept you this long." Uncle Rick added, "You really thought you were getting something? You had free room and board for 6 years. That was your payment." I went to my room, this tiny, converted storage space they'd given me, and sat on my bed with my hands shaking. I had almost no money saved because they'd never actually paid me. No documented job experience. Nowhere to go. But sitting there, something shifted in me. I stopped feeling sorry for myself and started getting angry. That's when I decided they were going to pay for every single thing they'd done to me. That night, I couldn't sleep. I just kept thinking about everything. And then I started going through my phone and the few boxes of stuff I had. I realized I'd been documenting things without even meaning to. My phone had hundreds of texts from Aunt Linda and Uncle Rick over the years, demanding I clean something, ordering me to cancel plans, telling me to come home immediately because they needed me to watch the kids. All of it was right there. I'd also started recording their screaming sessions about 2 years ago, after a particularly bad incident where Uncle Rick completely lost it on me for forgetting to buy his specific brand of coffee. I had maybe a dozen recordings of them yelling at me, calling me names, telling me how worthless I was. There were emails, too, where they'd refused to let me get a job outside the house because "we need you here." Then I found something that changed everything. I was going through this box of my parents' documents that I'd kept, and I found information about survivor benefits I should have been receiving. Social Security survivor benefits, a small life insurance payout. I'd never seen any of this money. I immediately looked it up online and checked with the Social Security office. The benefits were being claimed and deposited into an account with my name on it, but I'd never had access to it. The bank statements showed Aunt Linda and Uncle Rick had been collecting money meant for me for 6 years. About $1,200 every month. That's over $86,000. Over the next week, I acted completely normal while gathering everything I could. I made copies of all the documents, backed up all my recordings and texts. I reached out to Mrs. Peterson, my old high school counselor, who'd actually tried to intervene years ago when she noticed something was wrong. She told me she'd reported concerns, but my aunt and uncle convinced everyone I was fine. She agreed to be a witness. So did Mrs. Chen, our old neighbor, who'd seen how much work I did and how little freedom I had. I used the last bit of money from my parents' old account to consult with a lawyer. Her name was Attorney Rodriguez, and she specialized in family exploitation and financial abuse. I showed her everything: the texts, the recordings, the financial documents, the witness statements. Her eyes actually lit up. She said it was one of the clearest cases of exploitation and fraud she'd ever seen. They'd forged documents to access my benefits. She explained we could sue for the stolen benefits, damages for unpaid labor, emotional distress, and fraud. There could even be criminal charges for identity theft. On day 13 of my 2 weeks, I still hadn't packed anything. Aunt Linda stormed into my room demanding to know why. I told her I wasn't going anywhere. Uncle Rick showed up too, saying I was leaving whether I liked it or not. I stayed calm and told them they'd be hearing from my lawyer, that they'd been stealing from me for 6 years. I pulled out a folder of evidence and dropped it on the bed. Uncle Rick's face went completely white. I told them I had every text, every recording, every forged signature, every stolen payment documented. Aunt Linda tried to say I couldn't prove anything, but her voice was shaking. I just said I'd see them in court and walked out. Mrs. Peterson let me stay with her temporarily. The lawsuit was filed within days. They tried to deny everything at first. Their own lawyer looked at my evidence and told them to settle. They refused because they thought I was bluffing. Big mistake. The case went to court. Witnesses testified. The recordings were played. Financial records were presented. They tried claiming they'd used the money for my care, but the prosecutor showed all their luxury purchases, vacations, and the new cars they'd bought for Blake and Ashley. The math didn't even come close to adding up. The judge ruled in my favor. They had to repay all the stolen benefits, damages for unpaid labor calculated at minimum wage, emotional distress damages, and legal fees. The total judgment came to $291,400. Criminal charges were filed separately. They had 90 days to pay. Their bank accounts got frozen and drained immediately to start covering the judgment. It wasn't nearly enough. The court ordered them to liquidate assets, which meant their house, the house I'd cleaned for 6 years, had to go up for sale. 2 months after the verdict, I got the alert that their house was listed. I'd been working with Attorney Rodriguez, and she'd helped me access the settlement money as it came in. I had enough for a down payment on a house, so I went to their open house. The look on Aunt Linda's face when she saw me walk through the door was priceless. Uncle Rick asked what I was doing there, and I just told them I was looking. It was a nice place after all. The real estate agent looked uncomfortable, but I had every right to be there. Multiple offers came in because it really was a good house in a decent neighborhood. I submitted an offer for exactly the asking price, all cash from the settlement money. It got accepted. When Aunt Linda and Uncle Rick found out the buyer was me, Uncle Rick called screaming that I couldn't do this. I told him it was a completely legal sale and asked if he had another way to pay the judgment. He didn't. They had nowhere else to get that kind of money. The sale went through. 3 months ago, the house became mine. Aunt Linda and Uncle Rick were scrambling for housing. Blake and Ashley were both broke because their parents couldn't support them anymore. Then my aunt and uncle came to me, desperate. I told them I had a basement apartment I was renting out. Aunt Linda said they couldn't afford much. I said market rate was $2,000 a month. Take it or leave it. Their credit was ruined from the judgment. They had no other options. They took it. So now my aunt and uncle are my tenants. Every first of the month they hand me a rent check. I made them sign a proper lease, everything legal and documented. No special treatment, no family favors. When something breaks in their apartment, they have to submit a maintenance request like any other tenant. I'm a very fair landlord, though. As long as rent is on time, we don't have problems. Blake and Ashley won't even look at me. They're living with friends, barely scraping by. Aunt Linda and Uncle Rick barely acknowledge me when we pass each other. I renovated the main floor of the house, finally have my own space, my own life. Sometimes I see them through the window looking miserable in that basement apartment. Mrs. Peterson asked me once if I felt guilty about any of it. I told her not even a little bit. But then last week, Aunt Linda knocked on my door. First real conversation we'd had since they moved in. She said she knows they can never make things right, but she wanted to know if there was any way they could earn my forgiveness. I just stared at her. I kept thinking about every cruel word, every exhausting day, every broken promise. She looked remorseful, or maybe just desperate because she needs something from me again. I haven't answered her yet. So that's where I am now. They destroyed years of my life, stole from me, threw me away when they were done using me. Now they're asking for forgiveness while paying me rent every month in the house that should have been partly mine to begin with. Some people have told me I should let it go, that I've already won, that holding on to anger will only hurt me in the end. Others say they deserve exactly what they got, and worse. Part of me wants to tell her to get out and never speak to me again. Part of me wonders if people can actually change, or if she's just scared I'll evict them. I honestly don't know what I'm going to do. Nothing stings like a daughter's payback. I, 28, am a lawyer specializing in estate and inheritance law, but this story starts when I was just a 10-year-old kid, desperate for a mother figure. My mom died when I was 7, and by the time I turned 10, my dad brought Linda home. She was in her early 30s then, beautiful, warm, or at least that's what she wanted everyone to think. The thing about Linda was that she had two faces. Around my dad, she was perfect. She'd ruffle my hair, ask about school, make my favorite meals. But the second he left for work or went to another room, that warmth disappeared. She'd criticize everything I did. My clothes were wrong. My grades weren't good enough. I was too loud or too quiet. I broke things I never touched. Money went missing from her purse, and somehow it was always my fault. I tried telling my dad once, maybe twice. But Linda was smart. She made me sound like a jealous kid who couldn't accept her. My dad would give me these disappointed looks and tell me to give her a chance. So I stopped trying. I just survived. 8 years of that. 8 years of walking on eggshells in my own house. Then my dad died suddenly when I was 18. Heart attack. One day he was fine. The next day he was gone. I was devastated, but I thought at least Linda and I could maybe figure things out. We were both grieving, right? Wrong. Within a week of the funeral, she dropped the act completely. The will reading happened about 2 weeks later. I sat in that lawyer's office expecting to at least get something, maybe enough for college. The house had been my mom's family home originally. I figured Dad would have made sure I had a place to live. But Linda produced a will that left her everything. The house, the savings, even my mom's jewelry and photo albums. Everything that was supposed to be mine. The lawyer looked uncomfortable but said it was all legal and valid. I got a small box of my mom's photos because Linda said she was being generous. I had 2 weeks to move out. No money for college, no safety net, nothing. I moved into a tiny apartment and worked 3 jobs just to survive. Linda sold most of my mom's things at an estate sale. I drove by once and saw strangers walking out with my mother's jewelry box. That's when I decided I'd become a lawyer. Not just any lawyer, one who specialized in estates and inheritance. I'd make sure what happened to me never happened to anyone else. 10 years later, I'm exactly where I planned to be. And that's when Linda's name crossed my desk. My firm took on a case involving a lawsuit about fraudulent estate practices. Nothing unusual. We handle these all the time. I was assigned to review a network of potentially suspicious wills from the past decade. Just routine work, looking for patterns. Except I found one. Elderly men, no close family, sudden marriages to younger women, new wills written right before they died. Everything left to the wives. It happened over and over. And then I saw her name, Linda Martinez, my stepmother. I sat there staring at my computer screen for probably 20 minutes. It wasn't just one case. She was connected to 5 different estates over 15 years. 5 men who had all died and left everything to their recent wives. My dad was number 3. I started digging deeper. Her pattern was always the same. She'd befriend lonely widowers, usually wealthy ones. She'd marry them fast, maybe 6 months after meeting them. Then she'd isolate them from whatever family or friends they had left. New wills would get drafted. Then the husbands would die, sometimes within a year of the marriage. 2 of them died under circumstances that were questioned but never fully investigated. One fell down the stairs. Another had a medication mix-up that caused a fatal reaction. My dad's heart attack suddenly seemed less random. The real breakthrough came when I found the connection to a lawyer who'd been disbarred 3 years ago for forging documents. He'd handled multiple wills in Linda's network, including my father's. I pulled my dad's file. There were 2 wills on record. The one Linda presented that left her everything, and an older one, buried in the archived files. The original will left everything to me. Linda was supposed to get a small trust, enough to be comfortable but not wealthy. The second will, her will, had signatures that a handwriting analyst had flagged as questionable years ago, but no one followed up on it. She'd been planning to rob me before my dad even died. I had to tell the senior partners at my firm. They sat me down and asked if I wanted to recuse myself. Conflict of interest, personal involvement, all of that. But I knew this case better than anyone. I knew how Linda operated because I'd lived through it. They let me stay on the team but kept me behind the scenes. I compiled everything. Every forged signature, every suspicious death, every pattern of manipulation. I handed it all to the investigators and watched them build a case that Linda couldn't talk her way out of. She was arrested 6 weeks later. Multiple counts of fraud, forgery, and elder abuse. All her assets were frozen. I went to her arraignment as part of the legal team. She didn't recognize me at first. It had been 10 years, and I'd changed. But then she looked closer, and her face went completely white. I didn't say anything. I just stared at her the same way she used to stare at me when my dad wasn't looking. Cold, empty, like she was nothing. The legal proceedings dragged on for months. Linda tried to fight it, but the evidence was overwhelming. She was convicted on multiple charges, and all her fraudulently obtained assets were seized. That included everything she'd stolen from my father's estate. The investigation into my dad's will confirmed what I'd found. The document she'd used was forged. The court ruled that I was the rightful heir and had been all along, which meant the house was mine again. After 10 years, I went back there last month. It was empty. All of Linda's stuff had been cleared out during the asset seizure. Walking through those rooms felt surreal. I hadn't been inside since I was 18. Some things looked exactly the same. Other things were completely different. She'd redecorated, erased almost every trace of my mom. They found my mom's heirlooms in a storage unit Linda had been renting. She'd kept them all this time instead of selling them like I thought. I don't know why. Maybe she planned to sell them eventually, or maybe she just wanted to keep them from me. Either way, I have them back now. People keep asking me if I feel satisfied, if this was revenge. Honestly, I don't know what I feel. There's some satisfaction, sure. Linda is serving 8 to 12 years, possibly more as they continue investigating her other victims. She can't hurt anyone else. But it doesn't bring back the time I lost with my dad. It doesn't erase those 8 years of living in that house feeling worthless. I found something while cleaning out the house last week. My dad's real will was hidden in a drawer in his office. There was a letter with it, dated a few months before he died. He wrote that if anything happened to him, he wanted me to know he loved me, that he was proud of me, that he hoped I'd understand why he did things the way he did. Reading it, I think he might have suspected Linda was dangerous. I think he knew something was wrong, but died before he could do anything about it. I haven't decided if I'm keeping the house. Some days I walk through it and feel like I'm home. Other days the walls feel like they're closing in with memories I'd rather forget. Last week, I got contacted by one of Linda's almost victims, an elderly man she'd been seeing right before her arrest. He wanted to meet for coffee to thank me. I showed up yesterday, and he had his daughter with him. She was young, maybe 23. The way she looked at me reminded me of myself at 10 years old, desperate for Linda's approval. It made me wonder if there are others out there like me, kids who Linda pushed aside or damaged. And honestly, I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that. That time, I took down my aunt's scheme to frame my mom as a thief. 23, never thought I'd have to choose between keeping the peace and defending my mom, 51, from my Aunt Linda, 48. But here we are. For context, Aunt Linda has always had this jealous thing going on with my mom. Growing up, I'd hear her make these comments about how Mom was the pretty one, how Grandma always liked her better, how everything came so easy for her. Mom never engaged with it. She'd just smile and change the subject, which probably made it worse, honestly. Things really exploded when Grandma passed away 4 months ago. The will reading was tense. Aunt Linda got some money, my uncle got the house, other relatives got various things. But Grandma left her entire antique jewelry collection to my mom. I'm talking about the pieces Grandma wore in all those old photos, the stuff she'd show us as kids and tell stories about. Aunt Linda's face went completely red when the lawyer read that part. She actually stood up and said something about how unfair it was before she stormed out. Mom just sat there looking sad and guilty, even though she hadn't done anything wrong. Fast forward 1 month. Mom called me sobbing because the jewelry box was missing from her bedroom. She'd torn apart the house looking for it. And on that same day, Aunt Linda started making calls. By the next morning, the entire family knew her version of events. According to Aunt Linda, Mom had sold the jewelry for cash and betrayed Grandma's memory. The family group chat was going insane. My cousins stopped texting Mom back. My uncle actually called, demanding she come clean about where the jewelry went. It spread that fast. Mom was devastated. She wore Grandma's locket every single day before it disappeared. These weren't just expensive pieces to her. They were memories. But no one wanted to hear her side. I didn't buy Aunt Linda's story for a second. The timing was way too convenient, and I remembered that she still had a spare key to our house from years ago when she used to water our plants. Something felt off about the whole thing. So I decided to check our security camera footage from that week. We have cameras at the front door and in the hallway. I pulled up the footage from the night before Mom noticed everything was gone. And there she was. Aunt Linda, clear as day, letting herself into our house at 2:47 in the morning. She tried to avoid the cameras, but the hallway one caught her going upstairs. 12 minutes later, she came back down carrying Grandma's jewelry box. I had her. I saved copies of that footage to 3 different devices. Then I sat on it for 2 weeks. I know that sounds weird, but I wanted to see how far Aunt Linda would take this. Turns out, pretty far. She uninvited Mom from my cousin Sarah's baby shower. She kept posting these vague Facebook statuses about family thieves and disappointments. Mom stopped going to her book club because people kept asking uncomfortable questions. I watched her cry multiple times trying to figure out what she did to deserve all this. At one point, Mom even offered to take a lie detector test, and Aunt Linda said it wouldn't prove anything. The whole family had turned on her. Meanwhile, I knew exactly what happened, and I was just waiting for the right moment. That moment came when Uncle Tom announced his annual family barbecue. I knew Aunt Linda would be there. I also knew she'd bring up the jewelry again because she always did. So I packed an HDMI cable in my car and made sure my phone was charged. I told Mom to trust me but didn't explain what I was planning. She almost didn't want to go, but I convinced her. The barbecue was awkward from the start. People were polite to Mom but distant. After dinner, everyone gathered in Uncle Tom's living room, and right on schedule, Aunt Linda started up. She said something about how it was such a shame about Grandma's jewelry, and how Grandma would be heartbroken knowing it was gone. I stood up and asked Uncle Tom if I could use his TV for a second. Before anyone could object, I connected my phone and hit play on the footage. Complete silence. Everyone watched Aunt Linda sneak into our house in the middle of the night and walk out with the jewelry box. Someone asked if that was her. She grabbed her purse and mumbled that it wasn't what it looked like. She tried to leave, but Uncle Tom blocked the door and demanded an explanation. She completely broke down, started saying she just wanted to hold the pieces, that she deserved them more than Mom did. Then she admitted she was planning to keep them hidden for about a year, and then suddenly find them somewhere and claim Mom must have misplaced them, like everyone would just forget about all the accusations she made. The room exploded. People were yelling, Aunt Linda was crying, and Mom just sat there looking exhausted. Aunt Linda eventually left, and later that week her lawyer contacted us about returning the jewelry. She couldn't even face us herself. Uncle Tom apologized to Mom right after Aunt Linda left. Cousin Sarah was crying, saying she felt terrible about the baby shower. Half the family started calling Aunt Linda demanding answers. The other half just sat there in shock. Mom didn't say much. She looked completely drained. We left early because she didn't want to be around anyone anymore. That night, Aunt Linda texted me. Not Mom, me. She begged me not to send the video to anyone else and said I'd ruined her enough. Then something about thinking of the family name. The next morning she sent another text saying her own kids were ashamed of her and asking if I was happy now. I didn't respond to any of it. She sent Mom this half-hearted apology about how she was grieving and things got out of hand. Mom didn't respond either. 2 weeks later, and the family is still split over this. Aunt Linda's kids apologized to Mom and said they had no idea what their mom was doing. But Aunt Linda's sister, my Aunt Carol, thinks I went too far. Her whole argument is that yes, Linda was wrong, but I humiliated her in front of everyone and could have handled it privately. Uncle Tom's wife agrees. They keep using the word cruel. Aunt Linda hasn't shown up to any family events since. Thanksgiving is next month, and apparently there's drama about whether she'll be invited and where people will sit. Mom got the jewelry back, but she barely looks at it now. She says it just reminds her of all this mess. I don't regret what I did, but I can see how it split everyone down the middle. Some relatives think I did the right thing. Others avoid me at family stuff now. Mom won't tell me how she really feels about my method. She just says she's glad the truth is out there. The thing is, I've been thinking about what Aunt Carol said. If I'd confronted Aunt Linda privately, would she have just denied everything and kept the jewelry hidden forever? She had a whole plan to make Mom look crazy. The public thing was nuclear, but it also meant there was no way for her to spin the story or make excuses. Everyone saw exactly what she did. But now, family events are weird. Some people think I'm vindictive, and I wonder sometimes if clearing Mom's name was worth turning everyone against each other. Part of me thinks Aunt Linda deserved the embarrassment after what she put Mom through. Another part thinks maybe I just made everything worse. I guess I'll find out at Thanksgiving when we see who actually shows up. The day I finally made my brother admit he sabotaged my wedding. I, 28, have always lived in the shadow of my older brother Marcus, 31. Growing up, he made sure every achievement I had somehow became about him. When I graduated college with honors, he showed up drunk and made a scene. When I got my first promotion, he announced his engagement at my celebration dinner. So when I got engaged last year, Marcus made this joke about how he'd make sure it was a wedding no one would forget. I laughed it off. That was my first mistake. 1 week before the wedding, my caterer called to cancel. They claimed we never paid the deposit. I was confused because I had the bank statement right in front of me, showing the payment went through 2 months ago. Before I could even process that, the florist called the next day. They were dropping us completely, said we'd been sending abusive emails demanding free upgrades and threatening to leave bad reviews if they didn't comply. My fiancé was in tears. Our wedding was falling apart and we had no idea why. I started calling every vendor we'd booked. The DJ mentioned getting weird emails but ignored them. The venue coordinator said someone tried to cancel our reservation entirely, but thankfully they called to confirm first. It was all too coordinated to be a coincidence. Someone was sabotaging us, and they were doing it from my own email account. I demanded the email records from the florist. Sure enough, the messages came from my address, but they were sent at times I was either at work or asleep. I had a friend who works in IT take a look. He pulled up the login history on my email account and found an IP address I didn't recognize. We traced it using some online tools. It led straight to Marcus's house. I just sat there staring at the screen. Part of me wanted to be shocked, but honestly, I wasn't. This was exactly who Marcus had always been. He crashed my college graduation speech because he couldn't stand not being the center of attention. He announced his promotion at my engagement party. Every single milestone I'd ever had, he found a way to make it about him or ruin it completely. But this time I had proof. My fiancé wanted to confront him immediately, drive over there and have it out. But I had a better idea. Our rehearsal dinner was in 3 days. I told her to trust me and act like everything was normal. Then I started putting together a slideshow. I spent the next 3 days acting completely normal around Marcus. We had a family lunch and I smiled through the whole thing. Meanwhile, I was secretly working with backup vendors to salvage what we could and building my presentation. Screenshots of every email with the headers showing IP addresses, timestamps proving I couldn't have sent them. The IP trace results with Marcus's address highlighted. I even included our legitimate payment receipts to show the caterer lie. By the time the rehearsal dinner came around, I had everything ready. The evening started normally enough. Family and the wedding party were all gathered at the restaurant, everyone drinking and laughing. Marcus showed up looking smug as always, making jokes during cocktails about how stressful wedding planning must be. He had this little smirk on his face that made my blood boil, but I stayed calm. My fiancée kept glancing at me nervously, but she trusted the plan. The toasts began after dinner. My parents went first, then the maid of honor, then the best man. Everyone was relaxed and emotional, sharing sweet stories. Then Marcus stood up with his glass and volunteered to give a toast. He went on about sibling rivalry and how we always kept each other on our toes, how competition made us stronger. Some relatives laughed, but it felt uncomfortable. He was practically gloating. When he finished, I stood up and thanked him for his words. I told everyone I'd also prepared something special to share. I dimmed the lights and turned on the projector I'd set up earlier. The slideshow started with some childhood photos of Marcus and me, nothing suspicious. Then the next slide said, "A week ago, our caterer canceled." The room got quiet. The screenshots started appearing on screen. The abusive emails sent from my account. The headers with IP addresses clearly visible. Then the step-by-step IP trace showing exactly where those emails came from. The final slide showed Marcus's home address matching the IP perfectly. The silence was deafening. Every single person turned to look at Marcus. His face went from confused to pale to bright red in about 5 seconds. He tried to say something about how this was crazy, how he would never, but his voice cracked. My dad just stared at him with this look of complete disgust. My mom started crying. Marcus stood up so fast his chair fell backward. He tried to defend himself, but no words came out that made sense. Then he just stormed out, practically running for the door. His girlfriend scrambled after him, looking absolutely mortified. No one tried to stop them. After Marcus left, the room stayed silent for what felt like forever. My fiancé squeezed my hand under the table. Finally, my best friend broke the tension by saying, "Well, that happened." And people started murmuring. The rehearsal dinner continued, but it was awkward as hell. Some family members came up to hug me and say they finally understood what I'd been dealing with. A few of my aunts and uncles left early without saying much. The next morning, my phone exploded with texts. My parents were split down the middle. Mom was upset that I humiliated Marcus publicly and said I should have handled it privately. Dad said Marcus got exactly what he deserved, and he was proud I stood up for myself. My younger cousins were completely on my side. The older relatives thought I went too far. Marcus's friends sent messages calling me psycho and vindictive. My friends and my fiancé's family all supported what I did. The wedding happened, and it was actually beautiful despite everything. We found replacement vendors and pulled it together. Marcus obviously didn't show up. A few extended family members who were close to him decided not to come either, but everyone who mattered was there, and it ended up being perfect. It's been 2 months since then, and I haven't heard a single word from Marcus. No apology, no explanation, nothing. Mutual friends tell me he's going around saying I doctored the evidence, which is insane considering how many people saw it. Some family members keep trying to play peacemaker. My parents want me to be the bigger person and reach out first. I've refused every time. Some nights I do question whether the public exposure was the right move. Maybe I could have confronted him privately first. But then I remember all the years of him sabotaging my moments and stealing my spotlight. I tried talking to him privately after the engagement party incident, and he just laughed it off. This was the only language he'd ever understand. Public accountability was the only thing that would actually make him face consequences. The holidays are coming up, and I have no idea what's going to happen. Some relatives have suggested family therapy. Honestly, I'm not even sure I want reconciliation. Marcus has never once taken accountability for anything he's done to me. Part of me feels relief that the truth is finally out there, but there's also this sadness about how fractured the family has become. My wife supports whatever I decide. Mom called last week saying Marcus wants to meet up to talk. I haven't responded yet. Part of me wants answers, but another part knows he's probably just going to make excuses and play the victim like he always does. The evening I taught my entitled mother-in-law that my marriage wasn't hers to control. I'm 33F, and I've been dealing with my mother-in-law Linda's boundary issues since the day I married her son David, also 33. From the start, she made it clear she saw me as competition for his attention. She'd show up at our apartment unannounced, let herself in with the key David had given her years ago, and critique everything from my cooking to how I folded his laundry. The worst part was, she'd constantly call me Rebecca, David's ex-girlfriend from college. When I'd correct her, she'd give this innocent little laugh like it was just a silly mistake. David always had the same response. That's just how Mom is. She means well. I tried to believe him for a while. Things escalated 6 months ago when we bought our first house. It was a fixer-upper in a quiet neighborhood. Nothing fancy, but it was ours. We were excited about making it our own space. Linda had other ideas. The helping started immediately. We came home from work one Tuesday to find she'd replaced the kitchen curtains I'd picked out with some floral thing she'd found on sale. When I asked her about it, she said mine were too dark, and she was just trying to brighten the place up. David said it wasn't worth arguing over curtains. Then she rearranged our furniture. Then she threw out family photos from my side because they clashed with the aesthetic she was going for. That one actually bothered David a little, but when she cried and said she was just trying to help us make the house beautiful, he caved. He told me I was being too sensitive, that she was getting older and just wanted to feel useful. I should mention that Linda is 61 and in perfect health. She volunteers at 3 different organizations and runs a book club. The Poor Old Woman Act was exactly that, an act. The final straw came 3 weeks ago. David and I both work full-time, so we're gone during the day. We came home on a Thursday evening, both exhausted, and I immediately knew something was wrong. The living room looked completely different. She'd let herself in and redecorated. Without asking. Without even mentioning she was planning to do it. The walls we'd spent 2 weekends painting a soft blue were now beige. Our comfortable sectional sofa that we'd saved up for was gone. Actually gone, and replaced with a stiff formal couch from her house. Our artwork was in a pile in the garage. She'd even rearranged our bookshelves. I stood there in shock while David called her. She answered cheerfully, saying she wanted to surprise us with a more mature living space. She'd hired movers and everything. Our sofa was at a donation center. That's when something in me snapped. I didn't yell. I didn't cry. I went completely calm, which, if you know me, is when I'm actually at my angriest. David was on the phone with his mother trying to reason with her. He kept saying she should have asked first and that this wasn't really appropriate, but she just talked over him about how ungrateful we were being. I walked to the kitchen, pulled out my laptop, and started searching for locksmiths. Found one that could come first thing in the morning, booked it. Then I drafted a message to Linda. David hung up looking defeated. He started saying something about how we should just repaint the walls and maybe we could get our couch back from the donation center. I cut him off and told him no. This ends now. I showed him what I'd written. Linda, thank you for your interest in our home. However, your interior design services are no longer required. Going forward, please ring the doorbell like a guest when you visit. We will let you know when it's a good time. He read it twice. I watched his face change as it sank in what I was actually saying. Then he asked if I really wanted to send this to his mother. I told him I'd already called a locksmith for tomorrow morning, and I was changing every lock in this house. That's when we had the fight. Not a screaming match exactly, but the most serious conversation we'd had in our 5 years of marriage. David said I was overreacting, that his mom was just trying to help, that I was going to cause a huge family issue over nothing. I told him it wasn't nothing. I walked him through every single incident over the past 3 years. The unannounced visits, the constant criticism, the calling me Rebecca, the key she'd copied without our permission, the complete violation of entering our home and removing our belongings. She threw out my grandmother's photo. She gave away the couch we bought together. She painted over the walls we spent our anniversary weekend working on. I asked him when it stops being just how she is and starts being a problem. Something clicked. Maybe it was seeing it all laid out at once. Maybe it was realizing that his mother had literally broken into our house. But David finally got quiet and told me to change the locks. I sent the message that night. The locksmith came at 8 in the morning. By 9, every exterior door had new locks, and only David and I had keys. Linda showed up at 2 like she always did on Fridays. I watched from the window as she tried her key. Then tried it again. Then started knocking, confused. When I opened the door, She had this smile that disappeared the second she saw my face. She said her key didn't work. I told her I knew, and that I'd had the locks changed. What happened next was spectacular in the worst way. She demanded to know why. I calmly repeated what I'd said in the message, that she needed to call before visiting from now on. She tried to push past me into the house. I blocked her. That's when she lost it. Started yelling on our front porch about how ungrateful and disrespectful I was, how she'd only been trying to help, how David would never stand for this. The neighbors were definitely watching. David came to the door. She immediately switched to crying, saying I'd locked her out of her son's life.
And my husband, who had spent 3 years telling me to just let it go, told her that she'd entered our house without permission and got rid of our belongings.
That's not helping, he said. That's controlling. He said I was right, and that she needed to call before coming over. The crying stopped. She stared at him like he'd slapped her and asked if he was taking my side. He said he was protecting his marriage. She left without another word. That was 3 weeks ago. Linda hasn't visited once, though not for lack of trying at first. She called David 17 times the night after the lock incident. He didn't answer. She sent a long text about how hurt she was, how she'd raised him better than to treat his mother this way, how I'd clearly turned him against her. He responded with one line, telling her we'd talk when she was ready to respect our boundaries. The next week, David's aunt called, then his cousin, then 3 of Linda's friends from church, all saying the same thing, that I was being cruel, that Linda was just a mother who loved her son, that I should be grateful someone cared enough to help fix up our house. David shut it down every time. He kept telling them this wasn't about me, and that his mom had crossed a line. I won't lie. There were moments I wondered if I'd gone too far, if I should have tried one more conversation before changing the locks. But then I'd remember standing in our living room, looking at beige walls and someone else's furniture, and feeling like a stranger in my own house. 2 days ago, Linda sent a message to both of us. It said she would consider visiting again once we apologized for embarrassing her in front of the neighbors and acknowledged how much she'd sacrificed to help us. David deleted it without responding. Our house is quiet now. We repainted the living room, a warm gray this time, something we both picked. We found a couch we love. I hung my grandmother's photo back up in a place of honor. David seems lighter somehow. He admitted last week that he'd been anxious every time he left for work, wondering what his mom might do next. He'd just gotten so used to managing her feelings that he hadn't realized how exhausting it was. His dad called yesterday. First time we've heard from him through this whole thing. He said Linda is telling everyone we've banned her from the house. David corrected him and said she's welcome to visit when she calls first like anyone else would. His dad sighed and said Linda doesn't see herself as anyone else. She's having a hard time accepting that David is actually a grown man with his own family now. That might be the truest thing anyone's said about this situation. Some of David's relatives still think I'm the villain here, that I should have been more patient, more understanding, that I destroyed a mother-son relationship over home decor. But I don't think they get it. This was never about curtains or paint colors. This was about Linda refusing to accept that her son had a life that she wasn't the center of. We haven't heard from Linda in a week. No calls, no texts, no flying monkeys sent to plead her case. David says she's probably waiting for us to crack first, to be the ones who reach out and apologize. We're not going to. I sometimes wonder if she'll ever actually accept the boundaries, or if this is just how things are now. A permanent standoff where she refuses to visit and we refuse to pretend her behavior was acceptable. But honestly, after everything, I'm okay with that. Our home is finally ours.
The moment I made my uncle pay for decades of family manipulation started with what everyone thought was an act of kindness.
I, 28, never thought I'd be the one to bring down my Uncle Richard, 56,
the man my entire family treated like royalty for as long as I could remember. Growing up, Richard was always the golden child, charismatic, always with a story about how he saved the family business, always the center of attention at every gathering. My dad was his business partner. They inherited the manufacturing company from my grandfather 15 years ago. But you'd never know it from the way Richard talked. He took credit for everything, while my dad worked 70-hour weeks and came home exhausted. I noticed it as a kid, the way Dad would be stressed about payroll, while Richard showed up in a new Mercedes. But whenever I mentioned it, the family shut me down. I didn't understand business, they said. Richard was the face of the company, the deal maker. Dad was just the operations guy. Then Dad died 8 months ago. Heart attack at 54. At the funeral, Richard gave this touching speech about his brother and partner, how they built everything together. 2 weeks later, he called me in for a meeting and offered me Dad's old position. He'd teach me how things really worked, he said. Guide me the way he wished he could have guided Dad. My mom was thrilled. The whole family kept telling me how lucky I was, how generous Richard was being. I accepted, but something felt off from day one. Files were disorganized, records were missing, and Richard brushed off every question I asked. He was never in the office, always at supposed client meetings that somehow involved golf courses and expensive restaurants. Then I found Dad's old notebook in the desk drawer. Pages of circled invoice numbers, dates, cryptic notes in the margins. Dad had been tracking something. 3 weeks in, I overheard Richard on the phone saying the kid didn't know anything and to keep doing what they'd been doing. That's when I started staying late, copying files to my personal drive, pretending I was just learning the systems. A month later, I found it. A fake invoice for $3,000 to a vendor that didn't exist. I cross-referenced it with Dad's notes. He'd circled that exact invoice. Dad knew. He'd been gathering evidence. And maybe all that stress is what killed him. I realized then this was going to take months, and I had no idea how deep it actually went. 4 months after I found that first fake invoice, I had everything. Over $200,000 in fake invoices, Richard's home renovations, his kids' college tuition, vacation properties, all charged to the company as business expenses. Worse, he'd been pocketing employee retirement contributions. The money was deducted from their paychecks but never deposited. He'd also taken out business loans in the company's name and used the cash for personal investments. Dad's notes confirmed he'd documented almost all of it but never acted. I thought about going to Richard privately. I really did. But then I'd remember his performance at Dad's funeral, the way he positioned himself as the generous uncle taking me under his wing, the decades of taking credit for Dad's work. I thought about the employees who'd lost their retirement money, about Dad's stress, about how Richard would just talk his way out of it if I confronted him alone. This needed to be public. The annual shareholders meeting was in 2 weeks. I quietly met with the company lawyer who'd always respected Dad. He reviewed everything and confirmed it was fraud, embezzlement, possibly criminal. I prepared the presentation, made copies of every document, and told no one, not even Mom. The night before the meeting, I barely slept. Richard opened the meeting like always, all smiles, talking about strong leadership during the transition. When it came time for the financial report, I stood up and asked to present something. He looked annoyed but agreed, probably thinking I was just being eager to impress everyone. I started with the first fake invoice on the screen. Richard interrupted immediately, saying this was inappropriate and we could discuss it privately. I ignored him and kept going. Document after document. The fake invoices, the personal expenses, the missing retirement funds, the unauthorized loans. His whole demeanor changed when he realized this was serious. He tried laughing it off, saying I clearly didn't understand business accounting. I showed Dad's notes, the pattern over years. He got angry then, raising his voice about how Dad had authorized everything, how this was a family matter, and I was grieving and didn't know what I was talking about. Then, an employee spoke up asking about the retirement money. Another shareholder pointed out the invoices were all to companies that didn't exist. The company lawyer stood and said he'd reviewed everything, and it showed clear evidence of fraud. Richard tried to leave, but a shareholder blocked the door. A vote was called. He was forced to resign on the spot, and a full audit was ordered. As he walked out, he looked at me and said I had no idea what I'd just done to this family. I told him I knew exactly what I did. That was 3 weeks ago. The family split right down the middle. Mom felt betrayed. I'd humiliated him in front of everyone, she said. Richard's sister won't speak to me. Some cousins took my side. Others took his. The family group chat turned into a war zone. Richard's wife called me crying, saying I destroyed their family. I expected to feel victorious, but mostly I just felt hollow. The audit confirmed everything, and then some. Over $400,000 stolen in total. Criminal charges were filed. Richard has to repay it all, sell his vacation home, liquidate assets. The employee retirement funds will be restored. His reputation in the local business community is destroyed. Mom barely speaks to me now. She keeps saying I could have come to her first, that he's still family. I asked her if she would have believed me if I'd gone to her privately, and she went silent. Didn't answer. Some family members are actually believing Richard's claim that Dad authorized some of the expenses, saying I misunderstood their arrangement. The criminal case could take years, and meanwhile, I'm running the company with all of this hanging over everything. The employees thank me privately. One guy who was about to retire told me I saved him, that he would have lost everything. He also said Dad would be proud, that Dad was gathering the same evidence before he died. The company lawyer said I did the right thing. But family gatherings are canceled now. Everyone's taking sides. Holidays will never be the same. Late one night at the office, I found another note from Dad tucked in his desk. It said if I was reading it, I'd found what he found, and he was sorry he was too weak to do anything about it. He told me to do what he couldn't. I sat there for an hour just staring at it. Maybe that's why he left all those notes, why he wanted me in the business. But knowing that doesn't make the family divide any easier. Mom finally agreed to meet me for coffee yesterday. She looked exhausted. She told me she'd found some of Dad's notes at home from years ago. I asked what she thought now, and she said she needed time. She wasn't saying I was wrong, but she wasn't saying I was right either. We sat there in silence for a while before she left. It's been 3 weeks since that meeting, and it feels like 3 years. Half the family won't talk to me. The other half treats me like a hero. The employees are grateful, but I lost so much in the process. Richard is still claiming innocence, playing the victim, and some relatives want to believe him. I keep replaying that moment in the meeting, hearing his voice saying, I had no idea what I'd done to the family. Some days I'm sure I made the right choice. Other days I wonder if I just wanted revenge and called it justice. The night I made my aunt regret treating me like her personal maid. I, 25F, have been dealing with my Aunt Linda, 48, for the past 3 years, and I need to tell you what finally made me snap. Linda's always been the successful one in our family. Big house in the city, always hosting holidays, making sure everyone knew how generous she was. What nobody talked about was how she actually treated people behind closed doors. 3 years ago, when I was 22 and starting college, she offered me a room. Said it would help me get on my feet, save money, focus on school. I was grateful. I just left our small hometown and didn't know anyone in the city. The first week was fine, normal even. Then the requests started. It was small things at first. Could I just throw in a load of laundry while I was doing mine? Would I mind picking up groceries on my way home? Maybe cook dinner a few nights a week since she worked late. But small things became expectations. Daily chores, her meals, her laundry, cleaning the entire house, running her errands. And whenever I did these things, she'd phrase it like I was earning my keep, like I owed her. I was working 2 part-time jobs at this point. Mornings at a coffee shop, evenings tutoring students. I'd come home exhausted and still have to make sure dinner was ready when she walked through the door. The breaking point came one night when I got back from a double shift and found her dirty laundry dumped on my bed. Not in a basket, just thrown there. I was too tired to deal with it, so I moved it to the floor and went to sleep. The next morning, she came into my room and asked why her laundry wasn't done. I told her, as politely as I could, that I'd appreciate it if she stopped leaving her clothes on my bed. That's when she snapped at me, told me not to forget who was keeping a roof over my head. Like I wasn't working 40 hours a week and doing all her housework on top of school. That moment, something shifted in me. I didn't say anything back, just nodded and went to class. 2 weeks later, she announced she was throwing a dinner party, handed me a list of everything I needed to cook, how to set up, what to serve. Didn't ask, just expected it. The way she said it, like I was hired help, made my decision for me. I smiled and told her of course I'd help, but in my head, I was already planning my exit. That's when I started looking for apartments. I found a studio apartment near campus within 3 days. It was tiny and barely affordable, but it was mine. I signed the lease that weekend and didn't tell anyone. For the next 2 weeks, I moved my stuff out slowly. A box during my lunch break. A bag after my morning shift. Things she'd never notice were missing because she never paid attention to anything in my room unless it affected her. The whole time I kept playing the part. Cooked her meals, did her laundry, cleaned the house. She had no idea I was counting down the days. The night of the dinner party finally came. I spent hours cooking everything on her list, set the table exactly how she wanted, made sure everything looked perfect. Her guests started arriving around 7, and she was in full performance mode, laughing loud, showing off the house, making sure everyone knew how well she was doing. Then she decided to give a tour. I was in the kitchen plating appetizers when I heard her bringing people through. She walked them past my room and gestured toward it like it was part of the house features. One of her friends asked who stayed there, and that's when I heard it. She introduced me as the girl who lives off her kindness. Not her niece, not someone staying with her temporarily. The girl who lives off her kindness. Her friends looked uncomfortable. I stood there holding a tray of food, and she was smiling at me like she expected me to agree or thank her or something. Something in me just went cold and calm. I smiled back, set down the tray, and kept serving like nothing happened. But I knew right then I wasn't staying another hour in that house. Midway through dinner, right when they were finishing dessert, I excused myself. Told everyone I had an early shift the next morning and needed to get some sleep. My aunt barely acknowledged me, just waved me off. I went to my room, grabbed the duffel bag I'd packed that morning with my last few things, and walked straight out the front door. I left my house key on the kitchen counter on my way out. I didn't look back, didn't leave a note, just left. The next morning I woke up to 47 missed calls, all from her. I finally listened to one of the voicemails and she was screaming. Her house was a mess. Her guests had left with dishes piled everywhere. She didn't know how to work her own washing machine. She kept yelling about how I could do this to her, how embarrassing it was, how ungrateful I was. I didn't call her back. I blocked her number 2 days later. The first few days after I left, my phone didn't stop. Calls, texts, voicemails. She'd swing between guilt-tripping and threatening me, telling me how ungrateful I was after everything she did for me, how she was going to tell my mother, how I'd regret this. I blocked her number on day 3 and finally got some peace. A week later, she showed up at the coffee shop where I work. She walked in during the morning rush, acting all concerned, asking my coworkers if she could talk to me, saying she'd been so worried, playing the role of the caring aunt in front of everyone. I agreed to talk on my break because I didn't want to cause a scene at work. We went outside and she immediately started with the guilt, asked how I could leave without telling her, started crying about how embarrassed she was in front of her friends. I just stood there and let her finish. Then I told her calmly that she didn't need to worry about me anymore, that I'd found somewhere that doesn't require servitude. Her whole face changed. The tears stopped. She realized I wasn't coming back and wasn't going to apologize. She tried telling me that wasn't fair, that she gave me a place to stay. I said we were even considering I gave her 3 years of unpaid labor. She left angry, and I went back to finish my shift. It's been 2 months since then. She's been complaining to everyone in the family. Her version of the story is that I betrayed her hospitality and took advantage of her generosity. But here's the thing that makes me laugh. She's asked 2 of our cousins and my younger brother if they want to stay with her. All 3 of them suddenly have other arrangements. Funny how that works. My mom called me last week saying Linda seems really stressed and maybe I should apologize. I asked Mom if she'd like to go help Linda with her laundry instead. She changed the subject pretty quick. Some family members think I should have given her notice, that leaving like that was too harsh. Others are quietly admitting they always thought something was off about the whole arrangement. My friends all say I did the right thing, but there's still this small part of me that wonders if I handled it wrong. Last week I ran into her at a family birthday party. She pretended I didn't exist, didn't look at me once the entire time. Honestly, I'm fine with that. But I keep thinking about why I still feel like I need to justify standing up for myself. Why leaving a situation where I was being used somehow makes me the bad guy in her story.
The weekend I made my greedy stepbrother regret undermining my mother's will. I, 28, never thought I'd be fighting my stepbrother Evan, 31, over my dead mother's belongings. But here we are. Mom died 3 weeks ago from cancer. She was a freelance artist who ran a small studio from home, and honestly, it wasn't much, but it was everything she'd built over 20 years of work. Evan came into the picture when Mom married his dad 5 years ago. He lived in Seattle and visited maybe twice a year for holidays. That was it. The will reading happened at the lawyer's office about a week after the funeral. Just me, Evan, and his dad sitting in those uncomfortable leather chairs. The lawyer laid it out pretty simply. The studio, all the artwork, and her savings account, around $45,000, went to me. Stepdad got some personal items and sentimental things. Evan got nothing specific because, honestly, Mom barely knew him. They weren't close. He was just her husband's son who showed up for Christmas dinner. I could see Evan's face turning red as the lawyer finished reading. He didn't say anything right there, but you could tell he was pissed. Later that evening, back at the house, he cornered me in the kitchen and told me this wasn't fair. That because his dad married my mom, he was family too and deserved something. I tried to be diplomatic about it. I told him Mom made her choices, and she'd built that studio before she even met his dad. He just looked at me and said, "We'd see about that." I didn't think much of it at the time. I figured he was just upset and needed to blow off steam. 2 days later, I got served legal papers. Evan had filed a dispute in probate court. The claim said he had evidence that Mom promised him her artwork collection before she died. Attached to the filing was this printed email, supposedly from Mom's account, dated a month before her death.
In it, she allegedly said she wanted Evan to have at least half of everything, especially the paintings. I stared at that email for 10 minutes straight because Mom never said anything like that to me. Not once. I called the lawyer immediately and she said this was going to complicate things. We'd need to respond and possibly go to court. Meanwhile, Evan started posting on Facebook about being cut out of his stepmom's will by a greedy stepdaughter. Mutual family members started calling. Some believed him. My aunt actually asked me if I was being selfish. I was drowning in grief, and now I had to deal with legal stress on top of it. I couldn't even process Mom's death because I was too busy gathering evidence and meeting with lawyers. One night I was sitting in Mom's studio, going through her things, and I thought about how meticulous she was. She kept records of everything. There had to be something here that could help me. That's when I started looking through her old external hard drive. I spent the entire weekend going through Mom's files. Years of journals, sketches, business records. She had everything backed up multiple times. I was clicking through folders labeled things like 2024_taxes and 2024.com missions when I found one called final_thoughts. My hand was shaking when I opened it. There was a voice memo dated exactly 1 week before Mom died. I almost didn't click play because I wasn't ready to hear her voice again, but I did. It was weak, but clear. She said she was making the recording because she wanted there to be no confusion. Everything she had, the studio, the art, the savings, went to me. She said Evan was a good kid, but he had his own life and career. He'd be fine on his own. I needed this. I'd earned it. I broke down listening to it, but I also felt this surge of anger at Evan for putting me through all of this. I looked at the email he'd submitted again, and something felt off. Mom never called her paintings pieces or used phrases like distribute my assets. I logged into her actual email account and searched for anything sent to Evan during that time period. There was nothing. The sent folder showed no record of that email existing. I took screenshots of everything and brought it all to my lawyer. She listened to the memo and told me it was perfect evidence, but we needed more. We dug into the metadata of Evan's email. It had been created as a PDF, not forwarded from an actual email client. The timestamp showed it was supposedly sent at 3 in the morning, which made no sense because Mom was never up that late, especially when she was sick. My lawyer said Evan was screwed, but we should let him commit to his story in court first. It felt ruthless, but also like he deserved it after everything he'd put me through. Court day came, and Evan went first. He was so confident it made me sick. He told this whole sob story about loving his stepmom and how they'd talked about art together. He even teared up at one point. My lawyer started asking him questions about his relationship with Mom. How many times had he visited in the last year? Evan said a few times. My lawyer told him it was actually twice, Christmas and Easter. Then she asked about phone calls and texts. Evan said he got a new phone and everything was gone. Convenient. Then my lawyer asked about the email. Why had he printed it instead of forwarding the original? Evan said he thought a printout was fine. She told him we'd examined Mom's email account and there was no record of it ever being sent. He started sweating. That's when she played the voice memo. Mom's voice filled the courtroom. Everything goes to my daughter. Evan will be fine on his own. I watched his face go completely pale. The judge dismissed the case immediately and fined Evan $5,000 for submitting fraudulent evidence. Evan lost it. He started yelling about how I'd ruined his life and that he deserved that money. Then he stormed out. Outside the courthouse, Evan was screaming at me about how I'd set him up and made him look bad. His dad tried to calm him down, but Evan told me not to expect any relationship with the family anymore. I just stood there and said that was fine with me. Within hours, everyone knew what happened. Some relatives called to apologize for doubting me. Others said I went too far by letting Evan humiliate himself in court instead of showing him the recording privately. My aunt told me I didn't have to destroy him publicly like that. My cousin said he got what he deserved for forging evidence. Stepdad sent me a text saying he was sorry and hoped I could forgive Evan someday. I never responded. Evan deleted all his social media posts about being the victim. Some mutual friends unfollowed him. Others posted vague things about the truth always coming out. I didn't post anything, but people who were at court were definitely talking. The story kind of took on a life of its own. Back at Mom's studio, I finally had legal clearance to claim everything. But it felt hollow. The art was still beautiful, but now it was tainted by this whole fight. I kept thinking about Evan's face in court, and I couldn't tell if what I felt was satisfaction or something darker. My friend asked if I regretted how I handled it, and I told her I didn't know. Part of me felt like he deserved to be exposed for lying, but another part wondered if I was just as petty as him. She said he forged evidence and I just proved my case. I said yeah, but I let him dig himself deeper when I could have ended it sooner. The $45,000 is going to help me a lot. I can pay off debt and maybe go back to school. But it came at the cost of a family relationship that's now permanently fractured. Mom wouldn't have wanted this drama, but she also wanted me to have this. It's complicated. 3 months later, I've integrated the studio into my life. Some of Mom's paintings are displayed, and others are stored carefully. I haven't heard from Evan since court. Stepdad sends occasional texts, but it's awkward. The family is split, and probably always will be. I still think about whether I was wrong to wait and let him commit to his lies before showing the proof. Part of me thinks it was strategic and necessary. Part of me feels like I stooped to his level. A lawyer friend told me I played by the rules, and he didn't. But rules don't make everything feel right. Last week I got a message request from an unknown account. It just said that I might think I won, but this isn't over. Could be Evan. Could be some random troll. Either way, I'm not sure the ruthless approach was worth it. But I also don't know if I had any other choice. They kicked me out for being ungrateful, so I took the house they tried to steal. I'm 28, and for the past 6 months, I've been in a legal war with my own parents over my grandparents' house. It sounds insane when I say it out loud, but here we are. My grandparents died within 3 months of each other last year. Grandpa went first, heart attack in his sleep. Grandma followed right after. The doctors said it was pneumonia, but I think she just gave up without him. They'd been married for 56 years. I was the only one who actually spent time with them. Every weekend I'd come over to help with groceries, take them to doctor appointments, fix things around the house. My parents lived 20 minutes away and visited maybe twice a year on holidays. They were always too busy with work, too busy with their own lives. But the second my grandparents died, suddenly they cared a whole lot about family. The will reading was a nightmare. The attorney, Mr. Henderson, read through everything, and when he got to the house, he said it was left entirely to me. Not split between my parents and me, not held in trust, just mine. My parents sat there in complete shock, and then my mom started crying. Not sad crying, angry crying. My dad's face went red, and he actually stood up and accused me of manipulating them. He said I must have brainwashed 2 dying old people into cutting out their own son. I tried to explain that I had no idea they were leaving me the house. I knew they appreciated my help, but I never asked for anything. I did it because I loved them. My dad didn't want to hear it. He said I was ungrateful and conniving, that I'd taken advantage of elderly people who weren't in their right minds. My mom just kept saying it wasn't fair, that they were the actual children and I was just a grandchild. Then came the demands. They wanted me to sign the house over to them so they could manage it properly. They said I was too young to handle property, that I'd make mistakes, that it made more sense for them to have it. When I refused, things got ugly fast.
My dad told me I was making a huge mistake and that I'd regret choosing money over family. At first, it was just guilt trips. Phone calls every day about how hurt they were, how betrayed they felt. Then relatives started calling. Aunts and uncles I barely talked to suddenly had opinions about how I should do the right thing and honor my parents. Most of them didn't even know the full story. My parents had gotten to them first with their version, where I was some kind of master manipulator. I changed the locks on the house when I moved in because my parents kept showing up unannounced, demanding we talk about this. They'd bang on the door at 8 in the morning or show up during dinner. I couldn't deal with it anymore. That's when things escalated. 2 weeks after I changed the locks, my utilities got shut off. Power, water, everything. I called the companies and somehow my parents had gotten access to the accounts and canceled them. I got everything restored and put passwords on the accounts, but it happened again a week later. My mail started going missing too. I'd be waiting for important documents and they'd just never show up. Then my parents started telling the entire extended family that I'd stolen the inheritance from them. The family group chat became this toxic mess of people taking sides. Half of them thought I was a terrible person. The other half stayed quiet because they didn't want to get involved. The worst part came about a month after I moved in. I came home from work one day and my key didn't work. They'd changed the locks. I could see movement inside through the windows, and when I looked closer, my parents were in there. They were actually inside my house going through my things. I called the police, but when they showed up, my parents had some documents that made it look like they had partial ownership. I don't know where they got them, but the cops said it was a civil matter, and they couldn't force anyone out. I had to call Mr. Henderson, and even then it took 3 days to sort out. Those 3 days I stayed with my friend Jake because I had nowhere else to go. After that, living there became impossible. My parents started camping outside, parking their car on the street, and just sitting there watching the house. The neighbors started complaining. Someone slashed my tires one night. I couldn't prove it was them, but I knew. Anonymous complaints got filed with the city about property maintenance, even though I was keeping everything perfect. Then my parents filed a restraining order claiming I'd threatened them. It was complete garbage, but I had to deal with lawyers and court dates. The judge eventually dismissed it, but the damage was done. I couldn't stay there anymore. Every day was a new disaster, a new way they found to make my life hell. I packed up what I could and went back to Jake's place. I crashed on his couch and tried to figure out what to do next. My parents moved into the house the day after I left. They sent me a text saying, maybe now I'd learn some respect and understand that family comes first. They actually thought they'd won. I took the important documents with me, though. All the paperwork from my grandparents, copies of the will, everything I could grab. I didn't know what I was going to do with it yet, but I wasn't going to let them have it all. My parents started posting on social media about finally getting what was rightfully theirs. Family members congratulated them. I got blocked from family events. It felt like I'd lost everything. My grandparents, their house, and now the entire family. I spent 2 weeks on Jake's couch feeling completely defeated. My parents were living in my house, posting pictures on Facebook about their new place, and half the family was commenting, "Congratulations," like they'd just bought it themselves. I got uninvited from my cousin's wedding. My aunt sent me a long message about how disappointed my grandparents would be in me. It was insane how fast everyone turned. The worst part was the depression that set in. I'd lost my grandparents, and now I'd lost their house too, the last real connection I had to them. Some nights I couldn't sleep, and I'd just sit there, going through the boxes of documents I'd managed to take with me. Old photos, receipts, random paperwork my grandparents had kept. I don't know what I was looking for exactly. Then one night, about 3 weeks after I'd left, I found something weird. There were some legal documents in one of my grandpa's files, dated from 2 years ago. Property transfer forms, but the signatures looked off. The dates didn't match up with other things in the file.
I'm not a handwriting expert, but something felt wrong about it. I called Mr. Henderson the next morning. He was the attorney who wrote my grandparents' will, and he'd always been straight with me. I told him what I found and asked if he could look into it. He said he'd check the county records and get back to me. 3 days later, he called me back and his voice was different. Serious. He said I needed to come to his office right away. When I got there, he had documents spread across his desk. Turns out my parents had filed fraudulent transfer paperwork with the county, claiming there was an error in the original will. They'd forged signatures on a grantor deed transfer and submitted it weeks after the funeral. While I was grieving and barely functioning, they were at the county recorder's office filing fake documents. Mr. Henderson showed me the evidence. The notary stamps didn't match official records. The dates were wrong. Some of the signatures were obviously forged if you compared them to real documents. And here's the worst part. There were emails and drafts in the county system showing my parents had been planning this before my grandparents even died.
They'd consulted with someone about how to contest a will months in advance. I felt sick. These were my parents, the people who raised me, and they'd been plotting to steal from their own parents while those parents were still alive. Mr. Henderson referred me to a litigation attorney named Ms. Chen, who specialized in estate fraud. She looked at everything and said we had a strong case, but it was going to be expensive and messy. I didn't care anymore. I was done being the pushover who just accepted whatever my parents did. We filed in court within a week. Fraud, forgery, illegal eviction, the whole thing. We also filed a criminal complaint with the DA's office, because what they did wasn't just shady, it was actually illegal. When my parents got served with the papers, my dad called me, screaming. I hung up and blocked their numbers. The legal battle took 6 months, and it was brutal. My parents hired an expensive lawyer, and their story kept changing every time they had to give a deposition. First, they said my grandparents had verbally promised them the house. Then they said there was a written agreement that got lost. Then they claimed I'd stolen documents that proved their case. None of it held up because none of it was true. The turning point was when Ms. Chen got access to my dad's text messages through Discovery. There were messages to my mom from 3 years ago talking about what they'd do once the old man was gone and how they'd fix this mistake. Actual texts about planning to overturn the will before my grandpa even died. When those got entered into evidence, you could see their lawyer's face just drop. Some of the relatives who'd testified for my parents started backtracking after that. My uncle claimed he'd been misled about the situation. My aunt suddenly remembered that actually my grandparents had talked about leaving me the house. It was pathetic watching everyone scramble to cover themselves. The legal fees destroyed my parents financially. They'd hired this expensive attorney thinking they'd win quickly, and instead it dragged on for months. Every deposition, every motion, every court appearance cost them money they didn't have. I found out later they'd taken out a second mortgage on their own house to pay for it. Finally, after 6 months, we went before a judge for the final ruling. He didn't even take that long to decide. He called my parents' actions calculated fraud against the deceased's wishes and said it was one of the more blatant cases of estate theft he'd seen. The property was restored to me immediately. My parents were fined $50,000 for fraudulent filing. They were ordered to pay my legal fees, which came to about $75,000. And they got criminal charges, probation and community service for the fraud. My mom cried in the courtroom. My dad just sat there staring at the table. Their lawyer looked relieved it was over. Ms. Chen shook my hand and told me she was proud of how I'd fought back. But it wasn't really over yet. My parents couldn't pay the fines and legal fees. They couldn't even make their regular mortgage payments anymore because everything had gone to their lawyer. Within 2 months, foreclosure proceedings started on their house. They were losing everything because they'd tried to take everything from me. The sheriff delivered the eviction notice to them at my grandparents' house, my house, about a week after the court ruling. I was there. Ms. Chen had advised me to stay away, but I couldn't help myself.
I sat in my car down the street and watched as the sheriff handed them the papers. My mom was crying again. My dad was yelling. And I just sat there watching it happen, feeling nothing. My parents had 30 days to get out, but they were gone in 2 weeks. They moved into a rental apartment across town, some small place they could barely afford. Their house sold at auction for less than they owed on it. Everything they'd built for themselves, gone because they got greedy and stupid. When I finally moved back into my grandparents' house, I understood why they'd left so fast. They'd trashed the place. Holes punched in walls, carpet ripped up in spots, cabinet doors hanging off hinges. It was like they'd gone through and destroyed whatever they could before leaving. Even some of my grandma's old decorations were smashed. That hurt worse than anything they'd done to me directly. I spent the next month fixing everything. Patching walls, replacing carpet, repairing what I could and replacing what I couldn't. It cost money, but I didn't care. This was my grandparents' house, and I was going to restore it the way they'd kept it. I put their photos back on the walls. I replanted my grandma's garden that had died from neglect. Slowly, the house started feeling like home again, instead of a crime scene. The family fallout was messy. Everyone took sides, and the extended family basically split in half. Some relatives thought I'd gone too far, that I should have just given my parents the house and kept the peace. Others were horrified when they found out about the forged documents and the planning my parents had done. Family dinners stopped happening. Thanksgiving that year was canceled because no one could agree on who to invite. The family group chat got so toxic that someone finally just deleted it. My aunts and uncles got awkward when I'd run into them in public. Some would pretend they didn't see me. Others would give me these uncomfortable smiles and ask how I was doing, in that tone that meant they didn't actually want to know. My cousins picked sides too. The ones around my age mostly supported me once they heard the full story, but the older generation thought I should have been the bigger person. My parents spent the next few months telling anyone who'd listen that I destroyed the family. My mom posted things on Facebook about ungrateful children who value money over blood.
My dad apparently told people at his church that I'd falsified evidence and manipulated the court system. Some relatives believed them. A few people I'd known my whole life stopped talking to me completely based on whatever story my parents told them. Other relatives quietly reached out, though. My mom's younger sister sent me a message saying she was sorry for not speaking up sooner, that she'd always known my parents were difficult, but didn't realize how far they'd go. One of my uncles admitted he'd never liked how my parents treated my grandparents and was glad someone finally stood up to them. It was weird finding out that some family members had been waiting for someone to call my parents out for years. My parents' lives fell apart pretty completely. They were both in their early 50s and had to start over from almost nothing. The apartment they moved into was maybe 900 square feet. My dad's health got worse from the stress. High blood pressure, some kind of heart thing. My mom took a part-time job at a grocery store because they needed the money. People who knew them saw how far they'd fallen, and I'm sure some of them felt sorry for them. Sometimes I feel guilty about it. I'll see something that reminds me of them, or I'll remember a good memory from childhood, and I'll think about how they're struggling now. Then I remember what they tried to do, and the guilt goes away. They didn't just try to take the house. They planned it while my grandparents were alive. They forged documents. They kicked me out of my own home and made me feel like I was the villain for not handing over my inheritance. My grandpa used to say, "Family is who shows up." I showed up for them every weekend for years. I took them to appointments and helped around the house and listened to the same stories over and over because it made them happy. My parents showed up twice a year, and then came running the second there was money involved. My grandma had a saying, too, about not starting fights you can't finish. My parents started this fight thinking I'd just roll over. They taught me that lesson the hard way. It's been about 6 months since the legal case ended. The house is mine, completely and legally. I've got the deed, the court ruling,
everything documented. I sit in my grandpa's old workshop sometimes, or cook in my grandma's kitchen, and I feel like I did right by them. This is where I'm supposed to be. I haven't had any contact with my parents since the eviction. They've sent letters, some apologizing, some angry, some trying to explain their side. I haven't opened most of them. I don't know what they could say that would make any of this better. A few times I've thought about reaching out, but then I remember everything, and I just don't. Last week my younger cousin called me and said my parents are telling people I'm going to lose the house in another lawsuit. Some story about how the court case isn't really over and they're filing an appeal. It's garbage. Nothing's been filed, and they don't have money for another lawyer anyway. But it made me paranoid for a few days, checking the court records online to make sure nothing new had popped up. My mom called yesterday. First time in months. I saw her name on my phone and I let it go to voicemail. The notification is still sitting there. I haven't listened to it yet. Part of me wants to know what she said. Part of me thinks listening to it would just open everything back up again. Maybe she's apologizing. Maybe she's asking for money. Maybe she just wants to tell me one more time that I destroyed everything. The house is mine. I won. But sometimes when I'm sitting here alone, I wonder if anyone actually won, or if we all just lost different things.
They mocked me for being the failure of the family, so I let their lies burn their reputations instead. I'm sitting in my parents' lawyer's office right now with a folder full of evidence that's about to blow up my entire family. I, 32, have spent the last 8 months taking care of my parents, while my 2 older sisters, Rebecca, 36, and Michelle, 34, played the role of perfect daughters on social media. And 3 weeks ago, I found out they'd been plotting behind my back the entire time. But I need to back up and explain how I ended up here, because this story doesn't start with me as the hero. For most of my life, I was the family punching bag. Growing up, Rebecca and Michelle were the golden girls. Rebecca sailed through law school, married a surgeon, popped out 2 perfect kids, and became some hotshot corporate lawyer. Michelle went into marketing, got the picture-perfect family, the house in the suburbs, the whole package. Meanwhile, I was the one who barely graduated college, couldn't keep a job for more than a year, and had a messy breakup with my ex-fiancé 2 years ago that the whole family loved to discuss. Every family gathering was the same routine. My sisters would talk about their accomplishments, while I sat there trying to make myself invisible. My mom would find ways to bring up my failures in conversation. Well, at least Rebecca has a stable career. Or, Michelle's so good with money, unlike some people. My dad would just shake his head at me, like I was this constant disappointment he had to tolerate. Last Thanksgiving, before everything changed, was particularly brutal. We were all at Rebecca's house because of course we were. Her house is massive, and she loves showing it off. Michelle brought this expensive wine and made a big deal about how she'd been promoted again. I'd just been let go from another job and was living in a tiny apartment I could barely afford. Rebecca made some joke about how I should try adulting sometime, and everyone laughed. My mom actually laughed. That's the kind of family dynamic I'm talking about. So when my parents called me 8 months ago, I was shocked. My dad had a heart attack. Not a massive one, but enough to scare everyone. My mom's arthritis had gotten so bad she could barely do daily tasks anymore. They needed help, and apparently, I was the only option available. I asked about Rebecca and Michelle. Rebecca was too busy with work, had some big case she couldn't leave. Michelle had her kids' activities and her job and just couldn't make it work with her schedule. But me? The failure with no real career and no family? I could drop everything. And I did. I packed up my stuff, broke my lease, and moved back into my childhood bedroom at 32 years old. I figured maybe this was my chance to finally prove I wasn't useless. Maybe if I took care of them,
they'd finally see me as something other than the family embarrassment. The reality of it hit fast. I was cooking 3 meals a day, doing all the cleaning, driving my parents to every doctor's appointment, managing their medications, paying their bills from their accounts because they'd given me access. My days started at 6 a.m. and didn't end until I got them to bed around 9 p.m. It was exhausting. Meanwhile, Rebecca and Michelle would video chat once a week. They'd spend 20 minutes asking how Mom and Dad were doing, making sympathetic noises, and then talking about their own lives. Rebecca sent money sometimes, a few $100s here and there, like that made up for anything. Michelle sent gift baskets, actual gift baskets, like that's what our parents needed. The worst part was they were posting about family values online. Michelle had this whole Instagram thing going about the importance of taking care of elderly parents. Rebecca would share articles about filial responsibility on Facebook, and everyone would comment about how wonderful they were, what good daughters they had become.
Nobody knew I was the one actually doing everything. My parents were grateful, I think, but they still couldn't help themselves. Little comments about how I should be using this time to think about my career, or asking when I was going to get my life together, or wondering if I'd ever find someone after my breakup. It stung, but I swallowed it. I kept thinking if I just proved myself enough, things would change. 3 weeks ago, everything I thought I knew shattered. I was in the kitchen making lunch when I heard my dad on the phone in his office. The door was cracked open, and I heard him say something about signing the papers, and Rebecca said it's all set. My stomach dropped. I didn't know what papers he was talking about, but something felt wrong. I waited until both my parents were napping that afternoon. They nap every day around 2 p.m., like clockwork. I went into my dad's office and started looking through the files on his desk. That's when I found it. Power of attorney documents. Signed 2 months ago. Both of my sisters were listed as having power of attorney over my parents' medical and financial decisions. My name wasn't anywhere on the paperwork. I kept digging. There were realtor estimates for the house, emails between my sisters about selling the property, a whole thread of messages about putting my parents in a facility and splitting the proceeds from the house sale between the two of them. One email from Michelle to Rebecca stood out. Mom and Dad agree she's too irresponsible to be trusted with anything important. Better we handle everything. Once we sell the house, we'll finally have enough for that lake house we wanted. Another one from Rebecca. Just keep reassuring them about the nice facility. They don't need to know it's the cheapest one that takes Medicaid. The difference in cost goes straight to us. I sat there in my dad's office, in the house I'd been taking care of for 8 months, reading about how my sisters had convinced our parents that I was incompetent. While I was literally keeping them fed, medicated, and alive, Rebecca and Michelle were plotting to sell their home out from under them and stick them in the cheapest nursing home they could find so they could buy a vacation property. The betrayal hit me in waves. My parents, who I'd been sacrificing everything for, had signed these documents, believing I couldn't be trusted. My sisters, who'd done nothing but send money and gift baskets, were about to profit off my labor and our parents' assets. I took pictures of everything with my phone. Every document, every email, every text message I could find. I went through my dad's email because he'd given me the password months ago for paying bills online. There were months of correspondence between my sisters planning this whole thing. That night, I made dinner like normal. I smiled at my parents like normal. I helped my mom with her medication and got my dad settled in his chair like normal. And the whole time, I was thinking about what to do next. That's when I decided I was done being the family joke. If they wanted to play dirty, I'd show them what real consequences looked like. I spent the next 3 weeks becoming a detective in my own home. Every bill I paid, I photographed the receipt. Every medication I administered, I logged it with timestamps. Every grocery run, every doctor's appointment,
Every single thing I did for my parents got documented. I created spreadsheets showing 8 months of care that I'd provided, while my sisters did basically nothing. I also started recording conversations. My phone was always in my pocket, recording app ready to go. When my parents would get on the phone with Rebecca or Michelle, I'd make sure I was nearby. I caught my mom telling Rebecca that I'd been difficult lately because I'd asked them about some financial documents. I recorded my dad telling Michelle that they were lucky to have daughters they could trust with important decisions, implying I wasn't one of those daughters. The evidence kept piling up. I went through months of emails between my sisters. Rebecca had been the mastermind, but Michelle was fully on board. They'd been planning this since before I even moved back home. One email from 4 months ago had Rebecca writing, "Once Dad's health gets bad enough, we'll need to move quickly on the house. The market's good right now." They'd been waiting for my parents to get worse. They'd been counting on it. My sisters kept calling during those 3 weeks, and I noticed they were being extra nice to my parents, asking detailed questions about the house, about their finances, about their wishes for the future, always steering the conversation toward, wouldn't it be easier if you didn't have to worry about maintaining this big house? My parents would agree, say maybe it was time to downsize, and I'd be in the other room screaming internally. 2 weeks ago, both sisters announced they were coming for Sunday dinner. This was huge because neither of them had visited in person since I'd moved back. They'd made excuses every time, but suddenly they were both available on the same day. They showed up with flowers and wine and all this fanfare. Rebecca brought some expensive chocolates for Mom. Michelle had presents for Dad. They hugged me and told me how grateful they were for everything I was doing. It was so fake I almost laughed. During dinner, they kept bringing up how tired I must be, how I deserved a break. Rebecca suggested I take a weekend trip, go visit some friends, relax for once. Michelle jumped in saying they'd be happy to stay with Mom and Dad, give me some time off. They were being so insistent about it that I realized what was happening. They wanted me gone so they could finalize everything without me there. I played along, said I'd think about it. Maybe I could use a break. They seemed pleased with themselves. After dinner, I excused myself to do dishes. I left my phone on the dining room table, recording app running, hidden under a napkin. I could hear everything from the kitchen. Rebecca started talking about the plans moving forward, and how they'd found a really nice facility that had an opening. Michelle mentioned that the realtor was ready to list the house whenever they gave the word. My dad said something about wanting to make sure I'd be okay, and Rebecca actually laughed. She said I'd be fine, that I'd probably be relieved to get back to my own life. My mom agreed, said maybe this would be the push I needed to finally get myself together. I had the whole conversation recorded, 15 minutes of them discussing selling the house, moving my parents, and splitting the money. My parents asking a few questions, but mostly just going along with whatever my sisters said. Nobody mentioned that I'd been the one taking care of them. Nobody suggested maybe I should be involved in these decisions. The next morning, I called Mr. Peterson. He's been my parents' estate lawyer for 20 years, handled their wills and everything. I told him I needed to meet with him privately, that there was a situation he needed to know about. He could tell from my voice it was serious and fit me in that afternoon. I showed him everything. The power of attorney documents, the emails, the text messages, the recordings. I watched his face change as he went through it all. He kept shaking his head, muttering about undue influence and manipulation. He said what my sisters had done was potentially illegal, that they'd used their positions to convince my parents to exclude me while I was actively providing care. Mr. Peterson helped me file a complaint with Adult Protective Services. He also made a call to the state bar about Rebecca, since she'd used her position as a lawyer to manipulate elderly parents. That could affect her license.
We froze any potential sale of the house by flagging it with the county. Everything my sisters had planned was suddenly on hold. Then I arranged a family meeting. I told my parents we needed to discuss something important and that Mr. Peterson would be joining us. I didn't tell my sisters he'd be there. I just said we were having a family dinner to talk about the future. Rebecca and Michelle showed up expecting a casual meal. Instead, they walked into the living room and saw Mr. Peterson sitting there with folders of documents. I've never seen them look so panicked. I didn't waste time. I told them we needed to talk about the power of attorney. My dad started to say something, but I cut him off. I'd been silent for 8 months and I was done. I laid out the printed emails first. Put them right on the coffee table where everyone could see them. Michelle's text about getting me out of the house as soon as possible. Rebecca's email about the cheap facility and their lake house plans. My parents kept looking between the papers and my sisters, confusion turning into horror on their faces. Rebecca tried to defend it immediately. She said they were just trying to help, that I wasn't equipped to handle complex financial decisions. She brought up my job history, my breakup, everything she could think of to make me look incompetent. So I pulled out my documentation. 8 months of records showing every single thing I'd done for our parents. Every bill paid on time. Every medication managed correctly. Every appointment attended. I had proof of everything, while they'd done nothing but make phone calls and send gift baskets. Michelle started crying, saying they meant well, that they were just worried about everyone. She tried to claim they never meant to cut me out, that it was all a misunderstanding. That's when I played the recording from Sunday dinner. Their voices filled the room, talking about the house sale, the facility, splitting the money. My mom's voice saying, maybe this would help me get my life together. All of it laid bare. My mom started crying. My dad's face went red and he turned to Rebecca and Michelle, demanding to know if this was all true. Were they really planning to put them in the cheapest place they could find? Were they really going to take the money for themselves? Neither of my sisters could look at him. Mr. Peterson explained the legal situation. The power of attorney had been obtained under questionable circumstances, with my sisters implying I was planning to take advantage of our parents financially, which was ironic considering what they were actually planning. He said based on the evidence, this could be considered undue influence or manipulation of vulnerable adults. That's when I dropped the final bomb. I told them I'd already filed the complaint with Adult Protective Services. I'd also contacted the state bar about Rebecca's conduct. The house sale was frozen. Everything they'd planned was falling apart. Rebecca started screaming at me, calling me vindictive and cruel. Michelle was sobbing, saying I was destroying the family. They both turned on me, blaming me for exposing what they'd done instead of just talking to them privately. I stayed calm. I looked at both of them and said they'd made me the villain for years, and now I was just showing everyone who the real villains were. My parents revoked the power of attorney right there. Mr. Peterson had brought the paperwork just in case, and my dad signed it immediately. He was shaking, whether from anger or shock, I couldn't tell. My mom couldn't stop crying. My sisters left. Rebecca slammed the door on her way out. Michelle tried one more time to say this was all a misunderstanding, but nobody was listening anymore. I sat there in the living room with my parents and their lawyer, surrounded by evidence of my sister's betrayal, and felt absolutely nothing. No victory, no satisfaction, just emptiness. The next few days were absolute chaos. Rebecca and Michelle immediately started calling every relative we had, spinning their own version of events. I was the manipulator in their story, the one who'd been isolating our parents and turning them against their other daughters. They painted themselves as concerned siblings who were just trying to protect Mom and Dad from my influence. But here's the thing about having evidence. It speaks louder than stories. I didn't engage with the family gossip at first.
I just sent the documentation to a few key relatives who I knew would actually look at it. My Aunt Carol, my dad's sister, called me within an hour of reading through everything. She apologized for years of believing my sister's narrative about me. She said she'd always thought something felt off about how perfect they seemed, but she'd never questioned it. A few of my cousins reached out too. Apparently my sisters had been talking badly about me to extended family for years, and now people were connecting the dots. One cousin told me Michelle had said at a wedding last year that I was probably going to try to take advantage of our parents eventually. They'd been setting up this narrative for a long time. The professional consequences started hitting fast. Rebecca's law firm launched an internal review after the state bar complaint. Apparently, having a client complaint about ethics violations is a big deal, especially when it involves elderly family members. Her partners were not happy. Michelle's perfect social media presence crumbled almost overnight. Some family drama leaked into her friend circle, and suddenly all those posts about family values looked hypocritical. People started questioning her in the comments, asking pointed questions about her parents' well-being. Rebecca's husband called me once. He said he didn't know the full extent of what she'd been planning, and that he was disturbed by what he'd learned. He didn't apologize on her behalf, but I could tell their marriage was strained. Michelle's friends stopped commenting on her posts. The silence was probably worse than any criticism. My parents spent those first days apologizing constantly. My dad would start crying randomly, saying he'd been a terrible father. My mom couldn't look at me without guilt written all over her face. She kept saying she didn't understand how she'd believed Rebecca and Michelle over me, how she'd let them convince her I was irresponsible, when I was the one who'd been there every single day. It was hard to hear. Part of me wanted to be vindicated by their apologies, but mostly I just felt sad. These were people in their 60s, dealing with health problems, and now they had to face the fact that 2 of their daughters had tried to exploit them, that their golden girls weren't who they thought they were. Mr. Peterson helped us get all the legal paperwork in order. My parents granted me full power of attorney, both medical and financial. I'm now in complete control of their care and all their assets. The irony isn't lost on me. The daughter they thought was too irresponsible to be trusted is now the only one they can trust. Rebecca tried to apologize via email about 2 weeks after everything exploded. It was one of those non-apology apologies where she said she was sorry I felt hurt, but that her intentions had been good. She blamed stress from work, said she'd been thinking about what was best for everyone, claimed she never meant for things to go this far. She didn't actually acknowledge what she'd done wrong. The email was more about managing her guilt than making things right. Michelle showed up at the house unannounced a few days later. She wanted to talk it out, said we were family, and families work through things. She cried and said she missed Mom and Dad, that she'd made mistakes, but so had I by going nuclear on them. She tried to hug me and I stepped back. I told her I wasn't interested in talking unless she could fully acknowledge what she'd done. Not just that she'd made mistakes, but that she'd deliberately manipulated our parents for money while I was taking care of them. She couldn't do it. She kept deflecting, saying things were complicated, that I didn't understand the full picture. I asked her to leave. She did, but not before telling Mom that I was keeping her from her own daughter. My mom didn't respond, which said everything. It's been 3 months since everything exploded. I'm still living with my parents and probably will be for the foreseeable future. But the relationship is completely different now. They treat me with actual respect. They ask my opinion on things. They thank me for meals and for taking them to appointments. My dad started telling me about his childhood recently, stories I'd never heard before. My mom asks about my day and actually listens to the answer. We've been working with Mr. Peterson to update their will properly. Everything is documented correctly now. No room for manipulation or confusion. I've made sure my parents understand exactly what every document means before they sign anything. My sisters barely call anymore. Rebecca sends short text messages to my parents once every few weeks asking how they're doing. Michelle tried doing the weekly video chats for a while, but they were awkward and painful, so those dropped off too. The holidays are coming up, and my parents haven't said anything about whether they expect my sisters to come for Christmas or Thanksgiving. I haven't decided how I feel about it. Part of me thinks they should face each other, that we need to deal with this as a family eventually. But another part of me thinks my parents deserve peace in whatever time they have left, and my sisters only bring chaos and guilt. The thing nobody tells you about winning is that it doesn't feel how you expect. I exposed my sisters and got recognition for everything I'd done. I have control over my parents' care now, and they finally see me as capable. My sisters' reputations are damaged, maybe permanently. I got everything I thought I wanted. But our family is shattered. Some relatives have taken sides and refused to speak to each other. My parents are dealing with the emotional fallout during what might be their final years. My dad's health is declining. His heart isn't what it used to be. And instead of spending his time in peace, he's caught in this tension between his daughters. I started going to therapy 6 weeks ago. My therapist asked me what I wanted the outcome to be when I first found those documents. I said I wanted justice, wanted them to face consequences for what they'd done. She asked if that's what I really wanted, or if I wanted them to hurt the way they'd hurt me for years. I didn't have an answer. Some relatives still think I overreacted. My uncle said I should have handled it privately, that airing family business like this was shameful. A few cousins think I went too far by reporting Rebecca to the state bar, that I was trying to ruin her career. They conveniently forget that she was trying to exploit our parents for a lake house. The complicated truth is, I don't know if I did the right thing. I know what my sisters did was wrong, that's not in question. But I chose the most destructive path possible to expose them. I could have confronted them privately first. I could have talked to my parents before involving lawyers and protective services. I went straight for the nuclear option because I wanted them to suffer. And they are suffering. Rebecca's career is hanging by a thread. Michelle's perfect life image is destroyed. Their relationship with our parents might never recover. I did that. I chose that. Yesterday, my mom asked me if I thought my sisters would ever come back, if we could ever be a family again. She looked so small and sad when she asked. I told her I didn't know. The truth is, I do know.
We can't go back to what we were because what we were was broken. I was the scapegoat. They were the golden children, and our parents enabled all of it. That family doesn't exist anymore. Whether something new can be built from the wreckage, I have no idea. Last night I found out Rebecca's been talking to a different lawyer about contesting the new power of attorney. She's claiming I coerced our parents while they were emotionally vulnerable. Michelle's apparently backing her up on this. Mr. Peterson says they don't have a case, that the evidence against them is too strong, but they're going to try anyway. So I guess this isn't over. Maybe it'll never be over. I thought exposing them would end it, but I'm starting to realize I didn't just expose them. I detonated the entire family structure, and now we're all living in the aftermath. I'm sitting here with full control over my parents' lives, my sisters plotting their next move, and no idea if I saved my family or destroyed it. They said I didn't deserve the family farm, so I let them watch me buy it back at auction. I, 32, never thought I'd be the one to save my family's legacy, but here we are. My dad died 8 years ago, and his brothers, my Uncle Rick, 58, and Uncle Tom, 54, convinced my grieving mom to sign over our family farm for practically nothing. Mom's 56 now, remarried, living in another state, and she's mostly made peace with what happened. I haven't. Let me back up to 8 years ago when this nightmare started. Dad had a heart attack at 48, completely unexpected. One day he was fine, the next day he was gone. The farm had been in our family since the 1890s, 160 acres of land in rural countryside
that should have passed to my mom, then eventually to me. That's how it had always worked in our family. Mom was a wreck after the funeral. She could barely function. I was 24, fresh out of college, trying to help her with arrangements while also dealing with my own grief. That's when my uncles swooped in during the funeral reception. I remember Uncle Tom pulling Mom aside in the church basement, Uncle Rick standing there with his hand on her shoulder. They pitched it as helping her out. The farm was too much for her to handle alone, they said. It would be too complicated to manage from a distance. They'd keep it in the family. Just a formality, really. Mom was so out of it she barely asked questions. They bought it from her for $120,000. The land was worth easily $800,000. Probably more. I found out later they'd already had the paperwork drawn up before the funeral. Mom signed everything within 2 weeks of Dad dying. I tried to tell her to wait, to think about it. But she said she trusted them. They were Dad's brothers. Family doesn't screw over family, she said. I felt completely powerless to stop it. I was barely starting my career, had no money, no legal standing. I watched it happen and couldn't do a damn thing. Fast forward 3 years. I was 27 by then, working as a financial analyst, finally stable in my career. I was browsing vacation rentals one weekend, just looking at options for a trip, and I stumbled across a listing that made my blood run cold. I recognized the property immediately from the photos. The barn Dad and I used to work in. The massive oak tree he'd planted when I was born. Our family farm. The listing called it Luxury Rustic Retreat, Historic Family Farm Renovated to Perfection. They were charging $450 a night. The description went on about the authentic farmhouse experience, the carefully preserved historical details. Some of the photos on the wall in the background were actual pictures of our family that they'd kept up as vintage decor. I felt sick looking at it. That's when I started digging into public records. Turns out my uncles held the property for only 6 months before taking out massive loans against it. They'd borrowed nearly $300,000 for renovations and used the farm as collateral. The property got reappraised at $1.2 million after all the improvements. They'd incorporated the business under both their names and were running it as a legit company. But what really got me were their social media posts. Uncle Rick had posted photos of the renovated farmhouse with a caption that said, "What happens when real businessmen take over? Some people are meant to own land, others are meant to work it." There were other posts too, bragging about their success, talking about how they'd rescued the property. One comment from Uncle Rick literally said they'd saved the land from incompetence. I called Uncle Tom first because he'd always been the nicer one. I asked him directly about the sale, about the flip. He told me Mom was happy to sell and that she got a fair price for what it was worth back then. When I pushed him about flipping it immediately, he said they took all the risk and made all the improvements. "That's just business," he said. Uncle Rick wouldn't even take my call. I tried reaching him 3 times and he never picked up. I told Mom what I'd found. She got quiet for a long time, then said she'd made peace with it and didn't want to cause family drama. This conversation happened 4 years ago when I was 28. That's when I realized no one was going to fix this but me. That's when I decided to play the long game. I started monitoring the property obsessively. I set up Google alerts for the farm's address, tracked their business permits, watched their tax records and loan documents, all public information. I checked every few months to see how they were doing. I didn't have a concrete plan yet, but I had this fantasy that someday, somehow, I'd get it back. Then, about 18 months ago, things started to fall apart for them. The economy took a hit, and luxury vacation rentals got hammered. I noticed their online reviews started mentioning maintenance issues, leaky roofs, broken appliances, things not working. The public records showed they missed a property tax payment. Then they missed another one. Then the bank filed a notice of default on their renovation loan. I watched it all happen in real time through public filings, and I knew I had to be ready. 6 months ago, I got the Google alert I'd been waiting for. Public auction scheduled due to tax delinquency and loan default. The total debt was $425,000 between back taxes, penalties, and what they still owed on the renovation loan. The auction was set for 10 weeks out. I immediately started liquidating investments and talking to banks. I got pre-approved for a $600,000 loan within a week. I didn't tell anyone what I was planning, not even Mom. Those 10 weeks were excruciating. I drove by the property twice but stayed in the car both times. I could see it was deteriorating, peeling paint, landscaping that had gone wild. I looked up my uncles on social media. Uncle Rick was posting about temporary setbacks and market corrections. Uncle Tom had gone completely quiet online. 1 week before the auction, I took a personal day off work to finalize all my financing. I had everything lined up. My plan was to bid up to $550,000 if I had to. I had the cash and the loan approved. I was ready. The morning of the auction, I got to the county courthouse an hour early. It was a gray November morning, cold enough that I could see my breath. There were about 30 people milling around, investors mostly, some curious locals. I dressed in plain clothes, wore a baseball cap and sunglasses. I wanted to blend in. I spotted Uncle Rick and Uncle Tom standing near their truck. They looked rough. Uncle Rick had put on weight, and Uncle Tom looked like he hadn't slept in weeks. I stayed back in the crowd, but I could hear them talking. Uncle Rick was saying maybe it wouldn't go too high, that they could figure out a way to buy it back later. Uncle Tom just looked stressed. I positioned myself in the back and waited. The auctioneer started at $300,000. 3 investors immediately raised their paddles. The bidding moved fast. $320,000, $340,000, $360,000. I stayed still, just watching. Uncle Rick raised his paddle at $380,000, and the auctioneer paused, noted his conflict of interest since he was a previous owner, but said he could bid as long as he had proof of funds. Uncle Rick nodded, and the bidding continued. 2 investors kept pushing it higher. $400,000, $420,000. My heart was pounding, but I kept my face neutral. At $440,000, it was down to just 1 investor besides me. Uncle Tom was visibly panicking next to their truck, talking frantically to Uncle Rick. I could see him gesturing, shaking his head. The investor bid $450,000. Uncle Rick tried to counter, but the auctioneer shut him down. He couldn't provide sufficient proof of funds on the spot. The other investor looked relieved and bid $455,000. That's when I finally raised my paddle. $475,000. The crowd got quieter. The investor turned around to look at me, trying to figure out who I was. He hesitated, then bid $480,000. I didn't even wait. $500,000. Just like that. The investor stared at me for a few seconds, then shook his head and stepped back. He was done. The auctioneer started his countdown. Going once, going twice. That's when Uncle Tom spotted me in the crowd. I saw him nudge Uncle Rick, point in my direction. Uncle Rick squinted, trying to see past the sunglasses and hat. Recognition hit his face right as the auctioneer brought down the gavel. Sold for $500,000 to bidder number 47. Me. Uncle Rick's expression went from confusion to pure rage in about 2 seconds. Uncle Tom looked like he might actually throw up. I didn't react. I just walked toward the courthouse to handle the paperwork. The process inside took about 90 minutes. Inspections, signing documents, payment arrangements. Standard procedure for auction purchases. When I finally came back outside, both my uncles were waiting by my car. I'd known they would be. Uncle Rick started immediately. He asked what the hell I thought I was doing. I told him I was buying property at a public auction. Simple as that. Uncle Tom cut in saying I didn't understand, that they could fix this. They just needed more time. His voice had this desperate edge to it that almost made me feel bad. Almost. Then Uncle Rick said something that killed any sympathy I might have had. He told me Dad would be ashamed of me for this. That line made something snap inside me, but I kept my face calm. I told them they had 30 days to vacate per the eviction terms, and that I'd have the formal notice sent to them. Uncle Rick stepped closer, getting aggressive. He said they'd put hundreds of thousands into the place, and that I was stealing from them. I reminded him that they'd put debt into it, debt they couldn't pay, and that wasn't my problem. Uncle Tom tried a different approach. He said we were family and could work something out. Maybe they could lease it back, pay me rent, turn it into a business arrangement. I actually considered it for a moment. Not because I wanted to help them, but because I wanted to see how far they'd go. I told them I'd think about it. Uncle Tom's whole face changed. He actually smiled. Uncle Rick immediately started talking about having their lawyer draft something by the next day. I got in my car and left without saying anything else. The drive home took about 45 minutes, and I spent the whole time thinking. I remembered Dad teaching me to drive the tractor on that land when I was 14. I remembered the summer before I left for college, when Dad told me that someday all of this would be mine. I remembered walking into the kitchen and seeing Mom at the table with those papers in front of her, tears running down her face, my uncles standing on either side of her. And I remembered that Facebook post. Some people are meant to own land, others are meant to work it. By the time I pulled into my driveway, I'd made my decision. No deal. They had to go. I spent the next week talking to a real estate attorney. The 30-day eviction notice was standard for foreclosure sales, completely legal and enforceable. My attorney told me not to communicate with them directly and to let him handle everything. But I had a different idea. I wanted them to know exactly who was doing this and why. 10 days after the auction, I drove out to the farm. It was the first time I'd actually stepped foot on the property in 8 years. I parked in the driveway and just sat there for a minute, looking at the house. Then I got out and knocked on the door. Uncle Tom answered. His face lit up when he saw me. He asked if I'd thought about their offer. I handed him the eviction notice. I told him he had 20 days remaining, and that after that, the sheriff would remove them if necessary. I watched his face fall. He said I'd told them I'd think about it. I said I had thought about it, and the answer was no. That's when Uncle Rick appeared behind him in the doorway. He started to say something, but I cut him off. I told them that Dad had left the farm to Mom, that they'd taken advantage of her grief, and that they'd made a business decision back then. This was my business decision now. The next 20 days dragged. My uncles tried calling me repeatedly, but I ignored every call. They tried going through Mom instead. She called me confused and upset, asking what was happening. I explained everything to her for the first time. The flip, the loans, the Airbnb, the Facebook posts. All of it. Mom cried. She said she didn't know they'd flipped it so quickly, that they'd told her they were going to farm it themselves. She asked me what I was planning to do with the property. I told her I was going to keep it, like Dad had wanted. There was a long silence. Then she said good. She said she was sorry she couldn't do it herself back then. Day 30 came. I showed up with a moving truck and 2 friends I'd hired to help with the transition. There was already a sheriff's deputy there, which was standard procedure. My uncles were loading boxes into a U-Haul, both of them looking completely defeated. Uncle Tom tried one more time as I walked past. He asked me to please reconsider, said they had nowhere to go. I didn't respond. Uncle Rick called out that this didn't make me a better person, that I was just as ruthless as I thought they were. That one I answered. I told him the difference was that this land was mine by right. They'd stolen it from my mother when she was vulnerable. I'd bought it legally at a public auction. We weren't the same. They finished loading in silence. As they pulled away, Uncle Tom looked back at the farm one last time. Uncle Rick just stared straight ahead. I stood there and watched them disappear down the road. That evening, I made a Facebook post. I posted a photo of myself standing in front of the farmhouse and wrote that the family land was back in the family. Thanks to public auctions and patience. I tagged both my uncles in it. I didn't go into details because I didn't need to. The people who knew, knew. The comments section exploded within hours. Extended family members started taking sides. Some people who knew the whole backstory commented saying, "Good for me." Others were more critical. Both my uncles blocked me within 24 hours. I expected that. The family fractured after that post. My grandma, who's 84 and is my dad's mom, called me crying. She said she was grateful the farm was back where it belonged, but sad that the family was broken. My Aunt Carol, Dad's sister, called me separately to say it was about damn time someone stood up to those two. Uncle Rick's adult kids, my cousins, sent me angry messages calling me vindictive and cruel. Uncle Tom's daughter actually reached out privately and apologized for what her dad had done. She said he felt terrible about everything. Thanksgiving that year was a disaster. The family split into two gatherings, one with people who supported what I did, one with people who thought I'd gone too far. I didn't go to either one. I spent it at the farm with Mom, who flew in for the weekend. We ate turkey sandwiches on the porch and didn't talk much. It was better that way. Now, 3 months after taking possession, the property is starting to look like itself again. It needed serious work after years of neglect. The Airbnb renovations were all cosmetic. They'd made things look good for photos but ignored actual maintenance. I hired contractors to fix the roof, replace rotted boards, deal with a plumbing issue they'd apparently been ignoring for months. It's cost me about $40,000 so far, but it's worth it. I found some of the original furniture in the barn that my uncles had stored away when they did their renovations. Dad's old workbench was still there, covered in dust. I spent an entire Saturday cleaning it off and moving it back into the garage where it used to be. I'm not handy like Dad was, but having it there feels right. I decided not to continue the Airbnb business. I thought about it for maybe a day, realized I'd hate having strangers in Dad's house, and scrapped the idea completely. My current plan is to keep it as family land. Maybe I'll move out here eventually, but for now I'm leasing the acreage to a local farmer for crops and using the farmhouse on weekends. It's peaceful. No drama, no tenants, just land. While cleaning out the attic a few weeks ago, I found boxes that belonged to Dad. Old photos, some documents, family records going back generations. At the bottom of one box, I found Dad's will. He'd made one about a year before he died. I'd never seen it before. The will explicitly left everything to Mom, with a specific clause that the farm was to be held in trust for me when I turned 30. It was all right there in legal language. My uncles had to have known about this. They had to. I called Mom and asked her about it. She confirmed that they'd shown her the will right after the funeral, but told her it didn't matter, that it would be easier and cheaper to just sell the property to them directly, rather than go through probate. She'd trusted them. She'd believed they were helping her avoid legal complications. I took the will to my attorney. He looked it over and told me I might have a case for fraud and undue influence. He said we could potentially sue them for the difference in value between what they paid and what the property was actually worth. The calculation was brutal. They bought it for $120,000, and the property was worth at least $1.2 million after their improvements. Probably worth $800,000 minimum, even before the renovations. We were talking about over $1 million in potential damages. That's been sitting with me for 2 weeks now. My attorney needs an answer about whether I want to pursue it. Part of me wants to take them for everything they have left. They deliberately misled my mother, took advantage of her grief, and profited off our family's land. They deserve to pay for that. But another part of me is just exhausted. I got the farm back. Isn't that enough? I haven't decided yet. My attorney keeps telling me I have a strong case and that I should at least file to preserve my rights. The statute of limitations is ticking, but every time I think about going through a lawsuit, dragging this out for another year or two, I feel tired. My uncles are living in a rental apartment 2 towns over now. Uncle Rick apparently had to declare bankruptcy. I heard that throughout Carol. Uncle Tom got a job as a property manager for someone else's properties, which I'm sure is humiliating for him. They haven't tried to contact me in the past 2 months. No calls, no messages, nothing. Aunt Carol sees them occasionally at family things and says they're bitter but broke. She doesn't seem particularly sympathetic to them. I run into her every few weeks and she always asks how the farm is doing. She came out to visit once and we walked the property line together. She told me Dad would be proud. I'm not sure about that, but it was nice to hear. Last weekend I spent both days at the farm. Saturday I just walked around, followed the fence line the way Dad used to. He'd walk it every Sunday morning, checking for damage, looking at the land. I never understood why he did it until now. It's meditative. You see things you'd miss otherwise. Sunday, I sat on the porch and watched the sunset over the fields. I tried to remember the last time I'd done that with Dad. I couldn't pin down a specific memory, which bothered me more than it should have. Mom asked me recently if I feel guilty about any of this. I told her sometimes. Not about buying the farm back. That was the right thing to do. But about enjoying their misery. Because I do enjoy it sometimes. When I hear that Uncle Rick had to declare bankruptcy, there's a part of me that feels satisfied. When I think about Uncle Tom managing someone else's properties after losing ours, I feel a sense of justice. But there's also a part of me that wonders if I've gone too far, if I'm becoming someone Dad wouldn't recognize. My friends are split on the whole thing. Some say I did exactly what I should have done, that family doesn't get a pass for screwing you over. Others think I was cold, that I could have worked something out with them. My girlfriend is firmly in the make them pay camp. She thinks I should pursue the lawsuit and take them for everything. She says they deserve it. I don't know what I think anymore. The victory feels hollow sometimes. I got what I wanted, but the cost was relationships I'll never get back. Uncle Tom's daughter told me last month that her dad has been drinking heavily. She didn't ask me to do anything about it, just said it like she needed to tell someone. Uncle Rick apparently tells anyone who'll listen that I'm a snake who betrayed the family. I heard he's been bad-mouthing me at the local diner, telling his version of the story where he and Uncle Tom were the victims. Yesterday, Uncle Tom's daughter reached out again. She said her dad wants to apologize, wants to talk. She said he knows he messed up and wants to make things right. I haven't responded yet. I don't know what there is to talk about. An apology doesn't change what happened. It doesn't give Mom back those 8 years of knowing her husband's land was being used to make his brothers rich. It doesn't undo the Facebook posts or the bragging or any of it. And there's something else I haven't mentioned to anyone yet. Last week, someone spray-painted the word thief on the barn door. Big red letters. I don't know who did it, but I can guess. I haven't cleaned it off yet. Part of me wonders if they're right. I keep telling myself I'm not a thief, that I bought the property legally, that it should have been mine anyway. But that word is still there every time I drive up. So here I am, sitting on the porch of the house my great-great-grandfather built, wondering if I'm the hero or the villain in this story. The farm is mine, legally and morally, I believe, but the cost was higher than I expected. Uncle Tom's daughter says he's been drinking heavily. Uncle Rick tells everyone I'm a snake.
And that spray paint is still on the barn because part of me wonders if maybe they're right about something. The attorney needs an answer about the lawsuit by Friday. I could take them for everything they have left, which isn't much, but it's something. Mom says to let it go. My girlfriend says to make them pay. And me? I honestly don't know if there's a finish line to this, or if I've already crossed it. Turns out the black sheep was the smartest one. I, 28, have spent most of my adult life being treated like the family disappointment by my two older siblings, my brother Marcus, 35, and my sister Lauren, 32. They both went to college right after high school, got their corporate jobs, bought houses in nice neighborhoods. I took a gap year that somehow turned into 6 years of working retail and whatever service jobs I could find. My dad raised all three of us alone after Mom passed when I was 7. He worked construction his whole life, did everything he could to give us a stable home. Growing up, I was always the one they looked down on. Every Thanksgiving, Marcus would tell anyone who'd listen that I was still figuring things out at 26. Lauren called me once a month just to ask when I'd get a real job. But funny thing about being the family disappointment, you become really useful. They'd call when they needed someone to pick up relatives from the airport, house sit for a week, watch their kids on short notice. I always said yes, never complained. It was easier than fighting. Then 3 months ago I got the call. Dad had a heart attack at work, gone before the ambulance even arrived. I was the first one they notified, so I had to call Marcus and Lauren. I could barely get the words out. Marcus's first question, after about 10 seconds of silence, was whether Dad had updated his will recently. Lauren wanted to know about the house. I remember sitting there thinking this couldn't be real, but it was. We met up 2 days later to start planning the funeral. I was still in shock, not sleeping, barely eating. They walked in with notepads. Marcus had already called 3 funeral homes for quotes. Lauren had a spreadsheet. Then they started dividing up responsibilities, except it became pretty clear real fast that I was getting all of them. I should handle the funeral arrangements since I didn't have a demanding job. I should clean out the house since I lived closest. I should deal with all the paperwork because I was apparently good at that stuff. They both had important meetings they couldn't miss, deadlines, responsibilities. I just nodded and said okay, like I always did. The funeral was a nightmare to plan alone. I picked the casket, wrote the obituary, chose the flowers, organized the whole service while Marcus and Lauren sent occasional texts asking how it was going. They showed up the day of, played the role of devastated children, shook hands and accepted condolences. Then they left right after. Marcus had to get back for a client meeting. Lauren's kids had soccer. I went back to Dad's house that night and just sat there in the quiet. The group chat started up almost immediately. Marcus wanted to know if I'd found the will yet. Lauren asked how much the house might be worth. Marcus sent a Zillow estimate for comparable homes in the neighborhood. They were already spending money we didn't have. Over the next week, the messages kept coming. Had I gotten the house appraised? Did I contact a realtor? What about Dad's bank accounts? I was going through everything methodically, but they wanted it done faster. Marcus finally texted that I should just get everything sorted and they'd figure out the split when I was done. Like it was already decided. 3 ways, equal shares, obviously. I spent weeks in that house, going through filing cabinets, boxes in the attic, drawers full of paperwork Dad had kept for decades. The group chat kept buzzing. They were making plans, talking about what they'd do with their share. Lauren wanted to renovate her kitchen. Marcus was thinking about a new car. And then, 3 weeks in, I found something in a locked drawer in Dad's desk. It was refinancing paperwork from 4 years ago. I almost threw it in the filing pile with everything else, but something made me actually read it. Dad had refinanced the house when I was 24, right around the time I was struggling the most. Working 2 jobs, could barely make rent, eating ramen most nights while Marcus and Lauren posted vacation photos on Facebook. The paperwork showed a beneficiary designation. Not in the will. This was separate, attached directly to the mortgage and property deed. And there was only one name listed. Mine. I read it 5 times. I thought I was misunderstanding something, that maybe it was just one document among many and didn't mean what I thought it meant. So I called the mortgage company the next morning, waited on hold for 40 minutes. The representative confirmed it. Then I called a lawyer, paid for a consultation I couldn't really afford at the time. The lawyer was very clear. The beneficiary designation superseded the will. The property would transfer directly to me upon Dad's death. It was completely legal and ironclad. I asked if Marcus and Lauren had any claim to it. He said not unless they could prove undue influence or that Dad wasn't mentally capable when he signed it, which would be nearly impossible 4 years after the fact. I sat in my car outside the lawyer's office for an hour, just processing it. Dad had done this intentionally. When he was healthy, clear-minded, 4 years before he died. When I was at my lowest, and my siblings were at their most successful. I found the actual will a few days later. It was old, probably 15 years old, and it split everything 3 ways like you'd expect. But the house was Dad's only real asset. Everything else was an old truck, maybe 15 grand in savings, his tools, personal stuff. The house was worth everything. I didn't tell them right away. I sat with the information for a week, going to work, coming back to Dad's house, sorting through his things. The group chat kept going. Marcus sent me a realtor contact. Lauren made a spreadsheet about comparable market values. They'd already decided how to split the money. A third each, obviously. They were planning what to do with it like it was already in their accounts. Finally, I told them we needed to meet. Neutral location. A coffee shop downtown. Marcus brought his realtor contact's business card. Lauren had her spreadsheet printed out. They sat down and immediately started talking about listing prices and closing costs. Then Marcus said they'd figured a 3-way split was fair. And I just said it. There won't be a 3-way split. They both stopped talking. Lauren asked what I meant. Marcus assumed I wanted a bigger cut for doing all the work and said fine, we could do 40-30-30. I told them no. The house was mine. Legally, completely. Dad had refinanced 4 years ago and named me as the sole beneficiary. The silence was maybe 5 seconds, but it felt longer. Then Marcus said that was impossible. That's not how inheritance works. Lauren demanded to see the paperwork. I slid the documents across the table. I watched them read it. Confusion first, then panic, then anger. Marcus said it couldn't be legal, that they'd fight it. I told them I'd already talked to a lawyer. The house was mine. Lauren started crying, asking how Dad could do this to them. Marcus got loud, said I must have manipulated Dad, that I'd always played the victim to get sympathy. They threw out every accusation they could think of. I coerced him. I forged documents. I lied. I stayed calm. Told them Dad made this choice 4 years ago when he was completely healthy, when I was struggling and they were telling everyone I was the family failure. Marcus stood up, said their lawyer would be in touch. Lauren wouldn't even look at me. They both left, and I sat there with my coffee, looking at the spreadsheet Lauren had forgotten on the table. 2 weeks later, Marcus's lawyer contacted mine. After reviewing all the documents, he told Marcus there was no case. The beneficiary designation was clear and legal. But Marcus and Lauren didn't give up that easily. They tried claiming Dad wasn't in his right mind, that I'd somehow influenced him. Their lawyer requested Dad's medical records, talked to his doctor.
Everything came back the same. Dad was healthy 4 years ago. No signs of cognitive issues, no unusual circumstances. They had nothing. That's when the guilt trip campaign started. Lauren called crying, saying Mom would be so disappointed in me, asking if this is what family does to each other. Marcus sent long texts about how Dad would have wanted us to share, that I knew that deep down. Relatives I hadn't heard from in years started calling. Apparently Marcus and Lauren had been spreading their version of events. I heard everything from concerned questions to outright accusations. I kept my response simple and consistent. Dad made his choice. I was honoring it. I listed the house 2 months after Dad died, got it appraised, cleaned it out completely, put it on the market. It sold fast. After the mortgage payoff, I cleared about $450,000. First thing I did was pay off every debt I had. Student loans from the community college classes I'd finally taken, credit cards, my car. Set up an emergency fund, invested some of it. Then I did what I'd been dreaming about for years. I started my own business. Nothing huge, just an online consulting service using skills I'd actually built working all those jobs my siblings looked down on. It was small but viable, and it was mine. This all happened over about 6 months. I kept my head down, worked hard, didn't post about it on social media. Then the calls started coming. Marcus needed money for his kids' medical bills. Lauren's husband lost his job and they were behind on their mortgage. The first call, I almost answered. My thumb was hovering over the button. Then I stopped and let it go to voicemail. The message was Marcus asking for help, ending with a reminder that family is supposed to help family. The irony wasn't lost on me. More texts came. Lauren sent paragraphs about how hard things were, how she didn't know what to do. Never an apology for how they'd treated me. Never just calling to talk or check in. Only when they needed something. I don't pick up when they call now. I don't respond to the texts asking for money. Sometimes I see their Facebook posts complaining about their situations, vague posting about unfair circumstances. Mutual relatives occasionally tell me I should help them, that they're family. I just nod and change the subject. I think about Dad's decisions sometimes, whether he saw how they treated me all those years. I found a journal entry he'd written 5 years ago, tucked in with some old photos. He wrote about being proud of my work ethic, worried that Marcus and Lauren were too focused on status and appearance. He saw it. He knew exactly what he was doing. My life now is quiet. I kept my modest apartment even though I could afford more. The business is growing steadily. I haven't spoken to Marcus or Lauren in over a year. 2 weeks ago, Marcus sent another email about family and forgiveness, then asked for $20,000 at the end. I deleted it. People ask if I feel guilty, if I lie awake thinking about them struggling. I don't. Maybe that makes me cold. Maybe it makes me just like them. Or maybe Dad understood something I'm only now figuring out. Some people only value you when you're useful. They spent years teaching me I was worthless unless I was serving them. Yesterday I found out through a cousin that Lauren's telling people I stole their inheritance. The story is spreading. Some family members believe it, some don't. I'm still deciding whether to respond or just let it go. Either way, I built something real from what Dad gave me. They're still arguing about what they think they deserved. When my brother stole my inheritance, I gave him exactly what he deserved. I, 32, never thought my older brother Mark, 38, would be the type to steal from family. Growing up, he was always the golden child, straight A's, corporate job, the one Dad bragged about at every holiday dinner. Me? I was the creative one who went into freelance work, which meant I was basically the disappointment. Dad never said it outright, but I could tell. Mark had the stable career, the nice house, the respect. I had my laptop and a dream that paid the bills most months. Dad passed away 6 months ago from a heart attack. No warning, no goodbye. Just gone. One minute he was complaining about his golf game over Sunday dinner. The next minute, Mom was calling me at 2 a.m. saying the paramedics couldn't save him. The whole thing felt unreal for weeks. When it came time to deal with the estate, Mark volunteered immediately. He worked in finance, understood all the legal stuff, had experience with this kind of thing. I was drowning in grief and barely functional, so I was grateful someone else could handle the paperwork. Mark kept saying things like, "Don't worry about it, I've got this," and "You focus on healing." He'd bring documents over to my apartment, point to the signature lines, and I'd sign whatever he put in front of me. I trusted him completely. He was my brother. The first few months after Dad died were a blur. I threw myself into work, avoided Mom's calls because every conversation ended with both of us crying, and tried not to think about the fact that I'd never hear Dad's voice again. Mark checked in occasionally, always asking how I was doing, always assuring me he was taking care of everything with the estate. 3 months after Dad's death, I finally worked up the nerve to ask Mark about the inheritance distribution. Not because I needed the money urgently, but because I figured it was time to start thinking about practical things, maybe put it toward a down payment on a real apartment, or finally build up a decent emergency fund. Mark got weird about it immediately. His whole demeanor changed. He said it was complicated, that Dad had debts to settle first, that these things take time. I found that strange because Dad was obsessive about his finances. He had spreadsheets for everything. The man tracked his grocery spending to the penny. The idea that he'd left behind debts didn't make sense, but I didn't push. I figured Mark knew more about this stuff than I did. A week later, I ran into Dad's neighbor, Mrs. Chen, at the grocery store. She was one of those sweet old ladies who'd lived on Dad's street for 30 years and knew everyone's business. She grabbed my arm in the produce section and told me how sorry she was about Dad, how much she missed seeing him work in the garden. Then she said something that made my stomach drop. She mentioned how generous it was that Dad had left Mark enough to buy that new Mercedes. She said she'd seen him driving it past Dad's house, and it warmed her heart to know Dad had taken care of his boys. I had no idea what she was talking about. Mark never mentioned a Mercedes. I smiled and nodded at Mrs. Chen, finished my shopping in a daze, and drove straight to Mark's house. The car was sitting right there in his driveway. A brand new Mercedes, gleaming black with temporary plates still in the window. I sat across the street in my beat-up Honda for 20 minutes just staring at it. When Mark got home from work, I watched him pull into the garage like it was the most normal thing in the world. That night I called him and casually asked about the car. He said he got a promotion at work, that he'd been saving up, that it was time to treat himself. But I remembered Mark complaining about being passed over for a promotion just 2 months earlier. I remembered him venting about his boss giving the position to someone less qualified. The timeline didn't add up. I started asking more questions over the next few days. Every time I brought up the estate or the inheritance, Mark had an excuse. He was working on it. The lawyer was slow. There were complications with the title on Dad's house. He'd give me updates soon. Just be patient. Something felt wrong. I couldn't shake it. So I did something I probably shouldn't have. I called Dad's bank and pretended I needed information about the estate account for tax purposes. The representative was helpful at first, pulling up the account, confirming details. Then she said something that made the room spin. She mentioned the account had been closed 3 months ago, and all funds had been transferred out. She said, "Your brother handled all of that, didn't he?" In this cheerful voice, like she was confirming something I already knew. I sat in my car outside the bank afterward with my hands shaking on the steering wheel. Mark hadn't just delayed the inheritance. He'd taken everything. The account was empty, closed, gone. I drove around for an hour trying to process it, trying to convince myself there was an explanation. Maybe Dad had set things up differently than I thought. Maybe Mark was investing it for both of us. Maybe I was jumping to conclusions. But deep down, I knew. The Mercedes, the defensiveness, the excuses. Mark had stolen my inheritance, and he thought he'd gotten away with it. That's when I realized I had to be smart about this. If I confronted him right then, he'd just deny everything and cover his tracks better. He'd had 3 months to prepare his story, to hide evidence, to make this look legitimate. I needed proof. I needed to be absolutely certain before I made a move. So I went home, opened my laptop, and started digging. For the first time in my life, I was going to be the responsible one. For the next month, I became someone I didn't recognize. Calculated, patient, methodical. Every instinct I had screamed at me to call Mark and demand answers, but I forced myself to wait. I needed evidence that would hold up, not just suspicions and hurt feelings. My first stop was Dad's lawyer, Mr. Peterson. I'd met him once at the funeral, an older guy with kind eyes who'd handled Dad's affairs for years. I called his office and set up an appointment under the pretense of needing closure, wanting to understand Dad's final wishes better. He seemed surprised to hear from me, but agreed to meet. When I sat down in his office, Mr. Peterson looked uncomfortable from the start. He kept adjusting his glasses and shuffling papers around. I asked him point blank what Dad's will said about the inheritance split. He pulled out a file and showed me the notarized document, dated 6 months before Dad's death. Everything was split 50-50 between Mark and me. No exceptions, no conditions. Dad had been crystal clear. Then Mr. Peterson mentioned he'd tried to reach me several times after Dad passed, but Mark had assured him he'd handle communicating everything to me. He said it with this apologetic tone, like he was realizing something had gone wrong. I kept my face neutral, thanked him for his time, and asked for copies of everything. He printed them out without hesitation. Back at home, I remembered something. Years ago, I'd helped Dad set up his email account because he couldn't figure out the password reset process. He'd made me write down the password in his address book, and I'd kept that book after he died along with some of his other personal items. I dug it out of the box in my closet and logged into his email. The account was still active, and that's where I found the smoking gun. There was an email chain between Mark and what looked like me. Messages dated a few weeks after Dad's funeral, where I supposedly told Mark that I didn't need the inheritance money, that he should take my share, that I trusted him to use it responsibly. The emails sounded nothing like how I actually write. They were formal and weird,
full of phrases I'd never use. I never sent those emails. I never even received them. Mark had forged the entire conversation to create a paper trail that justified him taking everything. I kept digging through Dad's email and found bank statements he'd had forwarded electronically. The final statement showed the account balance the day before Dad died, $340,000. Then I found a transfer confirmation from 2 weeks after the funeral. All of it, every single cent, moved to an account in Mark's name. Mark had used Dad's death certificate and the power of attorney documents to access the account. It was all legal on paper, except for the minor detail that he'd completely fabricated my consent and stolen my half of the inheritance. I sat there staring at my computer screen for an hour. Part of me wanted to believe there was still an explanation, that Mark wasn't actually this person. But then I remembered all the little comments he'd made over the years, about me being irresponsible with money, about how I'd probably waste any inheritance on my freelance business or blow it on stupid purchases. He'd been justifying this to himself probably since the day Dad died, maybe even before. I printed everything,
bank statements, the forged emails, the will, all of it. Then I called Mark and asked him to meet me for lunch. I kept my voice casual, said I just wanted to catch up, that I'd been in my head too much and needed to see family. He agreed immediately, probably relieved I'd stopped asking about the estate. We met at this chain restaurant halfway between our places. Mark showed up in a good mood, talking about work and some vacation he was planning. I let him talk for a bit, then casually brought up the inheritance again. Just wondering when things would be finalized, I said. No pressure. His whole demeanor shifted. He put down his fork and said Dad had told him verbally at the end that he wanted Mark to have everything,
That Dad didn't think I could be trusted with that much money. He said it with this confidence, like he'd rehearsed the story 100 times. I asked about the Mercedes. Where did the money for that come from if he was still settling Dad's debts? Mark's jaw tightened. He said what he did with his money was none of my business, that I was being paranoid and insulting. I stayed calm even though my heart was pounding. I mentioned I'd spoken to Mr. Peterson, that I'd seen Dad's actual will. For just a second, Mark's face went completely white. Then he recovered and got angry. He said Dad changed his mind at the end, that the will didn't reflect Dad's real wishes, that Dad knew Mark would use the money responsibly. He leaned across the table and called me jealous, said I'd always been the screw-up of the family and couldn't stand that Dad trusted Mark more. That's when he said it. He called me ungrateful, said he was the one who handled everything while I sat around crying. He was the one who paid for the funeral arrangements up front, dealt with all the paperwork, made all the hard decisions. This was what he deserved for being the responsible one. He actually believed he'd earned my inheritance. I asked him directly if he really thought he deserved all of Dad's money. He didn't even hesitate. He said he knew he did, and if I had any sense of family responsibility, I'd understand that. I stood up, dropped a 20 on the table for my meal, and walked out without saying another word. I let him think I was too weak to fight back, too stupid to do anything about it, that I'd just accepted his answer and given up. Instead, I drove straight to Mr. Peterson's office with my folder full of evidence. I laid it all out on his desk, the forged emails, the bank transfers, the timeline of everything. His expression went from confused to horrified as he read through the pages. He looked up at me and said this was fraud, serious fraud, that I needed to file a complaint with the court and report it to the police. So that's exactly what I did. Mark had no idea what was coming, and I wanted to keep it that way. It took 3 weeks for the subpoena to arrive at Mark's office. 3 weeks of me going about my life like normal, not telling anyone what I'd done, just waiting. When it finally happened, my phone exploded with calls from Mark. I let the first few go to voicemail. When I finally answered, he was screaming so loud I had to hold the phone away from my ear. He kept yelling about what I'd done, how I'd betrayed him, how I was destroying the family. I stayed calm. I told him I just made sure Dad's will was honored, that I was being responsible. You know, the thing he always accused me of not being. Then I hung up. Over the next few days, Mark tried a different approach. He called back apologetic, saying it was all a misunderstanding, that he'd been holding the money to invest it for both of us. He said he was going to tell me, but wanted to surprise me with the returns. It was pathetic. The forged emails made it impossible for him to claim any of that with a straight face. There was no explaining those away. The real fallout started about a month later. Mark's employer found out he was under investigation for fraud. Apparently they have some kind of moral conduct clause in their contracts, especially for anyone handling finances. He got suspended first. Then 2 weeks later, they quietly let him go. I heard about it through Mom, who called me crying and asking how I could do this to my own brother. Then Mark's wife Jennifer called. She was sobbing,
asking me how I could ruin their lives like this, saying I was tearing the family apart over money. I almost felt guilty listening to her cry. Almost. Then I remembered the Mercedes, and the lies, and the way Mark looked me in the eye and called me ungrateful. The court case moved faster than I expected. Mark tried to fight it, but the evidence was overwhelming. The forged emails, the unauthorized transfer, the fact that he'd lied to Dad's lawyer. All of it added up to clear-cut fraud. The judge ruled that Mark had to repay my half of the inheritance, all $170,000, plus interest and legal fees. The total came out to about $195,000. Mark had to sell the Mercedes immediately. Even with that, he didn't have enough to cover everything. He ended up taking out a massive loan, and his credit got destroyed in the process. I heard through the family grapevine that they had to pull their kids out of private school and cancel the vacation they'd been planning. Mom called me almost every day for 2 weeks, begging me to drop the case. She kept saying he made a mistake, that he was still my brother, that family forgives. I tried to explain that this wasn't a mistake. Mistakes are accidental. Mark planned this. He forged documents, lied to everyone, and genuinely believed he deserved to steal from me. But Mom didn't want to hear it. She just kept saying his whole life was ruined now. His job, his reputation, his marriage hanging by a thread. I told her I didn't ruin his life. His choices did. I just made sure there were consequences. She stopped talking to me after that. She said I was tearing the family apart, and that she didn't raise me to be vindictive. That hurt more than I expected. I'd already lost Dad, and now I was losing Mom too. But I couldn't just let Mark get away with it. What kind of message would that send? Mark's texts got increasingly unhinged as the months went on. He'd swing between apologetic and threatening. One message would be him saying he was sorry, that he wasn't thinking straight after Dad died, that grief made him do crazy things. Then, a few hours later, he'd send something about how I was dead to him, how he hoped I was happy destroying his life, how Dad would be ashamed of me. After the third round of this, I blocked his number. That was 8 months ago now. I got the full amount he owed me, finally. Most of it went straight into savings. I'm not touching it except for emergencies. The only thing I bought was a framed photo of Dad that sits on my desk. It's from a fishing trip we took when I was 16, back when things were simple. I think about what Dad would have wanted sometimes. Would he have wanted me to stand up for myself? Or would he have wanted me to forgive Mark and keep the family together? I guess I'll never know. Mark apparently found some sales job that pays way less than his old position. Jennifer stayed with him, but they had to downsize to a smaller house. Mom still barely speaks to me except for a text on my birthday that just said, "Happy birthday." No call, no dinner invite like she used to do. Just those 2 words. Most of Dad's old friends sided with me once they heard the full story. They knew Dad wanted things split evenly. But some extended family members think I went too far. My aunt told me at a cousin's wedding that I should have handled it privately, that airing family business in court was shameful. I didn't bother explaining that Mark left me no choice. Sometimes late at night I wonder if the money was worth it, if standing up for myself was worth losing my brother and my mom. Then I remember that lunch, the way Mark sat across from me and called me irresponsible, the way he truly believed he'd earned the right to take everything Dad left behind. He didn't just steal money. He stole Dad's final wishes and then tried to make me feel like I was wrong for caring. Last week I got a letter forwarded from Mr. Peterson. Mark is apparently trying to appeal the court decision. He's claiming emotional distress made him act irrationally, that he wasn't in his right mind after Dad's death. Part of me is exhausted at the thought of going through this all over again, but another part of me is ready to fight it if I have to. Because here's the thing. If I had done nothing, Mark would still have that Mercedes. He'd still be telling everyone that Dad trusted him more. He'd still be the golden child who could do no wrong. And I'd still be the screw-up who couldn't even stand up for himself when it mattered. I didn't ruin Mark. His greed did. I just made sure justice had his address.